Chapter 101, Fighting the Top 100. Monarch of Time. Xiao Juyan quickly arrived in front of the registration counter and was shocked to recognize Shen Long. Both Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu that were standing behind him were also staring at Shen Long in disbelief. Xiao Shitu couldn't help but ask, "Are you the Shen Long who defeated Lei Pong?" Shen Long's eyes swept through Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu, but he didn't pay attention to them as his eyes then stared at Xiao Juyan. Although Xiao Juyan was surprised to see that the person who defeated Lei Pong was the same person that had come in the sect with his brother from the Sky Fortune Kingdom half a year ago, he still didn't take Shen Long seriously as he also turned to look at him and said, "Although you do have the right to challenge me, you do not stand a chance against me. I heard about your fight with Lei Pong a few days ago. You only won because you managed to tire him out. However, I am much stronger than both you and him. Being in the top 100 of the arena rankings is a different league altogether." Shen Long watched as Xiao Juyan walked at the registration counter, and after handing over his sect jade he had officially accepted the challenge. Senior brother Xiao accepted his challenge. Of course he accepted. Did you think that senior brother Xiao is afraid of this Shen Long? Xiao Shitu gave a meaningful look to Xiao Juyan as he said, "Elder brother." Xiao Juyan however patted his shoulder as he said, "I know." Then, after throwing a deep look at Lin Wu that made her ashamed as she lowered her head, Xiao Juyan walked in the arena. Standing in front of Shen Long he then said, "Since you challenged me, how about a bet? You must have 200 spirit stones on you, right?" Xiao Juyan then took 200 spirit stones from his spatial ring as he looked at Shen Long. Shen Long nodded his head as if he had expected Xiao Juyan to say this and said in return, "Indeed, but how about a bigger bet?" "What do you mean? How about we bet everything that we have in our spatial rings?" Not just Xiao Juyan, but everyone in the crowd had fallen silent as they looked at Shen Long as if they were looking at a madman. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Juyan blurted out as he saw Shen Long removing his spatial ring from his hand, while the crowd exploded in discussions. Is Shen Long serious? Is he confident that he can beat senior brother Xiao, or is he just bluffing, trying to scare him away? I think that he is bluffing. I saw his fight with Lei Pong and all he did was run around. Xiao Juyan looked at Shen Long in skepticism as he asked, "How do I know that you haven't removed your items from your spatial ring?" Shen Long smiled as he took out a few rank 2 herbs in front of Xiao Juyan and everyone else in the crowd. These herbs were the ones he had picked from the lush forest in the demonic mountain region. He also took out the silver grade dagger, as well as a handful of his spirit stones, before placing them back in his spatial ring. Xiao Juyan looked at Shen Long with apprehension, unknown if he was thinking of him as confident or simply stupid. Is this guy trying to scare me away? However, the items in his spatial ring were definitely real. No matter what, he fought with Lei Pong just 5 days ago, so his strength can't really have grown since then. After coming to this conclusion, Xiao Juyan smiled as he removed an iron hammer from his spatial ring and said, "Then let's do this." Shen Long then handed his spatial ring to the arena representative, before Xiao Juyan did the same. The crowd couldn't believe that Xiao Juyan had accepted this crazy challenge. No matter how much confidence these two had in themselves, this was truly a crazy bet where you could lose everything you had. Finally, Shen Long smiled as he then asked something unexpected. "You must definitely know about the assassination attempt outside the Blue Forest, right?" A glimmer flashed through Xiao Juyan's eyes before Shen Long saw him shaking his head and saying, "I don't have any idea what you mean." Little Black's voice, however, sounded inside Shen Long's head at the same time as he said, "Master, I could definitely feel his heartbeat speeding up with my soul sense when you asked him about the assassination. He definitely knows something about it." Shen Long nodded his head after getting confirmation from Little Black as he circulated his monarch's hourglass while his eyes immediately turned golden. Xiao Juyan felt the change in Shen Long as he too unleashed his cultivation, that had already reached the middle of rank 6 earth grade, while his body then started changing into a rock-like substance. Xiao Juyan now resembled a golem as every part of his body aside from his eyes were covered by rocks. This is senior brother Xiao's rock body? Let's see how Shen Long wants to break his defenses when senior brother is among the strongest experts of his level when he takes on this form. Shen Long clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Xiao Juyan's eyes. "You still have a chance to tell me about the assassination attempt in the Blue Forest." Xiao Juyan, however, was much more resolute this time as he answered, "Then how about you come and find out?" Shenlong narrowed his eyes as he walked towards him with firm footsteps. At the same time, Rengui and Fu Piazi had just arrived in the arena together, when they turned their heads to watch the fight. Since everyone's attention was at the center of the arena, almost no one had noticed their arrival. Xiao Juyan smirked as he saw Shenlong coming closer. Holding the iron hammer in his right hand tightly, he was ready to take him out in one hit, with the first chance he got. Finally, as Shenlong took another step forward and entered Xiao Juyan's attack range, Xiao Juyan immediately dashed forward, swinging the hammer in his hand at full force towards Shenlong's head. Shenlong's golden eyes lit up as he unleashed his monarch's domain, before his right leg suddenly kicked the ground, instantly arriving in front of Xiao Juyan instead of retreating. Clenching his left fist, he punched in full force at Xiao Juyan's chest. Xiao Juyan's hammer had drastically slowed as Shenlong's fist hit him with a loud bang, instantly crushing the rock armor on his chest. Xiao Juyan stumbled 2 steps backwards before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Chapter 102, Xiao Juyan's Trump Card. Monarch of Time. Everyone in the arena was staring in astonishment, as Shenlong's punch had broken through Xiao Juyan's armor. Did he just punch through senior brother Xiao's rock body? Impossible? Senior brother Xiao is unbeatable within the same level of cultivation. Unbeatable? How do you explain this then? Shenlong's punch definitely broke through Xiao Juyan's rock armor. It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked, even Rengui and Fu Piazi who saw this were flabbergasted. Xiao Juyan was someone who was famed for his defense, and yet, just one punch from Shenlong had made him stumble and vomit blood. Fu Piazi turned his head to look at Rengui as he asked with a voice that didn't hide his shock at all. Rengui, did you notice yet? This person is the same as senior brother Kong. Rengui however didn't even look at Fu Piazi, as his eyes were staring at Shenlong at the center of the arena like a hungry beast looking at its prey. Xiao Juyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before he used his qi to recreate the rocks around his chest. Soon, the crumbled rocks near his chest were quickly restored, as Xiao Juyan turned to look at Shenlong and said in a regretful tone, I didn't expect you to cultivate both in qi and body refinement. Your punch really took me by surprise, but unfortunately for you, my rock armor is the perfect counter against body refinement cultivators. As these words left Xiao Juyan's mouth, the rocks covering his body changed their shape as they slowly turned into sharp spikes. Xiao Shito, who saw this, laughed, as if he had expected this move from the start, while Lin Wu seemed to have just heaved a sigh of relief as she said smilingly, I knew that elder brother Juyan was still hiding his true strength. How could he ever lose to someone like Shenlong? Ha ha ha, of course. If Shenlong wants to punch elder brother again, he will definitely destroy his own hands this time. Xiao Shito also exclaimed in glee. Shenlong hadn't expected that Xiao Juyan would decide to protect himself this way. If this was 4 days ago when he was fighting Lei Peng and was still at the peak of the first stage in the Monica's eternal body, Shenlong wouldn't have a way to deal with these spikes. But now, after having already advanced to the middle of the second stage, Shenlong was confident that he could easily smash through Xiao Juyan's defenses with his full strength. However, after taking half a step forward, Shenlong's golden eyes lit up before he suddenly tilted his head to the left. Swish! Just as Shenlong tilted his head, a spike-shaped stone flew at incredible speed, as it swept past him and barely missing his face. This sneak attack that was aimed at Shenlong's face could have easily crippled him if not outright killed him. Xiao Juyan was genuinely shocked that his attack had missed. This was a trump card that he had never revealed before, and yet Shenlong still managed to avoid it, almost as if he knew that it was coming. The crowd didn't even have any time to react as they saw Xiao Juyan constantly bombarding Shenlong with numerous flying spikes. One after another, the rock spikes flew at Shenlong, who activated his monarch's domain for the second time, and avoiding all of them he arrived in front of Xiao Juyan. Xiao Juyan tried to open the distance between them, but Shenlong was even faster than him. Gathering the strength of his monarch's eternal body in his right fist, Shenlong sent a full-powered punch at Xiao Juyan's abdomen. His fist passed through the sharp-shaped rocks, like a hot knife cutting through butter, as it directly hit Xiao Juyan right in the stomach. Xiao Juyan was sent flying as he spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. Inside the blood, the crowd shivered as they could even spot pieces of his internal organs, before his body fell back down as it violently crashed on the ground, creating a small human-shaped hole. The entire arena had started cheering in excitement, but Shenlong didn't seem to be done yet. Everyone watched him curiously as he slowly walked towards Xiao Juyan, whose body was still buried on the ground. After dragging him out of the hole, Shenlong suddenly heard someone shouting from the audience seats. "Shenlong, what are you trying to do? The fight is already over," Xiao Shitu asked nervously after seeing his brother get dragged around like a dog. Shenlong, for the first time, flashed a devilish smile as he said, "Then why hasn't Xiao Juyan surrendered yet? My sect jade hasn't lit up, so your brother hasn't lost his consciousness or surrendered yet." Fu Piazi, who also wanted to intervene, decided to stay silent. What Shenlong had just said was the truth after all, and in case he decided to interfere in an ongoing arena fight, the elder responsible for the arena rules might even strip him from his rank. Ren Gui also curiously watched Shenlong, who smiled at Xiao Juyan all of a sudden. Then, he turned his head to look towards Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu in the crowd as he asked, "What do you know about the assassination attempt at the Blue Forest? Shenlong is breaking the arena rules. Quickly, someone call the sect elders." Lin Wu screamed in panic. Everyone in the crowd around her sneered as they looked at Lin Wu with mocking looks in their eyes, wondering if this girl was some kind of special idiot. Shenlong didn't even turn his head to look at Lin Wu. His golden eyes were staring at Xiao Juyan as he waited for his answer. "Isu." Slap. Shenlong's hand slapped Xiao Juyan's face, startling everyone before he said in a cold tone, "Don't you even think that you can surrender in front of me? Did you think that it's going to be that easy? You will either tell me what I want to know, or I will make sure that you won't be able to walk out of here by yourself." Xiao Juyan started laughing loudly as he heard Shenlong's threatening words and asked, "I won't walk here by myself? I'm curious as to how you are going to accomplish that? Don't tell me that you have the guts to cripple me, let alone kill me." Shenlong smiled after hearing Xiao Juyan's words, as he then said, "Little Black, do it." Chapter 103, The Assassination Plan. Monarch of Time. Little Black, do it. Suddenly, Xiao Juyan could feel a terrifying pressure bearing down on him, one that brought him unimaginable pain. This was a kind of pain that he had never felt before, a pain that had almost instantly brought him to the brink of collapse. Xiao Juyan was feeling as if someone was trying to tear his soul apart. Everyone in the crowd was horrified as they watched him, an expert that was ranked 93rd in the arena rankings, scream and roll on the ground while clutching his head all of a sudden. Even Ren Gui and Fu Piazi felt a chill at this sight as they backed a few steps back. Aside from Xiao Juyan, no one else could sense anything wrong. After all, this pressure was an aura or some kind of chi that people could sense, but Little Black's soul power. Unless someone's soul was at least at the same level as Little Black's, and that person could also use their soul sense to scan the arena, it was impossible for anyone to sense Little Black's soul sense. What Xiao Juyan was going through right now was a kind of torture where his soul was constantly being brought to the breaking point, and just before his mind would collapse, Little Black would then give him a few seconds to rest, only to then start again from the beginning. Not even a minute had passed until Xiao Juyan had started shouting, "No, please stop. I will tell you everything. Please. Elder brother." Xiao Shita's panicked voice also sounded from the audience seats at the same time, but Xiao Juyan couldn't pay any attention to him as he begged for the torture to stop. Everyone in the arena understood that Shenlong must have done something to Xiao Juyan, but there was no way to prove anything. "Master, I feel that he is ready to tell us everything." Shenlong nodded his head as Little Black stopped his torture and Xiao Juyan could finally started to relax, until he heard Shenlong's serious voice. "Don't try to lie to me, or if I start to feel that you aren't telling me everything about the assassination." Xiao Juyan shivered as he heard this and repeatedly nodded his head as he said, "Don't worry, I will definitely tell you everything. It all started with the Lin family." "Elder brother," Xiao Shita shouted when he saw that his brother was ready to recount everything. Xiao Juyan, however, didn't pay any attention to Xiao Shita as he continued. "A few months ago, Shita met Lin Wu in the Imperial City. That same day he returned home and said to our father that it was love at first glance and that he intends to marry her. Father, however, investigated things and found that Lin Wu, who was the daughter of the Lin family's patriarch, was betrothed to the son of Shun Fang, the rank 3 bronze grade formation master of the Blue Forest City. The Lin family patriarch came to our Marquis estate a few days later, to discuss matters with our father. At this point, Lin Wu's face had already turned white as she heard Xiao Juyan explaining everything, and understood that there was no way to keep things hidden any longer. Xiao Shita however held her hand as he said, "We are, don't worry. Even if he knows the truth, he can't do anything to you as long as we are inside the floating cloud sect." Lin Wu shook her head as she said, "But, what about my family? Don't worry. Shenlong will need at least a few years to return back to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. By then I will have definitely reached the Earth grade as well and will have settled everything," Xiao Shita said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Lin Wu finally felt reassured after hearing Xiao Shita's words, and nodded her head as she hugged him. Xiao Juyan then continued with the rest of the story, afraid that if he stopped, Shenlong would restart that inhumane torture again. The Lin family patriarch said that it would be cruel to marry his precious daughter to a cripple like you, instead of marrying her to the Xiao Marquis' son. However, father wasn't stupid and he easily saw through Lin Sheng's intentions. Father denied, as he told him that our family wouldn't stain our hands with blood to help the Lin family escape the engagement that they had promised Shun Fang. However, after Shita's pleas to help, father finally agreed to send someone to Blue Forest City, and spread rumors that a treasure that could potentially help you unblock your meridians had appeared in the vicinity of the Blue Forest. The timing was perfect as Shun Fang was in the imperial capital at that time, and in your desperation, you would definitely choose to go alone. As for the assassination, that was all done by the Lin family's elders and my Xiao family had nothing to do with it. After Xiao Juyan finished narrating the secrets behind Shenlong's assassination attempt, he looked at Shenlong with relief. Although he had revealed something shameful, schemes in the cultivation world were all too common, while his family hadn't done all that much in this matter. Everyone in the audience turned their heads to look at Lin Wu and Xiao Shitu in disgust. Lin Wu lowered her head while Xiao Shitu pulled her hand as they both quickly left the arena. Shenlong watched the two of them as they hurriedly left the arena and laughed coldly inside, before turning his head to look at Xiao Juyan. Master, based on the fluctuations of his soul, everything he said was true. After hearing Little Black's words, Shenlong nodded his head as he hit Xiao Juyan's neck with a chop, instantly rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Shenlong's sect identifying jade lit up, and a number appeared on it. 93. At the same time, Xiao Juyan's name had magically disappeared from the wall of the top 100 ranks, leaving behind only an empty slot for Shenlong to fill his own name there. Without feeling the slightest sense of pity for Xiao Juyan, Shenlong walked up to the arena representative as he collected the 2 spatial rings before turning to leave. Of course, Shenlong wasn't planning to have any good opinion of Xiao Juyan just because he had confessed the truth. Let alone that the reason he had confessed was actually thanks to Little Black's excruciating soul torture. Shenlong also wasn't going to forget that the Xiao family had assisted the Lins in their assassination plan. However, before Shenlong could really leave the arena, a voice was suddenly heard from the crowd as it said, "Shenlong." Turning his head, Shenlong saw a burly young man seemingly around 20 years old. This man had long black hair and a burly build and was staring right at him. Although Shenlong didn't know who this man was, he recognized the person standing next to him, Fu Piazi. "Hey, who is that? Don't speak and don't even breathe. If this monster turns his attention to you, you are doomed." The rowdy arena instantly fell silent as people recognized this long-haired man. This was the person with the worst reputation in the entire outer city, the person ranked 7th in the arena rankings, Ren Gui. Ren Gui jumped all the way from the audience seats as he landed inside the arena with a bang. He then grabbed the unconscious Xiao Juyan, before throwing him towards the crowd like he was just a sack of meat, before turning his head to look at Shenlong, looking like he was staring at some sort of delicious prey, as he pointed at him and said commandingly, "Come here." Chapter 104, Exchanging Blows. Monarch of Time. Shenlong didn't know who this man was, but judging from the crowd's reactions, he was definitely not a pushover. Walking back inside the arena, he stared at Rengui waiting to hear what he wanted to say. Rengui looked at Shenlong as he asked in an arrogant and overbearing tone, "Do you know what your crime is, brat? There are very few people in the outer city that have dared to not give me, Rengui, any face. I don't give a fuck if you want to fight with small fries like Xiao Juyan and Lei Peng, but since you dared to slap my woman, you better be prepared to pay the price." The moment that Rengui finished speaking, he instantly kicked the ground as he rushed at Shenlong. Shenlong had just now understood that this was the person ranked 7th in the arena rankings, when he saw Rengui practically flying at him. Ren Gui roared as he sent a powerful punch at Shen Long's chest, who in return crossed his arms in an X shape to block. Ren Gui's punch sent Shen Long off the ground, as he then slid for more than 10 meters backwards, until he managed to stabilize himself. Shen Long was shocked. How powerful did this man have to be, to send him sliding for 10 minutes until he could stop? Since Shen Long had advanced to the middle of the second stage in the Monarch's eternal body, he was certain that he could easily defeat anyone below even the 8th rank in Earth grade. It looks like this person is also a body refiner, and one that has already reached the peak of the second stage. Shen Long thought as he felt his arms slightly aching after taking Ren Gui's punch. This kid managed to take my punch when he is just at the middle of the second stage in body refinement? How is this possible? Both Ren Gui and Fu Piazi, however, were even more shocked than Shen Long. Everyone in the top 100 rankings knew that Ren Gui wasn't just someone at the peak of the second stage in body refinement. He had already reached the peak of this level for the past 2 years, and was just a step away from entering the third stage. A third stage body refiner was just as strong if not stronger than a heaven grade cultivator. After his astonishment, Ren Gui actually laughed as he said, "Then let's see which of us is stronger, brat," before he once again sent another punch at Shen Long. Shen Long activated his golden eyes as well as his monarch's domain, and after avoiding Ren Gui's punch that had just brushed past his shoulder, he sent his own punch right at Ren Gui's abdomen. Ren Gui flinched, as he took 2 steps backwards, pain coloring his face. I actually felt pain from the punch of a middle second stage brat. Both Shen Long and Ren Gui didn't accept this outcome as they both stared at each other. However, before they could move again, their sect identifying jades as well as Fu Piazi's, all lit up at the same time. All 3 of them took out their sect jades, and received the same message. Ren Gui snorted as he then said in an annoyed tone, "Your luck may have saved you today, but this isn't over just yet." Then, without even waiting for a reply, he left the arena as he headed towards the inner city gates. The crowd was astonished as they watched Ren Gui turn to leave so suddenly since the fight had barely begun, when Fu Piazi's voice sounded from the audience seats as he looked at Shen Long and said, "You seem to be very lucky. Not only did you manage to avoid fighting Ren Gui, but we also don't have the time to fight ourselves." The crowd saw that Fu Piazi seemed to be provoking Shen Long and got excited once again. "It's senior brother Fu. Does Fu Piazi want to fight with Shen Long?" "I think so. I heard that senior brother Fu came here 3 days ago to take revenge for Lei Pong, but Shen Long didn't seem to accept his challenge." Shen Long turned his head and stared at Fu Piazi as he said, "Lucky? Then let's see who the lucky one really is. I also have a few things that I have to settle with you." Fu Piazi seemed to have been caught off guard before he then asked angrily, "Do you think that I am Xiao Juyan? Understand that you and I are not on the same level? You won't even be able to last 5 moves against me? I told you before, didn't I? In front of me, you and everyone else below the top 20 are all ants." Little Black's mocking voice then sounded inside Shen Long's head as he said, "How laughable. Merely at the middle of rank 9 Earth grade and he views everyone below him as ants." The crowd also seemed to have been angered by Fu Piazi's words, but as he swept his eyes over everyone, all the disciples in the audience just lowered their heads. Shen Long, however, smirked as he looked at him and said, "Then, a week from now, Fu Piazi, watch how I squash your worldview. Ha 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 ha." Fu Piazi laughed as he left the arena, as he headed towards the inner city gates. Shen Long didn't pay any more attention to Fu Piazi as he asked Little Black, "Did you find their location?" "I did, master. They are inside a large inn about 20 miles on our east." "Are we going to do it now?" Shaking his head, Shen Long said, "I would love to take care of them now, but the sect master ordered for all the disciples within the top 1000 ranks to gather in front of the inner city immediately." After taking a deep breath, Shen Long's eyes turned golden as he continued, "However, I will not give them a chance to live for even 1 more day." Shen Long then left the arena, under the respectful gazes of all the disciples in the crowd, as he headed towards the inner city gates where the sect master had ordered for everyone to gather. Chapter 105, Redstone Inn. Monarch of Time. Not even 30 minutes later, Shen Long had arrived in front of the inner city gates. More than 500 people were already gathered in front of the gates, including Ren Gui, Fu Piazi, and even that blue-haired young man that Shen Long had met in the arena when he fought with Lei Pong. Since Shen Long's face was unknown to most people here, no one paid him any attention as he waited for the sect master to arrive. More and more people gradually gathered, and 20 minutes later, the inner city gates opened as an azure-robed middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 2 black-robed elders appeared before the disciples. The disciples that were chatting between themselves immediately quietened down, as they saw the sect master, Lujian, arriving. Lujian's aura was completely retracted, and he looked like a normal 40-year-old man. He took a look at the disciples gathered in front of him and nodded his head as he said, "Good. It seems that most of you have already arrived. Let me explain the reason I called for you here today. I'm sure that some of you have already heard about a secret realm that will open in a few months' time." Lujian saw that most of the disciples wore confused looks on their faces, and only some people like Rengui, Fu Piazi, and the blue-haired man, as well as Shen Long and a few others, didn't show any confusion as they had already heard about it. Lujian saw that most disciples didn't seem to know anything and explained in a loud voice. "In 3 months from now, a secret realm known as the Vermilion Realm will open in our desolate east. This is a realm that opens only once every 100 years, and the opportunities inside are endless. Our floating cloud sect has been sending disciples and elders there for the past 2,000 years, and many of them have found heaven-defying fortune inside. However, due to the restrictions of the realm, only cultivators up to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade can enter inside. Of course, our floating cloud sect isn't the only sect that will be entering the Vermilion Realm. There will be many other sects alongside us, and all of them will send their own disciples and elders, which is the reason why every sect has a specific quota of people that it can send inside. The inner city will send in a total of 200 elders and disciples, while from the outer city, only the top 100 people in the arena rankings will be eligible to join. You have 75 days to see whether you can enter the top 100 rankings in the arena, or secure your rank if you are already there. After the 75 days are over, we will be leaving the sect to enter the Vermilion Realm. That is all." After explaining everything, Lujian didn't wait for any questions as he turned around and walked back to the inner city. The moment that the inner city gates closed, the disciples gathered in front of the inner city gates immediately rushed towards the arena, almost as if they were competing on who would arrive there first. Only Shen Long and a few others seemed to have no intention to go to the arena, when Fu Piazi's mocking voice sounded all of a sudden. "Huh? These idiots think that if they arrive in the arena faster, then they will be able to enter the secret realm." Fu Piazi laughed as he watched the huge group of outer disciples, all running as they hoped to get a rank in the top 100, before he turned to leave the area. Shen Long also didn't stay around any longer, but seemed to have headed back towards the arena. Around 20 miles away from the arena was a very large inn, with many private rooms. This was the largest inn in the outer city, the Redstone Inn. Shen Long saw a huge number of disciples entering and leaving the inn's entrance, showing how popular this place was. "Little Black, can you still sense them?" Little Black sent his spiritual strength to scan over the inn as he said, "Master, they are still in a room on the 2nd floor." "Great." Shen Long nodded his head, as he waited patiently for night to fall. A few hours later, the sun had already set and most of the disciples had already returned back to their rooms. However, due to the sheer number of disciples in the floating cloud sect, the streets were never really empty. Shen Long swapped back to his black robes, as he too walked on the street along with the other disciples. Although his attire was suspicious deep in the night, there were many people who used to wear black robes and cloaks inside the sect if they wanted to hide their identity for various reasons. Author's note: remember that these robes are completely different from the sect robes that sect elders wear. Shen Long walked parallel to the inn, and after checking that there were no other disciples around him, he slashed the void open, creating a space tier, and entering inside it, he arrived at the room's location that Little Black had pinpointed. "Ah yes? More? Brother Shita, don't stop." Lin Wu's voice was the first thing that Shen Long heard as he entered the room. Turning his eyes towards the origin of the voice, Shen Long saw Xiao Shita's back and forth movements as he connected his body with Lin Wu's completely naked body. Shen Long was disgusted after having to see Xiao Shita's bare ass, and immediately activated the Monarch's domain, freezing everything inside the room. Sadly for Xiao Shita, he wouldn't be able to finish his night, as Shen Long sent a kick to his body, sending him flying as he crashed to the wall of the room. After tying both the naked Lin Wu, as well as Xiao Shita with a rope and gagging their mouths with 2 pieces of cloth, Shen Long deactivated the Monarch's domain. Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu were utterly confused to see a man in black robes appear all of a sudden in front of them. Removing his black robes, this man then allowed them to see his true appearance. The naked couple was terrified to see Shenlong appear out of nowhere inside their room, when they were enjoying themselves just a moment ago. Lin Wu tried to cover her naked body with her hands, but the rope didn't really allow her much movement. MMFF. MFFM. Muffled sounds came from both of their mouths, but Shenlong just looked at them apathetically as he asked, "Do you have any last words?" Chapter 106, Last Words. Monarch of Time. The moment that the duo heard Shenlong's words, they immediately fell silent. Shenlong could see the terror in their eyes, but soon, the look in Xiao Shitu changed from fear into one of defiance. Shenlong didn't bother as he said, "I will remove your gags so you can say any last words that you may have. However, if you try to scream or shout for help then you will lose your chance to speak." After removing Lin Wu's gag, Shenlong activated his golden eyes when she said, Shenlong, please don't kill me, I can even. Shenlong shook his head as he gagged Lin Wu's mouth again, and looking at her with his shining golden eyes he said mockingly, "I told you not to try and scream." Little Black looked at Lin Wu from the Stone of Time as he thought, how can she scream even as she wants to since Master is able to glimpse into the future? Shaking his head, Shenlong then removed Xiao Shitu's gag as he asked placidly, "Any last words?" In response however, Xiao Shitu laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha, Shenlong, I don't believe that you dare to kill us inside the floating cloud sect. Even if no one saw you entering our room, people have definitely seen you enter the Redstone Inn. Since my brother has revealed everything about your assassination in the arena, people will definitely suspect you as the killer. Don't tell me that you still dare to touch us after all that." Even Lin Wu seemed to have breathed out in relief after hearing this, but her eyes still held a trace of fear as she looked at Shenlong. Shenlong clapped his hands after hearing Xiao Shitu's reasoning and nodded his head as he said, "Indeed, you are right. People will definitely suspect me as the killer. However, so what if they suspect me? As long as there is no proof that I have entered the inn, then no one will be able to do anything about it." Xiao Shitu's eyes looked at him as if he was crazy and seemed to have just realized that Shenlong was serious about killing him as he said in a trembling voice, Wait, you know that it wasn't me that attacked you? My family just spread the rumors. It was Lin Wu. You can just kill her? I swear I will not say anything. Please? Please don't kill me." Shenlong looked at Xiao Shitu without any compassion as he said, "If it wasn't for you spreading the rumors, then how would her family even be able to attack me?" Xiao Shitu was about to shout for help, when he found his mouth stuffed again with a piece of cloth. Shenlong didn't show the slightest bit of pity looking at the two of them, and using both of his hands, he opened two tiny spatial tears in the air in front of him. Both Lin Wu's and Xiao Shitu's eyes popped as they looked at the space tears, but when Shenlong's hands went inside them, terror wasn't sufficient to describe the feeling that this couple felt, as they swiftly realized where the space tears lead to. Shenlong's hands entered the space tears and grabbed both of Lin Wu's and Xiao Shitu's hearts. Shenlong's hands were suddenly filled with blood as he clenched them, crushing the hearts inside them. Both Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu took their last breaths as their bodies lifelessly collapsed on the ground, with their eyes still open. Shenlong wiped his dripping hands as he looked at the two dead bodies in front of him, and putting his black robes back on, he opened another space tier as he left the Redstone Inn. After advancing to the middle of the second stage in the monarch's eternal body, Shenlong had felt his affinity with space grow even more, as he could now effortlessly open up space tiers within 100 meters from where he was. However, since he was still inside the floating cloud sect, he couldn't recklessly test where his limits currently stood. After walking back to an alley to remove his black robes, Shenlong soon returned back to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. After entering his room and washing himself to remove any possible lingering smell of blood from his body, Shenlong sat on his bed as he sent his spiritual strength inside Xiao Juyan's spatial ring. Shenlong was pleasantly surprised to find more than 1,700 spirit stones inside it. Aside from the spirit stones, there were a few rank 2 medicinal herbs, as well as some bottles with rank 2 pills inside them. Aside from a few of the rank 2 dispelling poison pills that have reached the middle grade, the rest of the pills here are just low grade. Especially the quality of these Earth Chi restoration pills. If anyone consumed them, the pill toxins inside them would do more harm than good in the long run. Shenlong then completely ignored the pills inside the spatial ring, and since he didn't find anything else of value, he placed the spirit stones along with the rank 2 medicinal herbs, all inside the Stone of Time. Looking at the more than 1,800 spirit stones inside, Shenlong could barely resist the urge to start cultivating now, as he closed his eyes and used his qi to speed up the flow of time inside the herb garden, hastening the growth of the medicinal herbs. 2 days later, he had enough purple fragrant grass, as well as the rank 2 medicinal herbs that he needed, to fill 2 wooden barrels of wine. After refining the medicinal herbs in the alchemy room for more than 6 hours, Shenlong had finally filled 2 barrels of wine. After burying the 2 barrels, Shenlong once again used his qi to speed up the flow of time inside the herb garden, when finally, the day of the auction had arrived. Chapter 107, Senior Alchemist. Monarch of Time. After closing his eyes for a few hours to rest and recover his qi, Shenlong then stood up from his bed as he left his room, and walked toward the treasure pavilion. As he left the mystifying fragrance pavilion, he saw many outer disciples on the street whispering about something and running towards the same direction. Shenlong didn't pay any attention to them and kept walking towards the treasure pavilion. Master, there seems to be quite a big commotion in that Redstone Inn. Shenlong nodded his head as he said. It's natural that they would find out about Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu's death sooner or later. I'm even surprised that it took the sect 3 days to find out about it. Let's see how they handle it then. Half an hour later, a black-robed Shenlong had already arrived in front of the treasure pavilion's entrance. The line to enter the auction this time was even longer than last time. Shenlong, however, didn't queue up, as he directly headed towards the VIP entrance. After showing his invitation, the disciples in the entrance hurried to inform Yinxing about it, who quickly came to welcome Shenlong inside. As Yinxing guided Shenlong to a private room, he smiled as he started speaking. Senior, I'm glad you came. If you didn't come, I don't know what I would have done. As soon as the higher UPS of the pavilion heard about Senior's wine, our pavilion quickly spread the word of a wondrous wine being auctioned, and it attracted the attention of a lot of high-ranking elders from the big families. However, the higher UPS of the pavilion have told me to request from Senior to accept a meeting with the senior alchemist of our treasure pavilion so that he can also verify the wine's properties. Shenlong turned his eyes to look at Yinxing, who, to avoid a misunderstanding, hurriedly waved his hands as he said, Senior, please don't misunderstand. It's not that our treasure pavilion doesn't trust you. The problem is actually with me. My rank is not high enough inside the pavilion, so they also need someone more experienced than me to check. Shenlong thought for a bit before nodding his head as he said in his deep voice, I understand. You can call this alchemist of your treasure pavilion then. After hearing Shenlong's words, Yinxing breathed out in relief before repeatedly thanking Shenlong. Yinxing then led him in front of a private room with the number 1 on it, and after opening the door he said, Senior, this is the best private room that our treasure pavilion has, and it is only open to our most important guests. Nodding his head, Shenlong didn't really pay much attention to Yinxing, but after entering the room he was actually surprised. The room was slightly bigger than the last private room he had entered in the past. The decorations were almost identical to last time as well, except that there was a white couch at the center of the room that seemed to have been made from the fur of a rank 3 white-furred bear this time. It was really as Yinxing had said, this room was much better compared to the one he had entered the last time. Seeing that Shenlong had sat down on the couch, Yinxing bowed his head as he asked, Senior, should I ask for Senior Alchemist Ma to come now? We have less than an hour left until the auction starts after all. In that case, call him here. Seeing Shenlong waving his hand, Yinxing instantly left the room as he went to call that Senior Alchemist Ma over. Barely 10 minutes later, a silver-robed old man with a big beard had arrived at the room, with Yinxing trailing behind him. This old man had a badge of a 1-star silver cauldron on his chest, as he was surprisingly a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist. The old man's eyes were staring at Shenlong's back full of shock, as he was unable to detect any aura coming from his body. Senior, this is our Senior Alch. Yinxing hurried to introduce him, but Senior Alchemist Ma was even more eager to speak, as he said, This Senior, my name is Ma Tengfei and I am the Senior Alchemist in the Treasure Pavilion. I have heard a lot about you from Yinxing and couldn't wait to meet you myself. I hope that Senior will forgive my selfishness. Ma Tengfei then bowed his head and was actually extremely respectful as he spoke. Even if Shenlong wanted to find something to pick on with him, this old man was truly a willy fox and did his absolute best to leave a good impression. Nodding his head, Shenlong then said, "It's okay. I heard that your treasure pavilion wants you to verify my wine. Here." Taking out the barrel from last time, Shenlong removed the barrel's top as the fragrant smell of the wine instantly filled the private room. Ma Tingfei's eyes lit up as he inhaled the wine's smell, while Little Black grumbled inwardly. If only Master didn't need spirit stones urgently, you monkeys would never get to even smell Master's wine, let alone have a chance to purchase it. Shenlong then took a small cup from the small table in front of him, and filled it halfway with the wine before he said, "Try it. But you can only taste this much, or whoever buys the barrel later will end up chasing you for his money." Neither Ma Tingfei nor Yinsing laughed though. Instead, Yinsing nodded his head as he gulped after remembering the taste of the senior's wine. He even looked at Shenlong pleadingly, but Shenlong didn't even spare him a glance. He wasn't going to let Yinsing drink his wine for free. Even Little Black snorted as he watched this scene. As Ma Tingfei took the cup, his hands seemed to have been shaking, before he immediately emptied it all in his mouth, in front of Yinsing's and Little Black's envious gazes. The moment that the wine entered Ma Tingfei's mouth, it was like a delicious cocktail of medicinal essence that assaulted his taste buds. Swallowing down the wine, the rank 6 heaven-grade expert could feel his body absorbing the medicinal essence, as it pushed his cultivation base upwards, ever so slightly. He then turned to look at Shenlong with incredulity as he said excitedly, "Senior, this wine is an absolute treasure." Then, bowing his head, he continued, "Senior, I have to immediately report everything to the higher UPS of the pavilion about Senior's wine and its effects." Just when Ma Tingfei bowed and was ready to leave the room, Shenlong's heavy voice sounded in his ears as he said, "Wait. Ma Tingfei then looked back Shenlong as he asked respectfully, "Senior, do you have any instructions?" Shenlong shook his head at Ma Tingfei's question, before he took out another wooden barrel from the Stone of Time and said, "I have one more barrel that I want your treasure pavilion to auction for me." Ma Tingfei's eyes shone brightly as he saw this barrel and couldn't help but ask in excitement, "Senior, would you be willing to sell this barrel privately to our treasure pavilion?" Chapter 108, Green Nectar Fruits. Monarch of Time. "Senior, would you be willing to sell this barrel privately to our treasure pavilion?" Shenlong almost burst out laughing as he heard Ma Tingfei's request and asked with a greedy look in his eyes under his black robes, "How much is your pavilion willing to pay?" Ma Tingfei thought for a bit before asking somewhat weakly, "How about 80% of what the first barrel sells for?" Even Yinsing sighed as he heard this, while Shenlong shook his head and responded, "That's far too little. I will sell it to you for 100% of what the first barrel makes." Ma Tingfei however immediately protested as he said, "Senior, that's too much. What if the first barrel sells for an exorbitant price?" Shenlong frowned at how stingy the treasure pavilion seemed to be and responded in an apathetic voice, "You seem to have misunderstood some things. The Floating Cloud sect isn't the only sect around here. Since your pavilion didn't agree, then I will sell my wine elsewhere." Ma Tingfei was extremely anxious when he heard this and said with an ugly smile on his face, "Senior, please don't be rash. This junior was simply making a joke. Of course, our pavilion would be willing to pay as much as the first barrel gets sold for. For a wine like Senior's, no matter how high the price goes, our pavilion will match it." Shenlong laughed inwardly, but facing Ma Tingfei, he simply nodded his head as he said, "That's good. All right then, since you have other matters to attend to, then I won't keep you here any longer." Both Ma Tingfei and Yinsing then bowed before leaving the room. Little Black's voice then sounded inside Shenlong's head as he watched Yinsing and Ma Tingfei leaving the room and said, "Master, these people from the treasure pavilion are very greedy. Normally, they wouldn't even get a chance to purchase Master's wine, and this person still wanted to purchase it at a lower price." Shenlong smiled as he heard the Black Dragon's words before he took out the last wine barrel from the herb garden. After filling a huge bowl for himself, Shenlong handed the rest of the wine in the barrel to the sulky Black Dragon. Little Black then happily accepted the wooden barrel, and this time instead of gulping all the wine down, he took his time to enjoy it. Time quickly passed as Shenlong and Little Black were enjoying their wine, when a beautiful young lady in green robes stepped on the main stage of the auction hall. When the crowd saw Lanjinjing, hushed discussions suddenly filled the auction hall. What's going on with the treasure pavilion? Why is Miss Lan here today? Don't we still have a few months until the yearly auction? I heard that there is something special with today's auction. Supposedly, someone even spotted some elders from the big families enter the private rooms. At that moment, Lan Jingjing smiled brightly at the crowd and clapped her hands once, drawing everyone's attention on her before she said, "Honorable guests of our treasure pavilion, my name is Lan Jingjing and I will be your auctioneer once again for today's monthly auction. Our treasure pavilion has prepared some special items for today, so I hope that you are all excited for our auction. As always, the rules remain the same. Every item starts at a minimum price, and the guests with the highest bid in the end can obtain them." Taking a deep breath, Lan Jingjing saw the excited crowd, and clapped her hands once more as she continued. "Without further ado then, let's start today's auction." As Lan Jingjing finished speaking, two outer disciples carried a small table with a plate at the center of the stage. Inside the plate were 6 small green fruits that Shenlong recognized as the green nectar fruits. "Dear guests, the first item for today's auction is this bundle of 6 rank 2 green nectar fruits. As you all may know, the green nectar fruit can allow a cultivator at the early stages of the earth grade to have an 80% chance of directly advancing to the next rank. Although the effect for a middle stage earth grade expert would be less than 30%, the chance is still there. There are 6 fruits and they are all sold as a bundle. The minimum bid must be 2,000 sect points and every increment must be at least 100 sect points higher than the last bid." As soon as Lan Jingjing finished introducing the green nectar fruits, the crowd at the outer seats instantly started bidding. 2,000. Ha, you think you can get this fruit with 2,000 sect points? 2,300. 2,500. 3,400. 4,000. The price of the rank 2 green nectar fruits had quickly reached the 3,500 sect points when Shenlong's voice drew everyone's attention as he called his bid of 4,000 points. Although the crowd in the outer seats didn't know who the black-robed man who called this bid was, the people in the other private rooms had already learned that this senior was the one who had created the disturbance in the treasure pavilion the last time. It was also this senior who was auctioning the special wine today, and no one in the private rooms were willing to fight with him for a rank 2 fruit. 4,100. A young man in the outer seats didn't seem willing to give up so easily, as he gritted his teeth and called out his bid again. 5,000. Shenlong's heavy voice sounded from the private room once again. Since there were no more bids after that, Shenlong successfully obtained the 6 green nectar fruits. As the auction continued, however, Shenlong was disappointed since no other items had managed to pique his interest. Time passed and soon Lan Jingjing's voice sounded from the main stage as she declared, "We are now down to the last 2 items of our auction. Honorable guests of our pavilion, there are only 2 items left for today's auction." Then, a white-robed elder walked on the main stage holding a yellow piece of paper. The crowd seemed to be unaware of what this was, but most of the people inside the private rooms were already looking at this piece of paper eagerly, as if it was some kind of precious treasure. Chapter 109, Wine Fervor. Monarch of Time. Our next item was originally meant to be the finale for today's auction, and it is something that is rarely found even in the annual auctions of our pavilion. Lan Jingjing smiled when she saw that she had captured the crowd's attention as she then pointed at the yellow scroll and continued. "This item is something that an outer disciple of our sect found during a sect mission, and I am certain that many of the elders from the big families here today will want to get their hands on it. It is a middle yellow grade martial skill." The moment that Lan Jingjing finished speaking, the crowd exploded with excitement. "A middle yellow grade martial skill? Now I understand why the treasure pavilion had Miss Lan be the auctioneer for today. Even low yellow grade martial skills are rare, let alone a middle yellow grade. But then, why is this not the final item for this auction? Even Miss Lan said that this was originally scheduled to be for the auction's finale. Could it be that the final item is something even better? Could it be a high yellow grade martial skill then? Don't be an idiot. Even the big families of the sect don't have a high yellow grade martial skill. Probably only the Lu family will have one." It wasn't just the people in the outer seats that had turned excited, but so were the elders in the private rooms, as they were already on their feet. Even Shenlong was now interested in this, as he had seen a martial skill only once, back in the demonic mountain region when Guanhong had injured the rank 2 earth bear. The name of this martial skill is the Coiling Python Fist and its starting price is at 100.000 sect points. Every increment must also be at least 1,000 sect points higher than the last bid. The starting price of this coiling python fist was like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's faces. Even Shenlong didn't have so many sect points left in his sect jade. However, the elders in the private rooms weren't daunted in the slightest by the high price of the martial skill. After all, one of the things that the big families didn't lack was precisely sect points. 101.000, 103.000, 105.000. At the same time that the elders of the big families were fighting over the coiling python fist, inside private room number 4, Fatty Fu was respectfully looking at an old man who was sitting on the couch inside the room. This old man, who was dressed in black robes and was holding a cane in his right hand, was the old patriarch of the Fu family, as well as Fatty Fu's grandfather, Fu Lingtian. Fu Lingtian had a serious expression on his face as he looked his grandson before he asked, "Are you sure that Meng Xiao, that old fox, is here today?" Fu Li looked at his grandfather and nodded his head seriously as he responded, "I am sure, Grandpa." When the old patriarch of the Meng family arrived, the disciples stationed at the entrance immediately informed me about it. When Fu Lingtian heard this, he stood up and slammed his cane on the wooden floor of the private room as he cursed. "Damn it! Since that old man is also here, there is no question that he must be here for the wine as well." At the same time, in private room number 6, a similar conversation was also taking place between Meng Shenji and his own grandfather, when Lan Jingjing's voice once again sounded in everyone's ears as she said, "Congratulations to the guest in private room number 11 for obtaining the coiling python fist. Then, the treasure pavilion sent someone to deliver the middle yellow grade martial skill, as well as receive their payment for it, before a silver-robed elder who was carefully carrying a wooden barrel then appeared atop the main stage. The entire auction hall was so silent that even a person's breathing could be heard, as everyone watched Ma Tengfei place the wooden barrel in the middle of the main stage. People like Fu Lingtian and Meng Xiao had already stood up as they were eagerly waiting to see the contents inside the barrel. Lan Jingjing smiled lightly as she said, "Honorable guests of our treasure pavilion, it is finally time for the finale of today's auction." As her voice trailed off, Ma Tengfei's hands slowly removed the barrel's top, and an intoxicating fragrance started to spread throughout the outer seats of the auction hall. The crowd erupted in an uproar as the disciples in the outer seats had already started to get drunk just from the wine's scent. "What is this wine? How is it so fragrant? I have never smelled anything like this before. Just the scent of this wine is 100 times, number 1,000 times greater than the best wine of our sect, the mystifying fragrance wine." "Oh, that may be true, however the taste of this wine may not be as good as its scent." Lan Jingjing then sealed the barrel's top back as she started explaining. "This is today's auction final item, the mysterious wine. This wine was created by a mysterious senior alchemist, who merged many precious herbs before fermenting the wine for 100 years. Both the taste of the wine, as well as its effects, have all been verified by the senior alchemist of our treasure pavilion." She then pointed towards Ma Tengfei, who nodded his head as he said, "This is definitely the best wine that our treasure pavilion has ever seen. I can personally assure you that, not only is the wine's taste incomparable with any other wine that I have ever tasted, but even my cultivation base slightly improved after tasting this wine." What? This time, it wasn't just the people in the outer seats that were shocked, but even the elders inside the private rooms were dumbfounded. Although the message from the treasure pavilion had said that the mysterious wine could improve one's cultivation, everyone had assumed that the effects would be non-existent to heaven-grade experts. And yet a rank 6 heaven-grade expert had just said that this wine had improved his cultivation base. What did this mean? For those people like Meng Xiao and Fu Lingtian who had been stuck in the same realm for many years, even the slightest increase in their cultivation could prove to be their breakthrough factor. A huge uproar then erupted once again in the auction hall, as even the people from the private rooms now couldn't sit still as they all waited for the bidding to begin. Lan Jingjing knew that the crowd couldn't stay quiet any longer, so she finally spoke. "The senior who is selling this wine has told our pavilion that he isn't interested in sect points. He has declared that the wine must be purchased using spirit stones. Our treasure pavilion decided for the starting bid to be at 1,000 spirit stones, while every increment must be at least 50 spirit stones higher than the last bid." Chapter 110, Bidding War. Monarch of Time. Shenlong smiled mockingly at the starting price that the treasure pavilion had set for his wine. Master, I'm sure that they are intentionally trying to bring down the price of the wine so they can get it cheaper as well. With that mocking smile still on his face, Shenlong replied, perhaps if I have put for auction both of the barrels, then this could work. But now, there is no chance for this cheap trick to cause any waves today. There is only one barrel, and whoever wants it will obtain it. If the treasure pavilion thinks that this can do any harm today, then they really are a bunch of fools. When the people in the outer seats heard that the wine would be sold for spirit stones, they were dazed as they had expected everything in a sect auction to be purchasable with sect points. However, the elders in the private rooms had been informed beforehand, so all of them had brought large amounts of spirit stones with them, as the bidding war then started. 1100 spirit stones. 1100? Ha ha ha, Luniu, are you dreaming? 1500 spirit stones. 1800. 2000. The price for the wine was climbing at an alarming rate, but Shenlong was still casually sipping his wine as he enjoyed the show. Little Black had almost finished his wine barrel by now, and looking at the relaxed Shenlong he asked, Master, are you certain that you want to challenge that Fu Piazi in 3 days from now? Why not just fight him after you get a little stronger? We still have 3 months until this Vermilion Realm opens, so even if you decide to fight him near the end of the 3 months, there will still be plenty of time. Shenlong, however, shook his head at Little Black's question as he said, I too would have preferred to go in seclusion after today's auction, but it may create problems in the future. Shenlong saw that Little Black didn't understand what he meant, so he continued explaining. The real issue lies with the arena rules. Only those ranked 101 to 200 are allowed to challenge the top 100 people in the arena. If I go into seclusion while I'm still ranked 93rd, there is no doubt that I will receive plenty of challenges and I will either have to accept all of them or lose my rank. Little Black nodded his head as he said, but the worst that can happen is for Master to fall below the top 100 ranks then, right? Master will definitely be able to reclaim a spot in the top 100 after exiting seclusion. Shenlong smiled after he heard Little Black's words and said, the arena rules state that one can refuse a challenge if he has already fought for that day. Even if I'm strong enough to claim a spot in the top 100, if people abuse this rule near the last days of the selection and I end up being unable to successfully challenge someone in the top 100, then I will still be the one who loses out. Little Black seemed to have just realized that such a loophole existed in the arena rules. However, this didn't answer all of his questions, so he continued. But still, how is it going to help if Master challenges Fu Piazi? The bottom 20 of the 100 ranks are the easiest target for people who aim to reach the top 100 and enter the Vermilion Realm. But the fight for the bottom spots of the top 100 will also be much more bloody because of this, whereas someone ranked in the top 20 won't receive nearly a fifth of the challenges that the bottom rankers will. Realization finally dawned on the Black Dragon's face as he asked, so Master wants to enter the top 20 to avoid most of the challenges while still securing your rank? Shenlong smiled as he nodded his head and said, that, and to teach Fu Piazi a lesson. Since he dared to challenge me just to teach me a lesson, it's about time I knock him off his high horse. While Shenlong and Little Black were chatting, the auction hall had turned into a bidding battlefield as the price for Shenlong's wine had already reached 24,000 spirit stones. 24,500. Fu Lingtian's voice sounded from private room number 4 as he looked at Meng Xiao inside private room number 6. 25,000. Old crap Fu, stop fighting with me over this wine. You have been stuck at the 9th rank of the heaven grade for 400 years, no matter how miraculous the wine is, it won't help you break through to the spirit realm. 26,000. You old shit Meng, talk to me again after you reach the peak of the heaven grade. This wine is mine. 27,000. The price for the wine had reached such a huge number that only the old patriarchs of the Fu and the Meng families still dared to compete with each other for it. The higher echelons of the treasure pavilion who were watching the bidding war felt a pain in their hearts as they saw the price of the wine rise non-stop. Even if they subtracted the 5% that their pavilion took as payment, the price was still much higher than their original estimations. 30,000. Meng Xiao, are you still going to fight with me over this? Gritting his teeth, Meng Xiao called out. 31,000. Don't be crazy, old fart. This is almost the price of 2 rank 4 medicinal herbs. Even you must feel the pain after losing so many spirit stones at once. 32.000. Fu Lingtian called out with a determined look in his eyes. Fatty Fu's knees were now trembling as he watched his grandfather. Meng Xiao exploded in rage after hearing Fu Lingtian's voice again. 32.000 spirit stones was a huge amount even for the old patriarch of the Meng family. You crazy old fart. Fine. Since one barrel of wine has already appeared, I don't believe that another one won't appear in the future again. With that, Meng Xiao finally decided to stop bidding, allowing Fu Lingtian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Inside his private room, Shenlong's eyes were shining brightly as he thought of the more than 60.000 spirit stones that would be entering his pocket soon. Barely 10 minutes had passed, when Ma Tengfei along with Yin Xing then arrived in the private room. Chapter 111, Fighting Fu Piazi. Monarch of Time. Ma Tengfei and Yin Xing both bowed as they entered the room and respectfully called out, "Senior." Then, with a flattering smile on his face, Ma Tengfei looked at Shenlong and said, "I have come to deliver the payment for Senior's wine." Ma Tengfei then took out a huge amount of spirit stones from his spatial ring and said, "Senior, here are 60.800 spirit stones. From the 32.000 spirit stones that Senior's wine sold for, our treasure pavilion only took a 5% fee, meaning that Senior's profit is a total of 30.400 spirit stones. Since our treasure pavilion also promised Senior to match the cost of the first barrel, the total would be 60.800 spirit stones." Shenlong laughed but didn't bargain over 1,600 spirit stones with Ma Tengfei. After all, the treasure pavilion wasn't exactly wrong to subtract 5% from their own purchase as well. After taking the spirit stones, Shenlong handed the wooden barrel to Ma Tengfei, who smiled as he said, "Senior, if you have anything that our pavilion can help you with, you just have to say the word. Our pavilion would be very happy if we could cooperate with Senior." Shenlong however shook his head as he said, "I am planning to leave the floating cloud sect today." Both Yin Xing and Ma Tengfei sighed dejectedly when they heard this, but they had already expected to be refused. Such a senior would only be a passerby from their floating cloud sect after all, and wouldn't stay here forever. Slashing the air with his right hand, Shenlong opened a space tier, and in front of the disbelieving looks of the two alchemists from the treasure pavilion, he entered the space tier and disappeared in front of their eyes. Shenlong then reappeared in a narrow alley about 50 m away from the treasure pavilion's entrance, and after having Little Black scan the area to make sure that there was no one around him, he removed his black robes before he headed back to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. On the way back to the pavilion, Shenlong noticed that the commotion around the Redstone Inn had grown even bigger. Shenlong was certain that all of it was due to the deaths of Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu inside the sect. Without paying any attention to it however, Shenlong returned back to his room. Sitting on his bed, he then started feeding spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine. The vine absorbed the spirit stones that Shenlong fed it like crazy, as it produced more and more pure qi inside the Stone of Time. Shenlong then looked at the corpse of the peak rank 4 silver-winged rock and said, "Little Black, take your time to consume the silver-winged rock's body and enhance your strength too." Little Black nodded his head as he heard this, and without a moment's hesitation, he started to eat the flesh of the silver-winged rock. After all, at the end of the day, Little Black was still a dragon, a king of magic beasts. Magic beasts grew faster the same way that body refiner cultivators did, by eating the magic beast's flesh. Although the heaven-swallowing vine could enhance Little Black's cultivation speed, consuming other magic beasts was still the best way for the black dragon's strength to grow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye when Shenlong opened his eyes. Today was the day that he had promised to challenge Fu Piazi. In just 3 days, Shenlong had already advanced to the middle of rank 4 in Earth grade. Taking a look inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong smiled as he saw the black dragon that had already eaten a third of the silver-winged rock, and was now asleep. Leaving the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Shenlong heard a lot of discussions on his way to the arena, and surprisingly most people were still talking about the death of Lin Wu and Xiao Shitu. "I heard that the sect is investigating to find the culprit of the assassination, but there are still no clues from that night." Xiao Juyan said that the culprit is the person ranked 93rd in the arena, Shenlong. But the sect investigated and found nothing to prove it so far. Whoever killed Xiao Juyan's brother really did a good job covering his tracks. 10 minutes later, Shenlong arrived outside of the arena entrance, only to see a huge crowd that had queued up. Some people from the crowd instantly recognized him as they exclaimed, "He really came! Shenlong is here! Inform Senior Brother Fu. Senior Brother Fu is already waiting for him in the registration counter." The crowd immediately opened a line for Shenlong to walk inside, before they followed after him. Fu Piazi had a sinister smile on his face as he saw Shenlong walking towards him at the registration counter as he said, "I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to come here today." Shenlong swept his eyes at Fu Piazi before handing his sect jade to the woman at the registration counter as he said, "I want to challenge the person ranked 17th in the rankings, Fu Piazi." Although the crowd was expecting these words, everyone still burst with excitement when they heard them while Fu Piazi's eyes had a dark look in them. Although he was confident that he could defeat Shenlong, this challenge was still a slap in his face. The woman at the registration counter accepted Shenlong's sect jade, and officially issued the challenge, causing Fu Piazi's sect jade to start glowing. Fu Piazi then looked at Shenlong and laughed as he said, "This is good as well. It's time for you to understand the difference between the top 100 and the top 20. Then, under the eyes of the crowd around them, Fu Piazi and Shenlong both walked towards the center of the arena. Taking out two short daggers from his spatial ring, Fu Piazi looked at Shenlong and said in a derisive voice, "Did you really think that you are able to fight against me just because you beat Xiao Juyan? Or is it because you traded blows with Rengui once and now you think that you are on his level already? Let today's fight serve as a lesson for you then." As he finished speaking, Fu Piazi immediately unleashed his middle rank 9 Earth grade aura, and after infusing his chi in the two short daggers in his hands, he sent them flying towards Shenlong. Chapter 112, Dao. Monarch of Time. Fu Piazi threw his daggers in the air. What is he doing? Is he giving up the fight? When another disciple heard the confused disciples around him, he laughed as he said, "Just watch. This is how Senior Brother Fu fights." Seeing the two daggers that were flying at him, Shenlong's eyes immediately turned golden as he activated the Monarch's Hourglass, and unleashed his aura at the middle of rank 4 Earth grade. His golden eyes shone as he moved to the side and easily dodged the two daggers that flew past him, causing Fu Piazi to smirk. Shenlong had barely regained his footing, when his golden eyes once again lit up as he saw the two daggers changing their course mid-air, aiming to stab his back. The crowd held their breaths as they saw the two daggers flying at Shenlong from his blind spot. Without a moment to think, Shenlong's feet kicked the ground as he moved a few meters backwards, narrowly avoiding the two daggers that plunged themselves into the ground. What? Did I see that correctly? Did Senior Brother Fu's dagger change direction mid-air? How is this possible? Dante tell me that Fu Piazi has already touched upon the Dao of Wind. Senior Brother, what is the Dao of Wind? That disciple, however, didn't respond as he stared in shock at Fu Piazi. Both Shenlong and Fu Piazi were also shocked by each other for two different reasons. Fu Piazi was certain that Shenlong didn't know about his ability to manipulate his flying daggers mid-air, or he would have avoided them much earlier. Shenlong, however, was just as shocked when he understood what Fu Piazi was doing. He is simply at the middle of rank 9 in Earth grade and has already touched upon the Dao of Wind. Normally, cultivators below the Heaven grade couldn't control the chi outside of their bodies to fly, or use long-range chi attacks without the help of martial skills. However, when cultivators reached the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, they could start comprehending a Dao that they had an affinity with. The Dao that a cultivator comprehended would then become the most important part of their strength. This was the main reason why no Earth grade cultivators could ever compete with Heaven grade experts. After all, Heaven grade experts had already comprehended the initial stages of their Dao, while people like Fu Piazi had just touched upon the most basic principles of it. Although Fu Piazi was inwardly astonished when Shenlong dodged his attack, he quickly recomposed himself and smiled sinisterly before he said, "Do you finally understand why I told you that you and I are not on the same level? I am a genius who has already touched upon the Dao of Wind. You have no right to even stand on the same stage with me." As Fu Piazi then finished speaking, his two black daggers started spinning in the air as they once again flew towards Shenlong, at a speed much faster than before. When Shenlong saw the two daggers flying towards him again, he didn't hold back any longer as he activated his Monarch's domain. The two daggers that were powered up by Fu Piazi's Wind Dao were slowed down dramatically as they entered inside the monarch's domain, until they came to a complete halt in midair. Although the difference in cultivation between Shenlong and Fu Piazi was too big to directly affect him with the monarch's domain, Shenlong's power and cultivation base were still more than sufficient to stop the two small daggers in the air. After all, although Shenlong hadn't comprehended a Dao, his affinity with the Dao of Time had already reached a level far beyond Fu Piazi's and his Dao of Wind. Fu Piazi was shocked when he found out that he couldn't move his daggers anymore, no matter what he did. Without a weapon in his hand, he now found himself stuck in a bad position against a body refiner like Shenlong. After all, these two black daggers were Fu Piazi's main way of combat. Even when he lost against much stronger opponents than him in the past, no one had managed to completely stop his daggers like that. When the disciples in the crowd saw Fu Piazi's daggers frozen in midair, they were all stunned by this. What happened? Why did the daggers suddenly stop moving? Did Shenlong do something to senior brother Fu? It wasn't just the disciples in the crowd that were shocked. Even Fu Piazi had started to panic as he looked at Shenlong and asked nervously, "You? What did you do to my daggers?" Even Shenlong hadn't expected that his monarch's domain would completely suppress Fu Piazi's daggers that were powered by his Dao of Wind. Looking at the panicked Fu Piazi, who was now like a toothless tiger, Shenlong quickly arrived in front of him and, gathering all of his strength and qi in his right arm, he sent a full-powered punch at Fu Piazi's chest. After seeing this, Fu Piazi broke out in cold sweat as he barely managed to raise his arms in front of him and defend against Shenlong's attack. However, contrary to what everyone expected, Fu Piazi's defense was as thin as paper in front of Shenlong's powerful punch. Crack! The moment that Shenlong's punch hit him, Fu Piazi felt the bones in his arms along with his chest caving in, as his body violently slammed into the ground. A huge wave of dust swept by, completely covering the result of the fight. Everyone in the arena waited with bated breaths, and as the cloud of dust slowly dispersed, the crowd saw Shenlong standing on his feet, as he stared at the now unconscious Fu Piazi on the ground. Shenlong's sect-identifying jade lit up, as two numbers appeared on it. 17. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers while the same question was in everyone's mind. He beat Fu Piazi with one punch. Chapter 113, Returning to the Mortal World. Monarch of Time. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Shenlong then walked out of the arena, as he headed back towards the mystifying fragrance pavilion. The disciples in the crowd watched Shenlong's back as he left with eyes full of reverence. After all, in the cultivation world only one thing was respected: strength. First, Shenlong had beaten Guanhong to enter the top 1000, and Lei Pong followed right after him. After entering the top 200, Shenlong then challenged Xiao Juyin to enter the top 100, and finally, today he had cemented his position in the top 20 by defeating Fu Piazi. His name quickly spread throughout the sect, as he was now considered someone on par with the other experts in the top 20 rankings. After returning to the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Shenlong paid a waiter for the next 3 months of his room in advance, before once again entering seclusion. For the next 2 days, he cultivated using the heaven-swallowing vine, while Little Black was still sleeping inside the Stone of Time. Although Shenlong's cultivation hadn't broken through to the peak of rank 4 yet, he was certain that he would do it in the next few days. At the same time, in these past 2 days Shenlong had felt Little Black's strength rapidly rising, and finally, on the 3rd day of his seclusion, a powerful aura erupted from Little Black's body inside the Stone of Time as the Black Dragon opened his bright blue eyes. Master. Little Black looked happily at Shenlong, who was still absorbing the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine. Shenlong then opened his eyes as he looked at the Black Dragon, who seemed happy, and asked, "Did you finish your breakthrough?" "Indeed, Master. In terms of magic beast levels, I have reached the middle of rank 4 already. However, my strength right now can easily destroy any spirit realm expert or rank 4 magic beasts." Shenlong smiled, as he then stood up from his bed and said, "Then let's go." As he finished speaking, Shenlong put on his black robes and opened a space tier directly from his room, to a small road 50 meters away from the mystifying fragrance pavilion. "Master, where are we going?" Little Black asked in a voice full of confusion, after seeing Shenlong immediately leaving his room in his black robes. Shenlong smiled as he responded, "To the mortal world." 2 hours later, Shenlong had arrived near the city gates. Although it was deep into the night, the outer disciples serving as the city guards were still patrolling around the gates. After all, the floating cloud sect had a rule, that unless a disciple had reached the late stages of the earth grade, they wouldn't be allowed to leave the city. The only exception to this rule would be if a disciple accepted a sect mission. Shenlong walked close to the city walls, and after making sure that there were no guards in sight, he slashed the air with his left hand, opening a space tier. Without any hesitation, Shenlong entered inside it, as he then appeared at the other side of the city walls. After walking for a couple more hours, he had returned back to that invisible barrier that was dividing the cultivation from the mortal world. The last time that Shenlong had been here was a few months ago when he rode on that rank 3 red-winged condor and had arrived in the sect for the first time. More than half a year had passed since he had left the Skyfortune Kingdom. Shenlong then summoned Little Black from the Stone of Time, and after patting the dragon's head he pointed at the barrier in front of them as he said, "After we go through this barrier, we will be entering the mortal world." Sitting on Little Black's back, Shenlong saw the black dragon grabbing the barrier with his talons and easily ripping it open before he flew inside it. The moment that they entered inside, Shenlong and Little Black saw a sea of clouds in front of them, as they had now returned back to the mortal world. Little Black's flying speed was extremely fast, and in just a few minutes, they had already arrived on the island that the Skyfortune Kingdom was located on. Pointing towards their northeast, Shenlong guided Little Black, and less than an hour later they had arrived above the imperial city of the Skyfortune Kingdom. Looking at the city below them, Shenlong remembered how he had come here just a few months ago to participate in the sect selection test. Shenlong and Little Black however didn't stop at the imperial city, and 10 minutes later, they had arrived outside of the Blue Forest City. Looking at the familiar city in the distance, Shenlong petted Little Black's head as they flew above the city walls. The guards in the city gates were terrified as they saw the black dragon flying above their heads as they immediately sounded the alarm. Shenlong and Little Black completely ignored the terrified city guards, as they flew straight to the Shun estate. Less than a minute later, the guards outside the Shun estate were vigilantly holding their spears as they were keeping watch outside the estate, when they saw Little Black coming from the distance. The two guards almost pissed themselves from fright as they hurriedly ran back inside the estate and locked the gates. The entire Shun estate soon entered a state of unrest, as people saw a dragon hovering in the air above them. Even Shun Fang and Shunan had arrived at the scene and looked at Little Black in terror. Little Black then descended in the Shun estate, and as Shenlong removed his black robes, people finally saw the young man on his back. Shunan was the first to recognize him as she unconsciously took a step forward, while the look in her eyes changed from the initial terror to incredulity and then to joy as she said, "Elongyar." Chapter 114, The City Lord's Visit. Monarch of Time. Elongyar. Both Shun Fang and Shunan were looking at Shenlong's face with shock in their eyes. They couldn't understand how he had changed so much in just a few months' time. Shenlong smiled as he got off Little Black's back, while both Shun Fang and Shunan felt their eyes misting over, as they rushed to hug their son. "My lord. Madam," the guards shouted when they saw Shun Fang and Shunan approaching closer to the black dragon. After hugging his parents, Shenlong could see the visible confusion in their eyes and said, "Mother, Father, let's speak in my courtyard." Shun Fang and Shunan nodded their heads and dismissed the guards around them before they followed Shenlong as he returned back to his own courtyard. Aside from the few maids that came to clean this place every 2 days, no one else would come here during the past few months of Shenlong's absence. Seeing his parents that were still wary of Little Black, Shenlong patted the dragon's head as he said, "This is Little Black. He is an important companion of mine." "There is no, my lord." Before Shenlong could even finish his words, a guard's shout was heard outside of Shenlong's courtyard as he said anxiously, "My lord? The city lord is here." Shun Fang frowned as he heard the guard, but after a brief moment of hesitation he said, "I will take care of it. Shunan, you can speak with Longer for a while." Shunan had no time to reply when Shenlong said confidently, "Since the city lord is here, he is obviously here for the commotion that Little Black and I caused on our way. In that case, father, let's go meet him together." Shun Fang laughed and patting Shenlong's shoulder he said, "Haha, as expected from my son. Let's go together then." Outside of the Shun estate, the city lord, who was sitting on a white horse, was wearing his silver helmet with the insignia of the Skyfortune Kingdom on it. The city lord of the Blue Forest City was named Zhen Wang, and he was a count of this Sky Fortune Kingdom. As an early rank 9 Earth grade expert, his cultivation was only below Shunfang's in the Blue Forest City. Behind him, a small army of 1,000 experts was gathered as they all waited for Shunfang's appearance. The fact that a dragon had entered the Blue Forest City and landed inside the Shun estate had reached the city lord's ears in no time. After hesitating for a bit, Zhen Wang then called for his 10 squad captains who were all at the early stages of the Earth grade, and with each of them leading 100 late-stage Qi condensation experts, they marched towards the Shun estate. A few minutes later, the gates of the estate opened and Shunlong along with Shunfang then appeared. Zhen Wang first turned his eyes to look at Shunfang, before his eyes then stared at Shunlong, looking at this young man who seemed to be around 16 years old and was walking side by side with the rank 3 bronze grade formation master Shunfang. Zhen Wang suddenly felt an inexplicable apprehension in his heart. However, after seeing the yellow robes that this young man was wearing, the apprehension that he was feeling had suddenly changed to fear as he looked at Shunlong and asked, "This young lord, are you perhaps a member of the Floating Cloud sect?" It wasn't just the pedestrians that were watching this scene who were stunned by these words, but even Zhen Wang's own soldiers took a step back as they heard this. After all, although the status of a city lord was illustrious in the mortal world, even the status of the crown prince of this Sky Fortune Kingdom was below that of an official outer disciple of the sect. In the eyes of the people of this Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Floating Cloud sect was a true behemoth, with countless experts who had already reached the legendary heaven grade. Looking at the pale city lord in front of them, Shunfang chuckled while Shunlong nodded his head as he said, "You are right," before he took out his red sect jade. Zhen Wang then put on an extremely flattering smile on his face, as he said, "Haha, so we were right." Then looking at a squad captain behind him he said, "Shui Ziodan, you were right. Thanks to your watchful eye we can all pay our respects to this expert from the Floating Cloud sect today." Shui Ziodan was the shortest squad captain behind Zhen Wang, who smiled brightly as he answered, "No reason to thank me, my lord, this is my duty." Zhen Wang smiled again, but this time it almost seemed as if he wanted to cry. Looking at Shunlong, he then bowed as he cupped his fists and said, "Young lord, may I ask what your connection with the Shun family is? If the young lord is planning to stay in the Blue Forest City, then I would like to invite you to my city lord estate as an honored guest. I can guarantee you that there will be plenty of beautiful women as well as delicious wine for you, young lord." Shunlong understood that this city lord was trying to establish a connection with him and replied, "That won't be necessary. I plan on staying in the Shun estate for as long as I stay here. You can continue with your matters as if I'm not here." Zhen Wang smiled as he understood that Shunlong was planning to stay in the Shun estate for a while and said, Of course. Just paying our respects to a disciple of the sect is already a good reason for our visit here today." Then, looking at Shunfang, Zhen Wang continued, "Haha, brother Shun, I didn't know that an expert had come to visit you. I hope that brother Shun won't reject me if I visit you to have a drink in the following days then." Without waiting for an answer, Zhen Wang joyfully turned to look at the small army behind him and ordered in a commanding voice, "Let's go back to the city lord estate." After the city lord's army left the Shun estate's entrance, Shunfang and Shunlong returned back to his courtyard. "Long Er." Shunan spoke, seemingly as if she had wanted to ask something, but she eventually held herself back. Looking at his parents that still weren't completely at ease, Shunlong nodded his head as he said, "You will surely have some questions that you want to ask me, especially about my experiences in the Floating Cloud sect or Little Black Rite. In that case, let me start from the beginning." Chapter 115, The Lin Family. Monarch of Time. You will surely have some questions that you want to ask me, especially about my experiences in the Floating Cloud sect or Little Black Rite. In that case, let me start from the beginning. As Shunlong finished his words, both Shunfang and Shunan had turned their eyes on him, watching him as he had started narrating everything that he had experienced after entering the sect. Of course, what Shunlong had decided to say his parents was only a fragment of his real experiences. Aside from explaining to them that he is studying alchemy under some elder, as well as how the sect works, most of his experiences, especially those that included the Stone of Time, were completely omitted. The life that he had narrated was that of a normal outer disciple, but this didn't satisfy his parents as they still had unanswered questions. Looking at his son and then at the 3 meters 10 feet tall black dragon behind him, Shunfang asked, Then, what about this black? I mean, what about little black? Shenlong had already expected his question as he said. During the outer sect exam, I met little black in a place called the Demonic Mountain region. After entering a cave to spend the night, I found him hurt inside, with the corpse of a rank 3 magic beast next to him. Since I have been studying alchemy inside the sect, I could help him heal most of his injuries using some medicinal herbs I had gathered that day, and he has been following me ever since. Because the sect doesn't allow the disciples to have their own magic beasts inside the city, Little Black has been living in a large forest a few tens of miles away from the floating cloud city. Seeing that his parents seemed to have believed this story, Shenlong turned to look at Shunfang as he continued. Father, there is also something important that I need to share with you about the assassination attempt outside the Blue Forest. Both Shunfang and Shunan had serious looks in their eyes when they heard this. The moment that Shenlong finished narrating what he had found out from Xiao Juyan, Shunfang's aura exploded as he said, I will eradicate both the Lin family as well as Xiao Zhengsheng. To think that they were both behind that assassination attack. Shunan held her husband's hand, but her eyes had turned resolute as well. No matter the status of the Lin family or the Xiao Marquis, they both had to pay since they were involved in this. Shenlong looked at his parents who had a determined look in their eyes and said, You don't have to worry about this matter. I will personally go and take care of this today. Looking at Shenlong, Shunfang nodded his head as he said, That's good as well. However, you have to be careful of Xiao Zhengsheng. Not only is he also at the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, but his Marquis estate has many powerful formations from many bronze rank 3 formation masters as well. Shenlong smiled as he nodded his head, and climbing on Little Black's back he said, Don't worry father. Even if they had experts at the heaven grade, they still wouldn't be able to escape today. Shunfang and Shunan were shocked by their son's words, as they then started to guess how strong this black dragon had to be for their son to have so much confidence in him. Little Black flapped his majestic black wings, and quickly disappeared from the Blue Forest City. Both Shunfang and Shunan were shocked by the black dragon's speed, and Shunfang then mumbled, I am afraid that this dragon is at least at the middle grade of rank 3. Perhaps, he has even reached the peak grade. Shunan was astonished by these words, but a feeling of safety also bloomed in her heart as she watched the direction that the black dragon and her son had disappeared to. A few minutes later, Shenlong had already arrived above a small city that was around 100 miles away from the imperial city. This city has been under the jurisdiction of the Lin family for many years, and people had even started calling it the Lin City. Although the city seemed to be relatively poor and most of the houses were in bad condition, the mansion at the heart of the city was the exact opposite. From the outside, one would see a luxurious mansion that didn't seem to be much lacking even when it was compared with the Shun estate. Master, that must definitely be the Lin mansion. I can sense a few middle-stage Earth-grade cultivators hidden inside. Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black and with a vicious smile on his face he said, It's good that they are all here. Little Black then flew above the Lin mansion as he first destroyed the mansion's gates, alerting everyone inside it. Enemy attack. Activate the defensive formations. The experts of the Lin family immediately shouted as they rushed outside to see the enemy while a small layer of white light covered the mansion. However, the moment that they saw the black dragon in the sky and felt his horrifying aura, their eyes were instantly filled with terror. Little Black snorted after seeing the white light that covered the Lin mansion, and with a flap of his wings, he created a violent gust of wind that instantly destroyed the light barrier. Lin Xing then also appeared, and looking at Shenlong on Little Black's back he asked after noticing his sect robes. This young master? May I ask the reason that you attacked my Lin family? After a moment of hesitation he continued. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding and young master was just passing through. Although Lin Shang had failed to recognize Shenlong, he could now see the mocking smile on his face and knew that things weren't looking good for his Lin family. Finally, gritting his teeth he said, Actually, my Lin family has a very good relationship with the Xiao Marquis. Since this young master is a member of the Floating Cloud sect, then I am certain that you must have heard about young master Xiao Juyan. My daughter Lin Wu is also a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, and Shenlong then cut him off as he waved his hand and said in an apathetic voice, Your daughter is already dead. The elders around Lin Shang were furious and didn't hold themselves back any longer as they shouted, Insolence! You brat! How dare you! Our young lady just left a few months ago, how could she just die? Lin Shang's eyes had turned red when he heard this, and he shouted with no hints of politeness any longer. Impossible? Wu Er is a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, she can't die. Who are you, kid? Shenlong smiled as he said. Not only is your daughter dead, but all of you will follow her as well today. The moment that your assassination attempt failed, your Lin family was doomed to disappear. Chapter 116, Destruction of the Lin Family. Monarch of Time. Not only is your daughter dead, but all of you will follow her as well. The moment that your assassination attempt failed, your Lin family was doomed to disappear. Lin Shang's eyes suddenly widened and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind as he asked in a voice filled with disbelief. Why you? You are Shenlong. Shenlong smirked as he heard this, and looking at the horrified Lin family patriarch he said. You finally realized it. But then again, how many people would be worthy for you, the patriarch of the Lin family, to personally go to the Xiao Marquis estate and plan an assassination attempt? Lin Shang's face suddenly turned ashen as he heard this, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Shenlong, you have no proof for what you are saying. This is slander against my Lin family. The Floating Cloud sect won't let you go if you dare to do anything to us. Shenlong stared at him mockingly as he asked, the Floating Cloud sect? Do you think that the sect cares about your Lin family? Let alone the fact that countless outer disciples have already heard Xiao Juyan admitting that you colluded with his father, the Xiao Marquis, and planned to assassinate me. Even if that wasn't true, do you think that the sect would pit itself against its own disciples, for a random family that the disciple had enmity with? Lin Shang's face had turned completely white by now, as his heart was gripped by despair watching Shenlong riding on the black dragon in the sky. The dragon's aura was so powerful, that even Lin Shang, who was already a peak rank 6 Earth grade expert, couldn't muster the slightest bit of courage in front of him. Lin Shang then started laughing maniacally as he said, ha ha ha, even if you kill my entire Lin family, my wooer will definitely take revenge for me. Young Master Shito will also not let things go like that. No matter what, there is no way for you to harm my daughter inside the Floating Cloud sect, especially when she is under the protection of young Master Shito. Unless you turn to leave right now, your family will also face the same fate in the future. Lin Shang seemed to have found absolute confidence in his words as he fearlessly looked at Shenlong. Shenlong's eyes chilled as he heard this, and shaking his head he said, Don't worry, I won't completely destroy your family, but you would probably wish that I had. As for taking revenge, you can personally ask Xiao Shito and your daughter later. As Shenlong finished his words, he jumped down from Little Black's back, as he landed in the midst of the Lin family experts. The Earth grade experts of the Lin family couldn't believe their luck as Lin Shang shouted, Quickly, capture this brat? Then we will definitely control the dragon as well. The elders of the Lin family then all moved to attack Shenlong at the same time. Seeing that he was surrounded by all fronts, Shenlong smirked as he activated the Monarch's domain. The Monarch's domain was suited perfectly for group battles like this after all. The 8 elders of the Lin family, including their peak rank 6 patriarch, were completely frozen in time the moment the indistinct figure of an hourglass swept over their bodies. Turning his head to look at Little Black in the sky, Shenlong then said, If there are any other Earth grade experts hiding inside the mansion, kill them all. Little Black nodded his head as his soul sense covered the Lin mansion, making sure that there was no one else hiding inside. Shenlong's eyes didn't show the slightest iota of pity looking at the Lin family elders around him, as his hands reaped their lives one by one. Less than 10 breaths of time had passed since the fight begun, and aside from their patriarch that still seemed to be frozen, the Lin family members saw their elders' heads exploding one by one. Both the Lin family members, as well as the servants, were all terrified, as they hurriedly abandoned the mansion and ran towards the Lin city. Very quickly, aside from Shenlong, Little Black, and the still frozen Lin Shang, the Lin mansion was now completely devoid of life. Without any suspense, Shenlong's punch completely crushed Lin Shang's skull, as blood and brain matter splattered on the ground. The Lin family patriarch had died like that. Without taking a look at Lin Shang's corpse, Shenlong climbed on Little Black's back, and pointing at the Lin mansion he said, Little Black, burn it down. Little Black then opened his mouth, as he spat a ball of black flames towards the mansion. The citizens inside the city all saw the black dragon in the sky who spat out a black fireball towards the Lin mansion, completely engulfing it in black flames. Seeing the luxurious Lin mansion getting destroyed, instead of being afraid, the people of the Lin city all rejoiced. Ha ha ha, I am certain that those tyrants had finally offended someone that they couldn't afford to. This is divine retribution. God must have finally sent someone to eradicate them. It seemed like the Lin family wasn't very well liked inside their own city. Now, having lost all of their Earth-grade elders, as well as their own patriarch, the lives of the rest of the Lin family members will definitely be much harder from today. Looking at the destroyed Lin family mansion in front of him, Shenlong patted Little Black's back as he said, "Let's go to the Imperial City." The black dragon then flapped his wings as he instantly disappeared from the Lin city. Less than 10 minutes had passed since Shenlong and Little Black had left the Lin city, when the guards of the Imperial City sounded the alarm, as they saw a black dragon flying at breakneck speed towards the southwest part of the city. Chapter 117, The Xiao Marquis. Monarch of Time. The Xiao Marquis estate was situated in the southwest of the Imperial City. It was a huge estate that had more than 1,000 servants and 5,000 guards. The Xiao Marquis, Xiao Zhengsheng, was completely different from Lin Shang. He was a real noble of the Sky Fortune Kingdom who had good relations even with the king himself. Like most other nobles of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Xiao Marquis also had a small personal army, which actually wasn't inferior to even Zhen Wang's own army. The moment that the guards of the estate saw the black dragon flying above their heads, they shouted, "Quickly, activate the formations! Activate the defensive formations!" The moment that the commands were sounded, layer after layer of white barriers immediately covered the Marquis estate. The Lin family mansion only had one layer of protection, while the Marquis estate had more than 5. This was the difference between the Xiao and the Lin families. Roar! Little Black opened his mouth and roared after seeing the barriers of light that covered the Marquis estate. Pop! 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 5 small popping sounds were heard, as the barriers that had been created by rank 3 bronze-grade formation masters were instantly destroyed. The guards looked at the dragon in the air terrified, unable to find even the slightest bit of courage to oppose him. Shenlong looked at the guards that were already trembling from fear and asked, "Where is Xiao Zhengsheng?" The head guard didn't seem to have any loyalty towards his lord as he was the first one to respond to Shenlong's question saying, "The Marquis is inside the Imperial Palace. He was summoned by His Majesty the King earlier." Little Black used his soul sense to scan the Marquis estate and confirmed that the strongest person was this head guard who was at the early rank 8 in Earth grade. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man and his dragon immediately flew towards the Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, in a huge hall, Xiao Zhengsheng was drinking wine and chatting with the king as if they were old friends. The king, Dong Weifang, seemed to be a man in his early 60s, and although his hair had turned white, his eyes still hadn't lost their luster, as he looked at Xiao Zhengsheng in front of him and said, "Zhenshen, I heard that your son will be entering inside a secret realm with the Floating Cloud sect. Now that both of your sons have entered the sect, it's only a matter of time before your family rises to prominence. I am actually planning to confer you the title of Duke. What do you think?" Xiao Zhengsheng was nearly 190 cm, 6.2 feet, tall, and his face was almost identical to his son Xiao Juyan's. Although he was an expert at the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade, Xiao Zhengsheng was actually still in his early 40s. Hearing the king's, Dong Weifang's words, Xiao Zhengsheng smiled as he said, "That won't be necessary, Your Majesty. After all, once Juyan reaches the heaven grade, a single Sky Fortune Kingdom will be very small to keep us here." Dong Weifang's eyes twitched when he heard this, but he soon nodded his head and said, "Of course. Since your eldest son is such an exceptional genius, then it's only a matter of time before he reaches the heaven grade. Actually, my second D. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The doors of the hall immediately swung open, when 2 guards barged inside, only to see a furious look in Dong Weifang's face. The 2 guards immediately knelt down as they heard Dong Weifang's angry voice. "You better have a good explanation for barging in here." The guards both nodded their heads repeatedly, and looking at Xiao Zhengsheng they said, "Your Majesty, we have received word that the Xiao Marquis estate was attacked just now and the attacker is now heading towards the palace." What? Both Dong Weifang as well as Xiao Zhengsheng had incredulous looks on their faces as they heard this. To attack the Xiao Marquis estate, even an expert at the peak of rank 9 Earth grade wouldn't be able to break through the layers of defensive formations inside. Xiao Zhengsheng looked at the guards as he asked, "Just who?" Bang! Xiao Zhengsheng didn't even have time to complete his words before the roof of the hall was suddenly destroyed. Activate the defensive formations. Protect the king. The voices of the guards sounded as layers after layers of white light covered the entire palace, while an army of soldiers rushed inside the hall to protect Dong Weifang. Behind Dong Weifang, two black-clothed men had also appeared from the shadows, and surprisingly, their auras were just as strong as Xiao Zhenshen's, at the peak of rank 9 in Earth grade. Looking at the black dragon in the sky, everyone in the hall, including the king and the Xiao Marquis, were shocked. Shenlong smiled as he stared at the more than 500 people that had already gathered inside the hall, while his eyes immediately focused on the Xiao Marquis as he asked, Xiao Zhengsheng, are you ready to die? Looking at Shenlong's outer disciple robes, Xiao Zhengsheng had a serious look on his face as he asked, who are you? I don't recall meeting you before. A palace guard was about to speak, but Dong Weifang raised his hand indicating for them to not act rashly. Just based on the fact that Shenlong was an outer disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, unless necessary, the king wasn't willing to clash with him. Hearing Xiao Zhenshen's question, Shenlong laughed as he said, you are right. I have never met you before either. Then, everyone was stunned by Shenlong's reply, until they then heard the latter part of his answer. And yet, even though you had never met me, you still decided to assist Lin Shang in his assassination attempt against me. Now tell me, do you have any last words? Chapter 118, Xiao Zhenshen's Death. Monarch of Time. And yet, even though you had never met me, you still decided to assist Lin Shang in his assassination attempt against me. Now tell me, do you have any last words? Ignoring everyone else's shock, Xiao Zhenshen's eyes widened as he asked in a surprised tone, Lin Shang, you are Shen Feng's son. Nodding his head, Shenlong then said, at least you didn't deny it. Clicking his tongue, the Xiao Marquis replied, Tisk. Did that idiot Lin Shang tell you everything? Even then, since you are a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, you should understand the consequences of threatening me. My son Juyan is someone who is ranked in the top 100 in the Floating Cloud sect. Don't tell me that you are not afraid of his revenge? Perhaps it's because you have just entered the sect, that you don't understand how terrifying the people ranked in the top 100 really are. Looking at the arrogant and unafraid look in Xiao Zhenshen's eyes, Shenlong laughed as he said, the top 100? Your son is no longer part of the top 100. Xiao Zhenshen's arrogant look suddenly turned angry as he looked at Shenlong on Little Black's back and said, Brat, stop spouting obvious lies like that? Do you think I'd believe you? Shaking his head, Shenlong said, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. I didn't come here to chat with you anyway. As for that so-called revenge of your son, you don't have to worry about it. The moment that Shenlong finished speaking, Little Black's aura erupted like a volcano as it suppressed everyone inside the palace hall. No one inside the hall, from the palace guards to the peak rank 9 Earth grade experts, and even the king himself, could stand straight in the face of this suppressive aura. Xiao Zhengsheng instantly lost his courage as he felt the blood in his body getting frozen in fear. Originally, Xiao Zhengsheng had felt that no matter what kind of variant magic beast Shenlong was riding on, he would at most have to hide behind the palace formations to protect himself. But now, after sending Little Black's immense aura, he finally felt terror as he understood that his life was really in danger. Looking at Shenlong, he then said in a pleading voice, no wait, I only allowed my personal guards to spread some rumors. I had nothing to do with your assassination attempt. It was all Lin Shang and his whore daughter who planned it. You can't kill me for this. Even Dong Weifang wanted to slap the Xiao Marquis after hearing these idiotic words, before he turned his eyes to look at Shenlong, and with a smile completely unbefitting of a king he said, Young Master Shenlong, I have met with your father many times in the past. Of course, if you want to settle your personal issues with Xiao Zhengsheng, then I will definitely not interfere. Shenlong nodded his head at Dong Weifang, before turning his attention to look at Xiao Zhengsheng as he said, without your Marquis estate's intervention, how could the Lin family ever get the chance to attack me? You and your youngest son really are father and son after all. Without wasting any more words, Shenlong patted Little Black's back, who ripped through the palace's defensive formations in an instant, as his talons pierced through the body of the terrified Xiao Zhengsheng. Xiao Zhengsheng screamed in pain, as a huge hole could now be seen on his chest. Turning his head around with a lot of difficulty, He stared at Shenlong and Little Black with eyes full of hatred, before his body finally collapsed on the ground. Everyone in the palace hall felt a sudden chill as they looked at the lifeless corpse of the Xiao Marquis. Shenlong didn't waste any more time in the imperial city however, as he and Little Black left the palace to return back to the Blue Forest City. The palace guards watched the young man on the black dragon's back disappearing in the distance, before everyone's eyes turned towards the king. Dong Weifang seemed to have fallen into deep thought, until one of the black-clothed men woke him up as he asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Dong Weifang started laughing all of a sudden, as he nodded his head and said, "All right, I'm more than all right. Quickly, spread my word throughout the kingdom. The rank 3 bronze grade formation master Shun Feng is to be conferred the title of Duke. His fiefdom will encompass not only the Blue Forest City and the Blue Forest itself, but he will also be given the entire western side of the imperial city for his governing." The black-clothed man was shocked for a few seconds before he nodded his head and disappeared into the shadows. Being conferred the title of Duke, as well as being given control of 1/4 of the imperial city showed how much importance the king had placed in this matter. Meanwhile, a few minutes later after Dong Weifang issued his royal command, Shenlong had returned back to the Blue Forest City. This time, the guards on the city walls didn't panic or sound the alarm, but instead bowed and greeted respectfully, as they watched the young man and the black dragon flying inside the city. Shun Fang and Shunan were waiting at the main hall of the Shun estate. As soon as they heard that Shenlong had returned, they anxiously rushed out of the hall. Shenlong smiled after seeing the worry of his parents' faces disappearing, and looking at Shun Fang he said, "Father, I plan to enter seclusion for a few days and create some pills for you and mother, so you can both break through into the next grade. It will probably take me around 10 days to finish the refinement." Both Shunan and Shun Fang were astonished when they heard Shenlong's words. Shunan then looked at Shenlong as she asked joyfully, "Long Er, how long will you stay home?" Chapter 119, Refining the Green Nectar Fruits. Monarch of Time. "Long Er, how long will you stay home?" Smilingly Shenlong answered, "If nothing unexpected happens, then for a bit more than 2 months." Both Shun Fang and Shunan also beamed happily when they heard this, as they turned to look at each other. Shenlong then decided to ask Shun Fang for another rank 3 bronze grade cauldron. Although Shun Fang didn't understand the reason, he still ordered the guards to bring an alchemy cauldron to Shenlong's room. Shun Fang was actually shocked when he had heard Shenlong say that he was planning to create pills that could help him enter the heaven grade. Since Shun Fang was already a peak rank 9 earth grade expert, to refine pills that would be able to assist him in his breakthrough, Shenlong would need to be at least a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, if not a silver grade 1. After Shun Fang and Shunan left his courtyard, Shenlong entered his old room, ready to start his pill refining. Seeing that his room was exactly the same as it was before he had left for the sect, Shenlong felt a warm feeling in his heart as he sat cross-legged on top of his bed. 3 days quickly passed as Shenlong had continuously used his qi to grow his medicinal herbs inside the Stone of Time. In those 3 days, the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom had 2 major news that were spread throughout every household of the kingdom. The first was the death of the Xiao Marquis, Xiao Zhengsheng. It was rumored that a young man on a black dragon had come from the Floating Cloud sect to take revenge against the Marquis. The young man first attacked the Xiao Marquis estate, before he charged inside the imperial palace. In the end, even the king had decided to abandon the Marquis, and the black dragon took his life. The second was the imperial edict of the king. The king, Dong Weifang V, had decided to confer the title of Duke to the rank 3 bronze grade formation master, Shun Fang. Aside from the noble title, the formation master would also gain complete control over the Blue Forest City, as well as the entire western side of the imperial capital. These 2 shocking news had already traveled to every household of the Sky Fortune Kingdom in the past 3 days. 2 more days passed since then, and Shenlong had already filled 3 wooden barrels with his wine. He had also refined 4 pill furnaces of the green nectar fruits that he had purchased in the Treasure Pavilion's auction. After a week, Shenlong finally left his room, and was greeted by an energetic little black. Shenlong walked to the main hall of the Shun estate, only to find his father looking through a big stack of papers. Shun Fang didn't even notice Shenlong entering the main hall as he seemed to be completely engrossed in what he was reading. Shenlong then took out a wooden barrel of wine from the Stone of Time and removed its top. The moment that the aroma of the wine spread through the main hall, Shen Feng immediately put down the papers as he looked towards his son with shock, before his eyes got glued on the wooden barrel next to him. Sealing the barrel with its top again, Shenlong took out Xiao Juyan's spatial ring from his pocket and said, "Father, I'm sure that you have probably heard about this item already. This is a spatial ring." Shen Feng of course knew about spatial rings, but he had never seen one before. Shenlong smiled as he handed the spatial ring over to the dumbfounded Shen Feng and said, "I won this ring during a bet in the sect, and since I already have another one, this is useless to me." Shen Feng was feeling emotional as he saw Shenlong handing the spatial ring to him. To a bronze rank 3 formation master, there was no better gift than this. Studying the principles of a spatial ring could allow Shen Feng to step into the realm of silver grade formation masters. Turning his head to look at Shenlong, Shen Feng started laughing as he patted his son's shoulders and said, "Ha ha ha, I knew that I didn't raise you for nothing for so many years. Well, if you insist, then your old man won't be polite." Shen Feng immediately grabbed the spatial ring from Shenlong's hand and stared at it with sparkling eyes, like a kid that had just found a rare treasure. Shenlong was speechless. This was the first time that he had seen his father's shameless side, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a good while. Smiling wryly, Shenlong then looked at Shen Feng as he said, "Father, inside the spatial ring, aside from the wooden barrel of wine, there are also 2 bottles of pills for you and mother. You should first have mother drink a small cup of the wine, before she then consumes the low-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills that are inside the blue bottle. These pills are created from the rank 2 green nectar fruits, and even though they are just low-grade pills, they can easily help a peak rank 3 earth-grade cultivator reach the early rank 4. Originally, I wanted to give mother a few top-grade pills as well, but since she is only at the peak of rank 9 in Qi condensation, her body wouldn't be able to handle the pill's effects." Shen Feng nodded his head as he heard Shenlong's words. Indeed, a pill that was too potent could actually bring disaster instead, if the person who consumed it was unable to refine its energy. By my estimations, with these pills, mother will reach the peak of rank 1 in earth grade without a problem. The effects of these low-grade rank 2 pills had left Shen Feng completely stunned. Shenlong then pointed at the spatial ring in Shen Feng's hands as he continued, "The rest of the wine in there is for you, father. Aside from the wine, there is a bottle that is filled with top-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills. Although the pills by themselves won't be enough to help you reach the heaven grade, when paired with the wine, they will boost father's chances of success by more than 80%. After hearing everything what Shenlong had prepared for them, Shen Feng couldn't help but feel touched again. Looking at the emotional Shen Feng, Shenlong continued, "Father, I am planning to go in seclusion for the next 2 months. When these 2 months are over, I will have to return back to the Floating Cloud sect. If you and mother want to, I can bring you with me in the cultivation world." Chapter 120, Entering the Late Stages of the Earth Grade. Monarch of Time. "If you and mother want to, I can bring you with me in the cultivation world." Shen Feng was stumped when he heard this. Then, with a big grin on his face, he replied, "No need. Me and your mother are happy here in the Blue Forest City. The struggles inside the cultivation world would mean that there is little to no peace for us there. Living in the Blue Forest City where everything is peaceful is much better." Then, with a proud look on his face, Shen Feng continued, "You can just come here whenever you miss home. After all, thanks to you, your father is now a duke in the Sky Fortune Kingdom." Shenlong looked at Shen Feng in shock before he realized what had happened. To forge a better relationship with him, the king had probably given his father the title of duke. Shen Feng grinned as he looked at Shenlong before he said, "I will find your mother and enter seclusion along with her as well. You shouldn't worry about us and focus on your own cultivation." Shenlong then watched as Shen Feng left the main hall to return back to his room. Smiling, Shenlong also returned back to his own room as well. Since he had handed the pills and the wine to his parents, it was time to increase his own strength. There were at most 2 months left until he had to return back to the sect. After entering his room, Shenlong looked at the more than 60,000 spirit stones inside the Stone of Time, before he turned his attention to the heaven-swallowing vine. After feeding the spirit stones to the vine, Shenlong once again felt the pure qi that the vine was emitting, and without hesitation, he started to absorb all of it. Time passed like this while Shenlong was in seclusion. 3 days later, Shunan had successfully broken through to the Earth grade. At this point, Shenlong's cultivation had also reached the peak of rank 4 of the Earth grade as well. Half a month later, a swirling vortex had appeared above Shun Fang's and Shun An's room as it sucked the chi of heaven and earth around the Shun estate. Shunan looked at her husband as tears of joy continuously flowed down her face. Shun Fang had been stuck at the peak of the Earth grade for almost 10 years now. Even in the floating cloud sect, he could probably be considered a genius of the same caliber as Xiao Juyan. The reason that he hadn't broken through to the heaven grade for so many years was because the chi in the mortal world was just too thin. And yet, with Shun Long's wine and the bottle of top-grade rank 2 minor advancement pills, Shun Fang had finally broken through to the early rank 1 in heaven grade. Shun Fang's body was now covered with a layer of a silver-colored liquid. This silver liquid seemed as if it was actually a part of Shun Fang's body. This was the Dao of metal that Shun Fang had comprehended as he entered the heaven grade. Shun Long, however, was still in seclusion as his strength continued to soar. The more his cultivation was advancing, the more spirit stones the heaven-swallowing vine needed to absorb, to keep up with Shun Long's cultivation demands. Early rank 5 Earth grade. Middle rank 5. Peak of rank 5. Early rank 6. Time quickly passed and soon, the 2 months period was almost over, while Shun Long had already reached the peak of rank 6 in Earth grade. There were still a little more than 4 days until he returned back to the floating cloud sect. As Shun Long had expected, during these 2 months of cultivation, he hadn't received any arena challenges. His guess was that just like him, everyone else in the top 50 in the arena rankings would also enter seclusion to advance their cultivation, in preparation for the opening of the Vermilion Realm. Since he had reached the peak of rank 6, Shun Long understood that he had now also reached the bottleneck that divided the middle stages of the Earth grade with the late stages. Shun Long then took out the top grade rank 2 minor advancement pills. These pills were like an improved version of the chi barrier breaking pills that Shun Long had refined in the past. They could only be consumed once by each person, and allow them to break through a bottleneck and advance to the next stage. After consuming the minor advancement pills, Shun Long gathered all of his chi as he tried to create his 55th chi ball. Even with the help from the top-grade pills, Shun Long still found it hard to succeed in the creation of the 55th chi ball. 2 days later, beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead as a loud popping sound that resounded inside the room came from his body. As the 55th ball of chi entered the monarch's hourglass, Shun Long finally reached the early rank 7 in Earth grade. There were now less than 2 days left before the time period of 75 days came to its end. Leaving his room, Shun Long saw Little Black lying on the ground, as he devoured the flesh of a rank 2 magic beast. Since the Blue Forest was so close to the city, Little Black would go and hunt rank 2 magic beasts every few days. Seeing Shun Long coming out from his room, Little Black was about to greet him excitedly when his words were stuck in his throat. Since Shun Long wasn't hiding his cultivation from him, the moment that Little Black noticed his aura of an early rank 7 Earth grade cultivator, he was left tongue-tied. Ma Master. Although the Black Dragon had been with Shun Long for a long time, he still couldn't fathom how he could have advanced so much in these 2 months of secluded cultivation. Little Black had originally believed that even if Shun Long advanced quickly during the late stages of the chi condensation, and even the early stages of the Earth grade, his speed would definitely fall down dramatically as he entered the middle and late stages of the Earth grade. Shun Long smiled when he saw the speechless Black Dragon and said, "Let's go and see my parents before we return back to the section." Chapter 121, The Top 100. Monarch of Time. Let's go and see my parents before we return back to the section. After entering the main hall, Shun Long saw Shun Fang and Shunan sitting next to each other as they were chatting and laughing. When they heard the doors of the main hall opening, they both turned to look at the person who had arrived. Seeing Shun Long entering the hall, Shunan and Shun Fang stood up as they approached him happily. Shunan then hugged him as she said, "Long Er, thanks to your miraculous pills, your mother has already reached the peak of rank 1 in Earth grade." Shun Long smiled as he heard this, and looked at Shun Fang who was showing off by floating in the air in front of him. "What do you think, son? Amazing, right? Your old man is now a heaven grade expert." Shun Long nodded his head as he gave a thumbs up to Shun Fang and said, "Good job, old man." Shun Fang's eyes widened as he heard Shun Long addressing him as old man while Shunan started chuckling. Shun Long looked at his parents and with a smile on his face he said, Dad, Mom, I have to return back to the floating cloud sect. Both Shun Fang and Shunan stopped laughing as they heard this, but Shenlong continued. It may take longer than a year or two until I return home. After all, I don't plan on just staying in the floating cloud sect for the entire time. Shun Fang and Shunan both fell silent when they heard this. They both understood that since Shenlong had said something like that, then it was very likely that it would take years until he returned home. Shunan then took a step forward and hugged Shenlong as she said, "Long er, just be safe." Shun Fang then also stepped forward, and patting Shenlong's shoulder he said, "And don't forget that you have a home to return to if things get tough." Shenlong nodded his head as a warm feeling spread through his heart. After hugging his parents, Shenlong exited the main hall and saw Little Black still waiting for him outside. After riding on top of the dragon's back, Shenlong said, "Let's return back." Little Black then spread his black wings as he flew upwards. Shun Fang and Shunan watched Shenlong riding on Little Black's back as they flew higher, and eventually disappeared in the sky. An hour later, high above the clouds, Shenlong and Little Black had arrived in front of the barrier that divided the two worlds. Without any suspense, Little Black's talons instantly tore the barrier open before they entered inside. Shenlong then sighed as he once again felt the difference of the qi in the air of the cultivation world and the mortal world. After Little Black returned inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong walked for a few hours until he arrived outside of the floating cloud sect. Since Shenlong saw that night had almost fallen by now, he decided to wait for a few more hours before entering the sect. Finally, 2 hours later, Shenlong donned on his black robes, and arriving at the city walls of the floating cloud city. Opening a space tier, he walked into it and returned back inside the sect. The moment that Shenlong came out of the space tier, he heard a voice shouting at him from the distance. "Hey, who are you?" Turning his head around, he saw two outer disciples that were patrolling around near the city walls, now running towards him with two spears in their hands. Shenlong circulated his Monarch's hourglass before activating the Monarch's domain. The two rank 1 Earth-grade guards were instantly frozen, while Shenlong then walked in the direction of the mystifying fragrance pavilion. After he had walked far enough, the guards could finally move again. However, in their own perception, they had never stopped running, so they were stunned to see the black-robed man disappear like he never existed. As the two guards were busy trying to verify whether there truly was someone out there or not, Shenlong had already changed back to his outer disciple robes as he entered inside the mystifying fragrance pavilion. After having a meal on the 3rd floor, he then walked up to the 6th floor and entered his room. Instead of cultivating, this time Shenlong decided to spend the night learning how to control the power of his monarch's eternal body better. Shenlong had already understood that if he could utilize the power of the space tiers properly during his fights, then his fighting prowess would rise even more. Night soon passed, and as the sun started to rise, Shenlong's sect jade then lit up. After taking a look at it, Shenlong saw that this wasn't an arena challenge, but a message that said, 5 hours from now, all outer disciples that are still in the top 100 of the arena rankings are to gather in front of the inner city gates. Shenlong continued to practice his control over the space tiers for the next 3 hours before deciding to stop. Leaving his room, he then walked out of the mystifying fragrance pavilion as he headed towards the inner city gates. 30 minutes later, when he arrived in front of the gates, Shenlong saw a huge crowd that had already gathered here. There were already more than 2,000 disciples here, and the number was still growing. The crowd had formed a half-circle around the inner city gates, while the disciples in the top 100 that had already arrived at the scene were waiting in front of the gates. Just as Shenlong was walking through the crowd, a girl's voice sounded as she screamed loudly before she pointed at a handsome blue-haired young man that had just arrived there. "Look, it's Jin Chuanli." When the crowd heard her, everyone turned towards the man that the girl pointed. Shenlong had also remembered this name, as this person was ranked 4th in the arena rankings. The man seemed to have noticed Shenlong among the crowd as he nodded his head at him. Shenlong was surprised when he saw that this was the same blue-haired man that he had met in the arena the day he fought with Lei Pong. The person ranked 4th in the arena, Jin Chuanli. Both Jin Chuanli and Shenlong found their own places to sit as they waited for the inner city gates to open. More and more disciples in the top 100 had started gathering in front of the inner city gates, when suddenly, the crowd exploded in an uproar. It's Senior Brother Wen. Chapter 122, Secrets of the Vermilion Realm. Monarch of Time. Senior Brother Wen. When Shenlong heard this name, his attention was piqued as he turned to look at the person who had just arrived. As the crowd opened the way, a huge man over 2 meters 6.5 feet tall with a very muscular body appeared. This man seemed to be around 20 years old, with brown hair and a plain-looking face. His eyes, however, were looking at the crowd around him, like a giant that was looking down on ants. This was the outer disciple who was ranked first in the arena rankings, Wen Zihao. Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he said, "Master, this person definitely possesses a unique physique, and it even seems to be one that is suited for close combat." Shenlong nodded his head as he had already heard rumors about Wen Zihao possessing a unique physique, and knew that people who were born with these unique physiques were much stronger than the average cultivators. After Wen Zihao arrived, a few other people shortly followed suit, and soon, everyone from the top 100 rankings had appeared in front of the inner city gates. An incense stick of time later, the enormous gates opened, and the sect master along with many elders and inner disciples appeared from the inner city. Shenlong was surprised to see Lu Mei and a white-haired man walking behind Lu Jian. Although this man's hair was white, it was obvious that it wasn't due to aging, as he barely looked a day above 30. His handsome face that greatly resembled Lu Jian's instantly allowed Shenlong to guess his identity. Indeed, this was the #1 genius of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Changpan. The moment that people saw the sect master arriving, all the discussions died down and silence permeated the scene. There was a serious atmosphere in the air, as Lu Jian's eyes scanned the disciples in front of him. After confirming that everyone had already arrived, Lu Jian nodded his head as he said in a loud voice, "I will not waste much time speaking since you all know the reason you are here. It's because you are at the top 100 of all the outer disciples in the sect. Today, by standing here in front of me, you have earned a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for yourselves to enter the Vermilion Realm." As Lu Jian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 10 rank 3 red-winged condors appeared from the sky as they all landed in front of him. Lu Jian then turned his head to look at the inner disciples and elders behind him as he said in a commanding voice, "Get on." The 200 inner disciples and elders behind him immediately mounted the rank 3 red-winged condors without a question. The sect master then looked at the 100 outer disciples in front of him as he continued, "Where there is fortune, danger also lies. The Vermilion Realm isn't a place for vacation. There are boundless fortuitous opportunities for you all, but death also lies in every corner. If you are not afraid to lose your life, then you can also sit on the condors." As soon as Lu Jian's words ended, Wen Zihao was the first one to jump on a condor's back. Shenlong also didn't need to think about it as he too climbed on one of the condors. In the end, there wasn't a single outer disciple that was scared off by Lu Jian's words. Seeing that none of the disciples had hesitated, Lu Jian nodded his head as he said, "Good. Since no one of you is scared, then let's go." After he gave the command, all of the red-winged condors flew up in the sky in a straight line, as they quickly left the sect. The crowd that was still in front of the inner city gates was shocked by how brief the sect master's appearance was. Lu Jian, who was sitting on the forefront condor's head, looked at the restless disciples and elders and said, "There is no reason for you all to be anxious. We still need 10 days until we arrive at the Lightning Wasteland. The Vermilion Realm will also open in half a month from now, so there is still plenty of time." An outer disciple named Yu Huan, who was ranked 98th in the arena rankings, looked at Lu Jian and asked stutteringly, "Sect M Master? Will you also enter the Vermilion Realm with us?" It wasn't just Yu Huan who had this question in his mind but many other disciples as well. Lu Jian looked at everyone around him and shook his head as he said, "The Vermilion Realm is a very special secret realm. Only cultivators at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade and below can enter inside. If anyone above that level tries to enter, they will face punishment from the secret realm itself." An elder at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade looked at Yu Huan then mockingly as he said, "If everyone could enter inside without restrictions, considering that the sect only has 300 spots, do you really think that it would be your turn to enter now?" Yu Huan lowered his head in shame after getting berated by this elder, while Lu Jian's voice sounded once again, "Although what Elder Chu said may sound harsh, it is the truth. The treasures inside the Vermilion Realm are coveted even by experts above the spirit realm, let alone earth or heaven grade cultivators like you all. After all, there have been many experts who have managed to break through their limits and ascend to a higher realm, all thanks to a fortuitous opportunity found inside the Vermilion Realm. Just as Lu Jian was explaining how precious the treasure inside the Vermilion Realm really were, Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he said, "Master, this Vermilion Realm may actually be an even bigger opportunity than I originally estimated. If the laws of a secret realm attack cultivators above a certain level, then that can only mean two things. Either the laws of the secret realm cannot contain an existence higher than that level of cultivation, or this is most likely a man-made secret realm created by a Dao King." Chapter 123, Wen Zihao and Kong Sun's Answers. Monarch of Time. A Dao King? Is that the stage above the spirit realm? Little Black nodded his head as he started explaining. Right? I forgot that Master doesn't have any memories regarding the cultivation stages. Above the heaven grade is the spirit realm and above that is the nascent soul stage. Then, above the nascent soul is the Dao King. Master knows that when cultivators enter the heaven grade, they then start comprehending a Dao that they has an affinity with. As the cultivators advance deeper in the heaven grade then, their affinity and control over their Dao becomes stronger and stronger. Shenlong nodded his head as he already knew about this as Little Black continued explaining. After that, comes the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, a cultivator has to strengthen his spirit sense and spiritual strength, all in preparation for the nascent soul stage. When a cultivator enters the nascent soul stage, their spiritual sense then transforms into soul sense and can finally leave their body, much like my soul sense can. Not only that, but a cultivator in the nascent soul stage can even send his soul to possess another body, if his own body has already been killed but his soul has survived. That is why the nascent soul stage is also called the nirvana stage. Because even though this isn't true rebirth, a cultivator can still regain a new chance in life. Little Black then took a moment to stop speaking as he allowed Shenlong to digest all the information about the cultivation stages. After a while, Shenlong sorted out his thoughts and asked, "Then what happens in the Dao King realm?" Little Black then answered seriously, "In the Dao King realm, a cultivator has already attained control over their Dao. In other words, if a heaven-grade expert who has comprehended the Dao of water can bombard the enemy with attacks, a Dao King realm expert can summon a tsunami with a wave of his hand and drown an entire city. This is why Dao King realm experts are also considered kings among cultivators. Powerful Dao King realm experts who reach the end of their lifespans will sometimes opt to open a secret realm and leave behind some of their treasures behind some trials." Shenlong was shocked after hearing Little Black's words, when Lu Jian's voice suddenly brought him back to the present, as he pointed at the white-haired man next to him and introduced him to everyone. "This is my son, as well as the young lord of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Changpan. Since you are all members of my Floating Cloud sect, I expect that all of you will listen to his orders inside the Vermilion Realm." It wasn't just Shenlong's brows who frowned as he heard this, but everyone else in the top 10 of the arena rankings as well. It was obvious that Lu Jian wanted everyone here to become lapdogs for his son inside the secret realm. Lu Changpan then took a step forward, and looking at the outer disciples in the top 100, he introduced himself in a proud voice. "I am your future sect master, Lu Changpan. Although Father has said that he expects you to listen to my orders, in reality, most of you will be dead weight when we enter in the Vermilion Realm." Then, pointing at 3 people he said, "Aside from Wen Zihao, Kong Sun, and Tong Yueying, the rest of you outer disciples can move as you please when we enter inside." Most of the outer disciples had their faces painted with anger after being called dead weight, but the angriest out of everyone was Wen Zihao and one other man who had both stood up. Wen Zihao then looked at Lu Changpan as he asked in a loud voice, "Why do I have to listen to your orders when I enter inside? Do you think that my life belongs to you to order as you please, just because you are the young lord of the sect?" Shenlong also saw the other man that Lu Changpan had pointed at earlier, who was now looking at Wen Zihao and nodding his head at his words. This thin and bald young man, who seemed to be around 25 years old and was a head shorter than Wen Zihao, was Kong Sun, the person ranked second in the arena rankings. Then, turning his head, Shenlong also saw Tong Yueying, a somewhat pretty short-haired young woman who was looking at Lu Changpan with infatuated eyes. Insolence. The same elder Chu that had mocked Ho Yuan before now shouted at Wen Zihao in rage. Displeasure had also filled Lu Jian's face, but Lu Changpan simply smiled as he said, "Today, I, as the future sect master of the sect, have offered you a chance to become my followers in front of everyone here, because I recognize your strength. If you agree, then there will certainly be bouts of good fortune waiting for you in the future. However, don't misunderstand things. It is the sect that has offered you the chance to enter the Vermilion Realm. If you don't agree to become my followers, then you can sit outside as you watch the rest of us enter. Lu Changpun saw that every outer disciple had been shocked by his words, but he didn't seem to mind, as he looked at the top 3 of the arena rankings and waited for their response. Become his followers, or lose their chance to enter the secret realm. Lu Changpun was certain that they knew what the best choice was. The first one to step forward was actually Tong Yueying, who was ranked 3rd in the arena rankings. Looking at Lu Changpun, she smiled coquettishly before she bowed and said, "I hope that the young lord can take good care of Yueying from now on." Lu Changpun laughed as he heard this, while a burning gleam flashed through his eyes as he looked at Tong Yueying's body and said, "Of course. Don't worry, as I will make sure to personally protect you." Tong Yueying had a bright smile on her face, while Lu Changpun then turned his attention to look at Wen Zihao and Kong Sun as he waited for their answers. Shenlong was also curious to see what the two of them would choose, but he was also shocked by the brashness that Lu Changpun showed when he asked the 3 of them to follow him. It was obvious to everyone by now that in Lu Jian's eyes, everyone that wasn't Lu Changpun was expendable. Wen Zihao and Kong Sun were now staring at each other, before they both gave their answers at the same time. "I agree. I refuse." Chapter 124, Arriving in the Lightning Wasteland. Monarch of Time. "I agree. I refuse." These 2 different answers had shocked everyone. Lu Changpun looked pleased as he looked at Wen Zihao, but his face turned stern as he stared at Kong Sun and asked, "Are you certain about your answer?" Kong Sun, however, didn't reply to him as he looked at Wen Zihao with wide eyes and asked instead, "You, the person ranked 1st in the arena rankings, the one who was born with the fighting ape physique, are contented with becoming someone else's dog?" Wen Zihao then looked at him expressionlessly as he answered, "Between following the next sect master and entering the Vermilion Realm, or having to watch as everyone else around me grows stronger, I obviously know which one to choose." Kong Sun looked at him mockingly as he said, "So you are willing to become anyone's dog as long as you get stronger, is that it? I must have been blind to think of you as my rival for the past 3 years. Then, turning his head to look at Lu Changpun, Kong Sun said, "I refuse. I, Kong Sun, am a man who would rather become stronger by myself, than having to place my life under someone else's hands." Lu Changpun nodded his head as he said, "Very well. I admire that you choose to stick to your beliefs. However, since you refuse to follow the sect's orders, I now officially revoke your right to enter the Vermilion Realm." Kong Sun's eyes twitched when he heard this, but he still held his head high, showing that he didn't regret his choice in the least. Shenlong looked at him admiringly as he nodded his head. "Idiot! No cultivator ever grew stronger by saving his pride." Elder Chu's voice then sounded as he mocked Kong Sun. Kong Sun, however, didn't respond to him, and Elder Chu simply closed his eyes as he started cultivating. 10 days soon passed while Shenlong and the rest were flying on top of the red-winged condors, when a boundless barren land appeared in the distance. Lu Jian opened his eyes as he looked at the disciples behind him and said, "We have arrived in the Lightning Wasteland. Soon, we will meet with many other sects like us who are waiting for the Vermilion Realm to open." An inner disciple with short black hair looked ahead in the distance and couldn't help asking, "Sect Master, why is it called the Lightning Wasteland since there is no lightning at all?" Lu Jian looked at the inner disciple who had asked this question and smiled as he said, "Wait for a few more days and you will understand." The rank 3 condors then continued flying forward, and a few hours later, they had arrived in front of a large campsite. Looking at the campsite in front of them, Lu Jian explained, "Down there are the sects that are going to be entering the Vermilion Realm along with you. Our sect will also set up camp as we wait for the opening of the secret realm, so make sure to follow the elders' instructions." As the condors flew closer to the campsite, Shenlong noticed the insignias of many different sects on each camp. He estimated that there were at least 400 different sects that would be entering the Vermilion Realm along with the Floating Cloud sect. The rank 3 red-winged condors then landed in an empty patch of land inside the campsite, as the elders then gave a small tent with the insignia of the Floating Cloud sect to each disciple. After Shenlong set his own tent, he saw a smiling fatty walking towards him. Fatty Fu had a huge grin on his face as he gave Shenlong a bear hug and said, "Ha ha ha! Congratulations, brother! When I heard that you had beaten Piazzi in the arena, I couldn't stop laughing. If my grandfather hadn't put me on house arrest, I would have come to find you much sooner. Shenlong looked at the smiling Fu Li and was astonished to find out that he had already broken through to the peak of rank 8 in Earth grade. Laughing, Shenlong patted Fu Li's shoulder as he said, "Congratulations, fatty. Reaching the peak of rank 8 is a cause for celebration." Fu Li smiled bitterly as he said, "Brother, you have no idea how much I have suffered. My grandfather didn't even allow me to leave the house once in the past few months. We definitely have to drink today." Without waiting for Shenlong's answer, Fu Li then ran inside Shenlong's tent. Shenlong smiled as he saw Fu Li's antics before he too walked inside. Fatty Fu then took out a small table and a big bottle filled with wine from his spatial ring, before he showed it to Shenlong and said, "What do you think, brother? Finally my stingy grandfather gave me a spatial ring." Shenlong laughed as he said, "It would have been really amusing if everyone else here had a spatial ring except for you, the young master of the Fu family." Fu Li nodded his head seriously as he agreed with Shenlong. Then his eyes turned serious as he said, "Brother, I didn't just come here today to drink wine with you. There is also something important that you must know about the Vermilion Realm." Shenlong looked at the serious fatty who then continued, "My grandfather said that in the center of the Vermilion Realm, an extremely high-level senior has left his inheritance. Lu Changpun has gathered a lot of manpower, including the elders of the Lu and the Meng families, in order to get his hands on this inheritance." Shenlong's eyes widened as he had finally confirmed that Little Black's guess was correct. The Vermilion Realm was most likely a secret realm created by a Dao King level expert. Just as Fu Li's words ended, a huge clamor sounded from the crowd outside as a huge flying whale over 100 m long could be seen in the sky. The whale's shadow had completely covered the floating cloud sex campsite as Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he said in astonishment, "Master, a nascent soul expert has arrived." Chapter 125, Opening of the Vermilion Realm. Monarch of Time. Both Shenlong and Fatty Fu then quickly exited the tent, as they stared at the flying whale above their heads. On the whale's back, there were many bald monks dressed in golden robes. The whale that the monks were on kept flying forward until it stopped in an empty patch of land in front of the floating cloud sex campsite. Fatty Fu looked at the golden robes of the monks and said, "Brother, this is one of the biggest superpowers of our desolate East, the Golden Buddha Temple." Shenlong had never heard of the Golden Buddha Temple before, but based on the fact that they had a nascent soul level expert, as well as a rank 4 flying blue whale, he understood that this temple was far stronger when compared to the floating cloud sect. When Lu Jian saw the huge whale stopping a few hundred meters away from the floating cloud sex camp, he immediately took a few elders, as well as Lu Changpun, and went to pay his respects to the Golden Buddha Temple experts. After seeing the bald monk who sat at the top of the flying blue whale, Lu Jian bowed his head as he clasped his hands and said, "Greetings to the head priest." The elders behind him all followed him as they said, "Greetings to the head priest." This bald monk was the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple, an early nascent soul level expert, as well as the strongest expert of the temple. Looking at the bowing Lu Jian, the head priest clasped his hands as he said, "Benefactor Lu, no need to be so polite." Lu Jian bowed again with clasped hands as he responded, "It's only natural for our floating cloud sect to come and pay our respects to the temple." After the floating cloud sect, there were many other sects who also came to pay their respects to the Golden Buddha Temple. Fu Li left Shenlong's tent as well, as he too had to pay his respects to the temple with the elders from his Fu family. Sitting cross-legged on his tent, Shenlong spent the next few days either cultivating or trying to comprehend the Dao of Time. Although most people would start comprehending a Dao when they entered the heaven grade, there were still some geniuses like Fu Piazzi who had a high affinity with certain Daos and could start comprehending them earlier than the rest. As Shenlong sat down inside his tent, Little Black's words echoed inside his head. "Master, to start comprehending a Dao means to start feeling its existence around you. Most Daos, like the Dao of water, or the Dao of wind, are easier to sense since they exist in certain parts of nature, while others like the Dao of ice or the Dao of thunder are much harder to sense. Since Master wants to comprehend the Dao of Time, then this will be even harder." Shenlong understood that it was an arduous task for an earth, or even a heaven-grade cultivator, to start sensing and comprehend the Dao of Time. However, thanks to his golden eyes as well as the stone of time inside his spiritual space, Shenlong's affinity with the element of time gave him hope that he could succeed. 4 days soon passed, and Shenlong spent each day either cultivating or trying to connect with the Dao of time. Although his cultivation was slowly rising, it would still take a few more days until he reached the middle of rank 7 in Earth grade. Finally, today was the day that the Vermilion Realm was supposed to open. Lu Jian's voice sounded in everyone's ears as he shouted, "Gather here." A few minutes later, seeing that all of the disciples and elders had gathered in front of his tent, Lu Jian nodded his head as he said, "The Vermilion Realm will open in a few hours. All of you, follow me." It wasn't just the floating cloud sect who had gathered its disciples, but the rest of the sects as well. Shenlong and the rest of the disciples followed Lu Jian in front of a huge canyon, where the Golden Buddha Temple and a few other sects had already arrived. Black clouds had already started filling the sky, when all of a sudden, an unexpected loud laughter reverberated throughout the silent canyon. Ha 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 ha. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of this laughter, and saw 2 people flying in the sky, as they quickly approached the Golden Buddha Temple's group. When these 2 people arrived in front of the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple, everyone could finally make out their appearance. An old man was leading the way while a black-haired young man was following behind him, both of them wearing blue robes embroidered with snow patterns. The old man looked at the head priest in front of him, and clasped his hands as he said, "You must be the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple's branch in the desolate east. I assume that you can understand who we are." The head priest's eyes widened when he saw the 2 men's robes, and clasping his hands he replied, "Benefactors of the snow cloud country, may this humble monk ask, what is it that you seek to find here in the desolate east?" The young man dressed in blue robes laughed as he heard this and said, "What we seek? Ha 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 ha, aren't you all here for the same reason? The inheritance of the expert who left the secret realm." Every sect master's eyes widened as they heard this, before they turned their heads to look at the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple. Since the head priest was the strongest out of everyone else here, he could be considered the representative of all these sects. The old man dressed in blue robes looked at the young man behind him and said, "Your Highness, although the rest of the sects here are puny, the Golden Buddha Temple does have some standing in our eastern continent. Please allow me to handle this." The young man thought for a bit before nodding his head. The blue-robed old man then looked at the head priest, completely disregarding every other sect master around them as he said, "Head priest, I am certain that you know the relationship between your Golden Buddha Temple and my Snow Cloud country. This is the 6th prince of my Snow Cloud country, Yang Gongsun. If you agree to His Highness' request to enter the secret realm, then we will not forget th. Boom, boom, boom." Before the old man in blue robes could finish his words, huge rumbling sounds were heard from the sky as the black clouds had all gathered above the canyon. Finally, a huge bolt of thunder, followed by many smaller bolts of lightning, bombarded the canyon. Boom! As the bolt of thunder entered inside the canyon, a gigantic pillar of light came from the canyon's depths, as it pierced through the clouds in the sky. When an elder from one of the sects saw this pillar of light, he couldn't help shouting in excitement, "The Vermilion Realm has opened." Chapter 126, Entering the Vermilion Realm. Monarch of Time. The Vermilion Realm has opened. This sentence drew everyone's attention towards that huge pillar of light inside the canyon, before they turned their heads to look at the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple. It was a tradition for the members of the Golden Buddha Temple to always be the first to enter inside the Vermilion Realm, before the rest of the sects followed. However, since the head priest hadn't spoken yet, although the Vermilion Realm had already opened, no one dared to be the first one to enter. The blue-robed prince, Yang Gongsun, looked at the head priest as he asked, "So, what do you think? Can I enter the secret realm?" The head priest's beady eyes stared at Yang Gongsun for a while before he smiled as he nodded his head and said, "Since the benefactor of the Snow Cloud country wishes to join us, then of course you are welcome. However, there is only a limited quota of people who can enter inside the Vermilion Realm, so benefactor will first have to obtain permission from one of the sects who is willing to give up their spot." Yang Gongsun turned to look at the sect masters in front of him, waiting to see which one would take the initiative to offer him one of their spots. He didn't believe for a second that there was no one interested in forming good relations with his Snow Cloud country. Indeed, Lu Jian was the first to take a step forward, as he looked at the head priest and bowed before he said, Then please allow me to offer a spot to this young gentleman. My floating cloud sect happens to have an extra spot, since one of our disciples didn't want to enter the Vermilion Realm. Yang Gongsun turned to look at Lu Jian and laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha, finally, someone here who knows to be sensible. What is your name?" Lu Jian's eyes twitched slightly as he heard this arrogant and disrespectful address, but after remembering that a nascent soul senior was backing this kid, he swallowed it down as he clasped his hands and said, "I am the sect master of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Jian." Nodding his head, Yang Gongsun said, "Very well, Lu Jian. Yang Gongsun, will not mistreat you in the future." Yang Gongsun's eyes then swept over the members of the Floating Cloud sect, only stopping for a while when saw Lu Mei. His eyes lit up as he saw her peerlessly beautiful face, and after licking his lips, he was actually the first to enter inside the giant pillar of light. The elders of the Meng family were furious when they noticed Yang Gongsun's lecherous smile as he looked at Lu Mei, but Lu Jian simply acted as if he hadn't seen anything. The head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple threw a meaningful look at Lu Jian before he said, "In that case, let us all enter the Vermilion Realm then." Finally, after the members of the temple entered inside the light pillar, all of the other sects, including the Floating Cloud sect, quickly followed suit. Before they entered the light pillar, Lu Changpun looked at the elders and disciples behind him and said, "Remember, when we enter inside, we will all be split up. Spend the first 5 days looking around the outer region, as you search for our sect members. We only have 3 months inside the Vermilion Realm, so 5 days later, no matter what you are doing, start heading towards the central region." Lu Changpun then was the first to head inside the light pillar as the rest of the members of the Floating Cloud sect followed after him. Shenlong didn't immediately enter as he asked Little Black, "Will there be any problems for you?" Little Black immediately understood what Shenlong meant, and after thinking for a moment he shook his head as he said, "I don't think so, Master. Although a Dao King is a relatively powerful expert, my aura is completely hidden inside the Stone of Time. Unless I intentionally expose myself, there shouldn't be any problem." Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black's words as he then took a step forward. The moment that Shenlong's foot touched the giant pillar of light, he could feel his body leaving the ground, as if he was getting pulled upwards by some kind of ethereal force. Shenlong could feel that he didn't have control over his body any longer. He felt as if he was traveling inside the light pillar until a familiar sensation suddenly coursed through his body. It was the same sensation that Shenlong felt when he traveled through his space tiers, but this one was much more intense. A piercing white light forced Shenlong to close his eyes as he felt his body abruptly landing on a solid surface. A few moments later, after the piercing pain receded, Shenlong opened his eyes to see countless huge trees everywhere around him. The trees were all more than 20 meters 66 feet tall, and they spanned as far as Shenlong's eyes could see. Before Shenlong could even stand up from the ground, Little Black's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Master, be careful." At the same time that he heard Little Black's voice, Shenlong felt a sharp pain in his right leg, as his blood spurted like a small fountain. Shenlong was surprised to see a 30 cm, 12-inch, arrow that had managed to pierce through his leg. Roar! The moment that Little Black saw this, he jumped out of the Stone of Time without any hesitation, as he unleashed a furious roar toward one of the trees behind Shenlong. Little Black's roar was like a powerful sonic wave, whose force uprooted almost a dozen of these 20 meters 66 feet tall trees. 5 creatures dressed in leather clothes fell down from the trees behind Shenlong, as they started foaming from their mouths. These creatures that were barely above 1 meter 3.3 feet tall, had sharp horns protruding out of their heads, while their huge noses and ears made a sharp contrast with their tiny eyes. Shenlong was shocked as he saw the 5 leathered creatures writhing in pain on the ground, when Little Black's voice sounded inside his head. "Master, these creatures are the half-fiend race." Chapter 127, The Half-Fiend Race. Monarch of Time. "Master, these creatures are the half-fiend race." Although Shenlong's memories included many things, the half-fiend race wasn't one of them. Little Black looked at the confused Shenlong, who was staring at the seemingly unconscious members of the half-fiend race, and said, "Master, the half-fiend race is said to be descendants of the actual fiend race. Although they aren't pure-blooded descendants, their intelligence isn't any lower than that of a human's. Moreover, as descendants of the fiend race, their bodies can naturally cultivate what humans call body-refining techniques, just by eating or sleeping. Shenlong was actually shocked by this revelation as his eyes kept examining the 5 members of the half-fiend race. Swords, shields and even a crossbow were scattered on the ground in front of them, when Shenlong suddenly noticed that the breathing of one of the 5 half-fiend members was much weaker than the rest. Little Black snorted as he looked at this half-fiend member, who was the one who had fired the arrow that had pierced Shenlong's leg earlier. Shenlong then turned his attention to his right leg. Although the arrow was still on his leg, it didn't hurt as much as before, even though his leg was already painted red with his blood. Shenlong first removed the arrow from his leg before he circulated his monarch's eternal body. Examining the arrow in his hands, Shenlong saw that it seemed to be no different than an average arrow. And yet, this simple-looking arrow had managed to pierce through the defenses of his middle second stage monarch's eternal body. This was actually the first wound that Shenlong had gotten since he had become a body refiner. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that body refiners could heal their wounds very quickly, thus Shenlong decided to test the regenerative abilities of his own body. Surprisingly, the wound in his leg stopped bleeding almost instantly, but at the same time, a strong feeling of hunger overcame him. Shenlong took out a few of the rations that he had stored inside the Stone of Time, but no matter how much he ate, he found out that it was like a small drop of water trying to fill a bucket. The wound on his leg had already closed by now, but the feeling of hunger didn't seem to go away. After taking out a profound earth fruit from the Stone of Time, Shenlong decided to consume the fruit directly. The medicinal essence from the fruit finally managed to satiate his hunger, as Shenlong could feel his body filled with energy once again. Shenlong then fell in deep contemplation as he thought about the use of the profound earth fruit. It seems that the energy that my body uses when it heals me can be directly replenished by consuming medicinal herbs. Just as Shenlong's thoughts were racing, the 4 members of the half-fiend race had woken up. When they saw that one of their clansmen had already stopped breathing, they didn't seem to exhibit any emotions at all. There was neither pity nor sorrow in their eyes, as if the death of their clansman was just a trivial matter. However, the moment that these 4 saw the black dragon next to Shenlong, an intense feeling of reverence overcame them. They looked at Little Black with a fanatic look in their eyes, as they immediately prostrate themselves on the ground while chanting something in a weird language. Shenlong was astonished as he saw this, while Little Black stared at the half-fiend members apathetically. Then, turning his head to look at Shenlong, he said, "Master, although the half-fiend members here can't pose a threat to us, perhaps they can actually give us some clues about this place. After all, we still don't know much about this Vermilion realm." Shenlong nodded his head as he asked, "Then, do you have a way to communicate with them?" Little Black nodded his head as he explained, "Master, it's actually very easy to communicate with the half-fiends. They share the same language as the fiend race. All dragons are proficient in the language of the fiend race from the moment they are born." Shenlong then observed as Little Black opened his mouth and uttered some incomprehensible sounds as he looked at the half-fiends. Edo Achui Tuiv. Tuiu Atavya. The 4 members of the half-fiend race responded zealously to Little Black, when they saw that he was willing to communicate with them. Shenlong observed as the black dragon spoke with the half-fiend members for 10 minutes, before they suddenly started jumping around in excitement. Little Black then turned his head to look at Shenlong as he said, "Master, I have gained some information from these 4. Apparently, the forest that we are in is near the edge of the Vermilion realm and is called the Forest of the Giants. The members of the half-fiend race live in a small village inside this forest that is around 50 miles away from our current location. Although these 4 don't know much about the Vermilion realm, they said that their village chief has ventured out of the Forest of the Giants in the past. Considering how much the half-fiend race reveres the dragon race, it's unlikely that they are lying to me." Shenlong thought for a bit before nodding his head as he said, "In that case, let's go to their village." They didn't have any other lead right now, and getting some information from the half-fiends was much better than trying to find their way around the Vermilion realm blindly. Little Black could also use his soul sense to scan for any potential danger in the half-fiend village as well, so even if these 4 half-fiends were lying to them, Little Black would be able to detect it ahead of time. Seeing that Shenlong had agreed, Little Black nodded his head at the 4 half-fiend members, who then started chanting something before they eagerly led the way. Shenlong could also finally sense the cultivation of these 4 members of the half-fiend race, and found out that all of them were at the early 3rd stage in body refinement. As they were walking towards the village, Little Black, who was using his soul sense to scan the surroundings, said, "Master, there are many hidden magic beasts inside this forest, and even the weakest of them is at least at the peak of rank 2. When Shenlong heard this, he felt pity for any other disciple of the Floating Cloud sect that was unlucky enough to be also sent here in this forest along with him, as they would probably end up in the belly of one of those magic beasts. Shenlong and Little Black kept following the 4 members of the half-fiend race, and finally, 20 minutes later, they arrived in front of a small village that was hidden near a small lake inside the forest. When Shenlong's eyes fell upon this small village, they immediately shone with a greedy light as one question flashed through his head. Is this a rank 4 golden jade spirit tree? Chapter 128, The Village Chief's Request. Monarch of Time. Is this the rank 4 golden jade spirit tree? Shenlong could barely restrain his excitement once he saw the golden tree at the entrance of the village. After taking a few moments to calm down his heartbeat, he looked at Little Black as he said, "Little Black, tell them to call their village chief." The black dragon nodded his head as he then communicated with the 4 members of the half-fiend race. The 4 half-fiends immediately responded as they hurried inside the village. A few minutes later, more than 100 members of the half-fiend race could be seen gathering at the village's entrance. Shenlong was stunned for a moment when he saw more than 100 half-fiend members dressed in leather clothes, running towards Little Black. An old, white-haired half-fiend was leading the rest of his clansmen, and when he approached 10 meters away from Little Black, he immediately knelt down on the ground as he prostrated himself. The rest of the half-fiend members quickly followed suit, as they all then chanted in a loud voice, "Ichua Vashiatu Vitechu." Shenlong was stunned when he saw the entire village of half-fiends prostrating themselves, as he looked at Little Black and asked curiously, "What are they saying?" Little Black, who was staring at the half-fiend members without any emotion in his blue eyes, like a king who was observing his loyal subjects, then turned to look at Shenlong as he replied, "They are saying all hail the Lord Dragon." Shenlong's eyes lit up after seeing the devotion that the half-fiends had for dragons and said, "In that case, tell them that we want to ask their village chief a few questions." Little Black nodded his head as he then started speaking with the half-fiends. The white-haired village chief stared at Little Black in trepidation as he said, "Atyavitaivaivodi." Little Black then looked at Shenlong as he asked, "Master, the village chief asks how he can be of service." Shenlong smiled as he heard this, and had Little Black be the intermediary for their conversation with the half-fiends. "We want to know more about this Vermilion realm." The village chief looked at Little Black in a confused manner as he said, "I don't know what the Lord Dragon means by the name of Vermilion realm, but if you are referring to the King's world, then of course I will tell you all I know. Right now, we are at the Forest of the Giants. This is a huge forest that covers more than 3,000 miles of land. There is even a big quarry near our village where our clansmen extract a very durable iron. This iron is very special and easy to melt, and we even make our houses from it." Shenlong immediately remembered the arrow that had injured him earlier. If this iron could easily pierce through his middle second stage monarch's eternal body without any inscriptions on it, then he was certain that if he sold it to a high-grade formation master, he could fetch a hefty price for it. Shenlong had even considered to start learning the art of formation masters himself. Continuing the conversation with the half-fiend village chief, Shenlong then asked, "Aside from the iron quarry, is there anything else in this forest?" The village chief looked at Little Black as he responded with earnestness, "There is. Towards the depths of the forest, there is a huge lake that spans more than 500 miles. The ancestors' records state that when the king created this world, he had personally created the lake as well." Shenlong's eyes instantly lit up as he heard this. If the king who created this world was really a Dao King realm expert, then this lake that he had personally created was probably more than just a normal lake. At this moment, in Shenlong's mind, the decision to go and check this lake later was already set. Looking at the village chief, Shenlong had Little Black translate his words for him again as he continued. "Then, what about the place outside of this forest?" When the village chief heard this question, he shuddered for a bit, but in the end he still responded, "Lord Dragon, the world outside of the forest is typically peaceful, but in the depths of the king's world there are many dangerous creatures. The king is also said to have created a palace at the center of this world, but our half-fiend race doesn't ever go near it. Some of our ancestors have tried to enter the king's palace in the past, but they never returned back to our village." Little Black then looked at Shenlong as he said in excitement, Master, if there really is a palace in the depths of this vermilion realm, then that must be the inheritance ground of the Dao King. Any treasure that a Dao King has left behind would prove to be of great use to Master at this point. Shenlong nodded his head as he said, "Then, tell them that we want to have a look at the iron quarry and take some iron from it. Also, ask their village chief if they are willing to trade the golden tree in their village entrance." Little Black nodded his head as he relayed Shenlong's message to the village chief. The village chief's expression stiffened, and his face looked troubled as he said, "Lord Dragon, there is naturally no problem if you want to take iron from the iron quarry. After all, our village has more than enough for many generations. But, the golden tree was planted by an ancestor of ours." Little Black stared at the village chief with eyes full of anger when he heard his refusal. After all, dragons were prideful creatures who would never ask anything of others. It was only because the half-fiends revered dragons like gods that Little Black would even bother asking the village chief, instead of taking the rank 4 golden jade spirit tree directly. The village chief cowered back when he felt the dragon's anger, and he once again prostrated himself on the ground before he said, "Lord Dragon, please forgive my insolence. However, if the Lord Dragon is willing to do a favor to our village, then, not only can you take the golden tree away, but our half-fiend tribe will also give you iron from the quarry ourselves." It seemed that although the village chief really revered the dragon race, he was still willing to haggle with Little Black over something. When Little Black mentioned this matter to Shenlong, it also aroused his curiosity. Shenlong then looked at the village chief as he told Little Black to ask them what they wanted in exchange. The village chief turned his head to look at the half-fiend members who all prostrate themselves on the ground as well before the chief said, "Please, mighty Lord Dragon, help us kill the monster that lives inside the lake." Chapter 129, The Monster in the Lake. Monarch of Time. Please, mighty Lord Dragon, help us kill the monster that lives inside the lake. When Shenlong heard the village chief's request, he couldn't help asking, "Why do they need to take care of a monster that lives in the lake?" The black dragon nodded his head as he asked this question to the village chief, who then trembled as he responded honestly, "Mighty Lord Dragon, actually, the water from the lake is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of our tribe members. After drinking just a little of it, a second stage warrior at the peak can advance to the third stage. I would still be a third stage warrior if I hadn't consumed the lake's water 200 years ago. However, every time that our tribe tries to take some water from the lake, we lose many of our warriors to that monster." Excitement filled not only Shenlong's, but Little Black's eyes as well. If the water could help with the cultivation of the half-fiend members, then it was probably another huge treasure on par with the golden jade spirit tree. However, Shenlong didn't immediately accept the village chief's request, as he had Little Black then ask him, "How strong is that monster that lives inside the lake?" When the village chief heard this question, he couldn't help take a few steps back. Then, after taking a deep breath, he responded seriously, It has reached the 5th rank." "The 5th rank?" Shenlong sucked in a cold breath of air as he heard this. This was a magic beast that was just as strong, if not stronger than the average early-stage nascent soul expert. Although Little Black had already reached the middle stage of rank 4, he was still a rank 4 magic beast in the end. Although he could probably fight against an early rank 5 magic beast for a bit, he was unable to really kill one. Little Black understood what Shenlong was thinking and said, "Master, if it's a rank 5 magic beast, then not just its beast core, but its entire body will be a treasure for us. I can definitely advance my strength as well if I can consume its flesh." Shenlong, however, looked at the greedy black dragon and asked, "How confident are you that you can kill a rank 5 magic beast then?" Little Black thought seriously for a while and said, "If we are talking about an early rank 5 magic beast, then about 20%. I'm also 50% certain of defeating it, and more than 80% certain of being able to run away if things look bad." Shenlong thought seriously for a while before he nodded his head and said, "All right. There is also something that I want to try as well." Seeing that Shenlong had agreed, Little Black looked at the half-fiend members as he spoke in their language. The half-fiend villagers all looked elated as they kowtowed repeatedly on the ground and shouted, "Ichua Vashiatu Vitechu! Ichua Vashiatu Vitechu!" Little Black ignored the kowtowing villagers, as he then flew above their heads and directly arrived in front of the 30 meters 98 feet rank 4 golden jade spirit tree, that was in front of the half-fiend village entrance. Grabbing the golden tree's trunk with his talons, the 3 meters 10 feet tall Little Black slowly uprooted the giant tree. The half-fiend villagers looked at the black dragon who was taking away the golden tree with excitement in their eyes. Since he had already agreed to fight against the rank 5 magic beast inside the lake, the villagers didn't even think that Little Black would try to trick them. After storing the golden jade spirit tree inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong looked at Little Black and said, "Since we don't have anything else to do now, then let's go to that lake. We can always come back and collect that mysterious iron from the half-fiend villagers later." Little Black nodded his head and looking at the village chief, he had him lead the way to the lake. The village chief excitedly jumped up and gave some orders to the rest of the villagers, before he personally led the way for Little Black and Shenlong. As they traveled deeper inside the forest, Little Black noticed that the number of magic beasts in the surroundings had drastically decreased. The half-fiend village chief seemed to know exactly which path to take, so that they wouldn't encounter any magic beasts on the way as well. Finally, an hour later, their group had arrived in front of a huge lake with crystal blue waters. The surroundings of the lake were extremely peaceful and there didn't seem to be a single animal around, let alone a magic beast. The moment that they arrived in front of the lake, Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's head as he warned gravely, "Master, be careful." At the same time as Little Black's voice sounded in his head, Shenlong saw a huge beast head emerging from the depths of the lake. A 25 meters 82 feet long magic beast that was shaped like a giant worm slowly revealed itself. The beast had 9 eyes spread on its face, while multiple tentacles were hanging from the sides of its body. The half-fiend village chief shivered as he saw the beast once again and stepped back as he hid behind a tree, while even Shenlong was stunned for a moment after seeing the beast. The aura from this worm made it clear that this was truly an early rank 5 magic beast. Looking at Little Black who had already flown up in the sky, ready to fight against it, Shenlong warned, "Little Black, be careful. This is a rank 5 nine-eyed giant worm. Its tentacles have a paralyzing poison that can incapacitate even early rank 5 magic beasts." The moment that Shenlong finished explaining the nine-eyed giant worm's strengths, he immediately circulated the monarch's hourglass as well as his golden eyes. Then, turning his eyes to look at the rank 5 giant worm, he mumbled, "Let's see if this will really work." Chapter 130, Shenlong's Method. Monarch of Time. Let's see if this will really work. Shenlong watched as Little Black started fighting against the nine-eyed giant worm. The worm extended its huge tentacles as it tried to grab the black dragon in the air. Little Black, however, flew between the gaps of the tentacles as he skillfully avoided them. Opening his mouth, he spat out a black fireball at the worm's back, but the giant worm immediately dove back into the lake as it avoided the attack. The ball of black fire made a sizzling sound as it came in contact with the lake's water before it eventually dissipated. Seeing that it had successfully avoided the dragon's attack, the worm resurfaced again, as it continuously tried to grab the black dragon with its tentacles. Shenlong's eyes were focused completely on the rank 5 nine-eyes giant worm. He noticed that his chi was being depleted much faster than usual, as he tried to see what the worm would do in the future. That was probably due to the huge difference in cultivation between himself and the nine-eyes giant worm. Seeing that the worm was about to attack the black dragon once more with its tentacles, Shenlong slashed the air in front of him with his hand as he opened a space tear. The space tear led directly to the giant worm's face, but this one seemed to be different than Shenlong's previous space tears. It looks like this space tear wasn't meant for Shenlong to jump inside it, but to drag the worm to him. A space tear that was barely 40 cm, 15 inch, long was trying to drag the worm towards him. Shenlong sighed as he saw this result, before he closed the space tear and once again started to observe the nine-eyed giant worm again. The worm didn't even feel anything from Shenlong's attack, as it kept fighting back and forth with the black dragon. Every time the dragon spat out that black fireball, the worm would dive back into the lake, only to resurface a few breaths of time later and continue fighting. 5 minutes later, Shenlong once again clenched his right fist, as he opened another space tear, this time one that was even bigger than before. However, the location of the space tear was different this time, as it led directly inside the worm's mouth. This was a test to Shenlong's space control, as he tried to succeed again and again. Even after fighting back and forth for more than an hour, neither Little Black, nor the nine-eyed giant worm seemed to have gotten any tired. Shenlong, however, had already depleted more than 70% of his chi, just by keeping his golden eyes active for this past hour. At this moment, his focus had reached its peak, and as he clenched his right hand tightly once again he punched through the air in front of him. A space tear that was even bigger than the previous two appeared, as it connected Shenlong's location with the nine-eyed giant worm. Gruuuaa. A horrifying scream left the worm's mouth as a huge eyeball appeared in front of Shenlong's feet. The worm thrashed around in pain, as green blood was constantly flowing from where its eyeball was previously located. Little Black's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light, and without missing this opportunity, he spat out a huge black fireball straight towards the worm's face. The nine-eyed giant worm seemed to have sensed the danger in the air, as it tried to suppress the pain it felt and dove back into the water. However, although the giant fireball had missed the worm's face, it had still landed right on its neck. Graaaaah! The giant worm screamed once again as half of its head was now almost severed from its body. Green blood was spurting through the air like a fountain, as the worm's cries slowly stopped. Less than a minute later, its giant body was floating on the water's surface, while its blood slowly dyed the water an emerald color. Shenlong hadn't even seen how the nine-eyed giant worm had died, as his eyes were staring at the huge eyeball on his feet. Although his body was feeling fatigued after having opened nearly a dozen space tears earlier, while more than 80% of his chi had been depleted already, the excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. At the moment that he had created the last space tier, Shenlong could feel that he had even managed to touch upon the Dao of space for a brief moment. The half-fiend village chief then fell down on his knees as he saw the corpse of the nine-eyed giant worm floating in the lake. Looking at Little Black in the air, the village chief shouted loudly, "Achui Tweev ya!" Little Black barely glanced at the village chief before he grabbed the worm's corpse from the lake, and carried it through the air, and placed it next to Shenlong, who was still deep in his thoughts. Recovering from his stupor, Shenlong then turned his eyes to look at the corpse of the giant worm next to him. After placing it inside the Stone of Time, he turned his attention to Little Black as he said, "Let's see how special this lake water really is." Although the water seemed absolutely ordinary at first glance, Shenlong could feel that there was some kind of mysterious energy inside it. Placing his hand inside the lake, Shenlong was shocked when he felt the monarch's eternal body had started circulating by itself, as it greedily absorbed the lake water. Shenlong's body was like a starved beast that had finally found food, as it greedily absorbed the lake water without restraint. Shenlong could feel that his body was growing stronger at an incredibly rapid pace, and taking off his robes, he then dove inside the lake without any more hesitation. Little Black saw the excitement in Shenlong's eyes, as he then followed him inside the lake. The effects of the lake's water were far beyond what the two of them had imagined. Chapter 131, The Water's Effects. Monarch of Time. Shenlong and Little Black were standing more than 1 mile apart from each other, as two small vortexes, one small and one big, had appeared on the lake's surface. There was both reverence, as well as envy in the half-fiend village chief's face as he saw Shenlong absorbing the lake water. Shenlong could feel his body getting stronger and stronger, as it madly devoured the water of the lake like a hungry beast. This situation continued for 3 days, as the vortex around Shenlong was now twice as big as its original size. Finally, Shenlong felt as if the energy inside his body had reached the limits of the middle second stage of the monarch's eternal body, when a banging sound suddenly sounded from his body. The moment that this banging sound was heard, Shenlong felt his strength rising at an unbelievable rate. Peak of the second stage in body refinement. Having reached the peak of the second stage in the monarch's eternal body, the vortex around Shenlong once again doubled in size, as he started absorbing more and more of the lake's water. 10 days had passed since Shenlong and Little Black had entered inside the lake, when the water vortex around Little Black had finally exceeded 1 mile. Shenlong opened his eyes as he glanced at the black dragon, who was unaware of the commotion he had caused. In the bank of the lake, more than 20 half-fiend villagers had gathered, as they observed Little Black with shining eyes. Half a day later, a huge pillar of water shot up in the air, before the huge vortex around him vanished. Roar! Little Black let out a roar of contentment, as he had now reached the peak of rank 4. Shenlong smiled as he saw this, when a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Taking out the heaven-swallowing vine from the Stone of Time, he placed it inside the lake as he then sent a mental command for it to absorb the lake's water. What shocked Shenlong was that although the vine seemed to be unable to turn the water into pure qi, since it wasn't some kind of qi in the first place, the vine itself seemed to have grown taller after absorbing the lake's water. Half a month more passed like this, and it had now been 25 days since Shenlong had entered inside the Vermilion Realm. Opening his eyes, he wasn't sure if he should be happy or frustrated. Although the energy inside his body was enough for him to break through to the third stage in body refinement, he still couldn't do it as he hadn't comprehended the Dao of space. Shenlong could feel that he was just a step away from it, but this step still required a spark of inspiration. He was certain that if he could replicate that feeling, from when he had opened the last space tier that had sucked in the nine-eyed giant worm's eye, then he could definitely break through to the third stage of the monarch's eternal body. Turning his eyes to the heaven-swallowing vine, Shenlong was shocked to see that it had already grown to more than 40 meters 130 feet long. After returning the vine to the Stone of Time, Shenlong swam to the bank of the lake where Little Black and the half-fiend villagers were waiting for him. The village chief then approached him as he bowed and said, "Twavi Tivave Ichuov." The rest of the villagers then bowed as they repeated their village chief's words. Shenlong looked at Little Black, who laughed as he translated the half-fiend's words. "Master," the village chief said, "thank you, mighty warrior, for taking care of the demon monster. Our tribe's warehouse is open for the mighty warrior to take as much iron as he wants." Shenlong smiled as he looked at Little Black and said, "It looks like they are really eager to send us off. All right, ask for one of their villagers to escort us to their warehouse. The rest of them can stay here and cultivate, since that's what they obviously want. The lake's water doesn't have any more use to us anyway." Shenlong had already tested whether the lake's water was effective to the rest of his medicinal herbs, since it could aid in the heaven-swallowing vine's growth, but without any effect. The village chief was elated when he heard this, and gave the order to an unwilling young half-fiend warrior to escort Shenlong and Little Black back to their village. Before they left, the village chief also handed a brown beast skin to Shenlong. Unfurling the beast skin, Shenlong saw that the drawings inside had the layout of a map. With this map in hand, Shenlong knew which path to take, to head towards the central region where the king's palace was located. Half an hour later, the half-fiend warrior had returned with Shenlong and Little Black back to the half-fiend village, before he entered through a secret path to arrive in front of a huge warehouse. After opening the gates of the warehouse, Shenlong saw mountains of iron being stored inside. In just a few minutes, Shenlong had already taken half of the warehouse's iron, and yet, the expression on the half-fiend warrior's face was still that of indifference. "It looks like that quarry has much more iron than what I had originally estimated." Then, turning his head to look at Little Black, Shenlong unfurled the beast skin that the village chief had handed to him as he said, "Since there isn't anything else for us to do in this place, it's time to go. According to this map, it looks like we are at the extreme north of the secret realm. There should still be a little more than 2 months until the Vermilion Realm closes." Sitting on the black dragon's back, Shenlong then looked forward as he said, "Let's go to the palace in the central region." Chapter 132, Tying Loose Ends. Monarch of Time. Let's go to the palace in the central region. Little Black then soared in the sky, quickly leaving the forest of giants. Shenlong observed the 20 tall trees below him, as they became smaller and smaller in his eyes. Surprisingly, the region around the giant forest seemed to be just a plain desert. Although the scorching sun in the Vermilion Realm could be avoided under the protection of the tall trees back in the forest, the temperature in the desert was suffocating even for Earth-grade cultivators. However, Shenlong was barely affected by it on top of Little Black's back, as they continued to fly towards the central region, following the half-fiend village chief's map. 2 days later, Shenlong and Little Black seemed to have arrived at the end of the desert, when a huge purple fog appeared in front of them. The thick fog seemed to shoot up in the sky, as it completely surrounded the central region. According to the map in Shenlong's hands, the king's palace was just behind this fog. Little Black was stunned when he found out that even his soul sense was unable to pierce through the fog. Seeing that Little Black's soul sense was actually obstructed, Shenlong thought for a bit before he said, "Return back to the Stone of Time for now." Little Black looked at Shenlong worriedly, who smiled as he explained, "Right now, we are too close to the central region. With the number of sects that have entered the Vermilion Realm, it will be too dangerous if you are exposed." Little Black nodded his head and landed on the ground, before he returned back inside the Stone of Time. Although he knew that there were probably no dangers for Shenlong in the purple fog, he still couldn't help but be worried because of the obstruction that it posed to his soul sense. Looking at the thick purple mist in front of him, Shenlong circulated his monarch's hourglass as well as his golden eyes before he entered inside. After stepping inside the fog, he noticed that aside from impeding his vision, the fog didn't seem to have any other effects. Although Shenlong was confident that his monarch's eternal body could protect him from many different kinds of poisons, as an alchemist, he could only count on himself if he somehow still got poisoned in the end. Without little black soul sense and with his own vision obstructed, he could only walk straight ahead until he reached the other side of the fog. 2 days quickly passed since Shenlong had entered the purple fog, when he could finally hear faint voices ahead of him. Speeding up his footsteps, he soon reached the end of the purple fog, where a vast plain field appeared in his eyes. Beyond the plain fields was a magnificent white palace that seemed to have been situated there for countless years. In front of the palace gates were 2 statues, one of a handsome young man, and the other of a voluptuous woman that could invoke countless desires in the eyes of the young men here. Shenlong was surprised to see more than 1,000 disciples sitting cross-legged on the plain fields, while even more of them were slowly making their way towards the White Palace. From the struggle of their movements, it was obvious that not just anyone could reach the palace gates. Seeing that no one seemed to have paid any attention to his arrival, Shenlong followed the crowd as he started walking towards the palace as well. Shenlong didn't feel anything abnormal until he was 500 miles away from the palace gates. At that moment, he felt the eyes of the 2 statues lighting up for a second as a wave of pressure crashed upon his body. This pressure could instantly bring any early-stage Earth-grade expert to his knees, and yet, in front of Shenlong's monarch's eternal body it felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. Shenlong seemed to be walking leisurely towards the palace, but he could still feel the pressure around him increasing with every step that he took forward. It seemed that, to at least reach the palace gates, one needed to have a certain level of strength. As he approached closer to the palace, Shenlong noticed a group of inner and outer disciples of the Floating Cloud sect who had almost reached the palace gates. Shenlong noticed that although their advancing speed was extremely slow, it was still steady, as they all walked as a unit one behind the other. When he saw the people in this group, a chilling look flashed through his eyes as he hastened his speed. The last person in this group was a handsome young man dressed in outer disciples' robes. There was a determined look in his eyes, as he stared at the white palace gates in front of him, completely unaware that Shenlong was also staring at him at the same time. This was the eldest son of the dead Xiao Marquis. Based on his aura, Shenlong could guess that Xiao Juyan was close to breaking through to the early rank 7 in Earth grade. After his brother had mysteriously died in the sect, Xiao Juyan had done everything he could to become stronger and take revenge. He didn't know how he would face his father when returned back to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if he didn't kill his brother's assassin. Although he was certain in his heart that the person who had killed Xiao Shitu was Shenlong, it was impossible to do anything against him since he hadn't left behind any clues that night. At the same time, Shenlong's mind had similar thoughts as Xiao Juyan. Having killed both his brother and his father, Shenlong didn't intend to allow Xiao Juyan to live. If he ever returned back to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and heard that his father had also died, it was very possible that he would choose to take his anger on Shenlong's family. Finally, a few minutes later, Shenlong had arrived just 100 m away from Xiao Juyan. After making sure that there was no one around him, Shenlong immediately activated his monarch's domain as time around Xiao Juyan completely came to a halt. With his eyes completely focused on Xiao Juyan's back, Shenlong slashed the air in front of him with his finger, as he opened a tiny space tier. Chapter 133, The King's Palace. Monarch of Time. This space tier was almost impossible to notice with the naked eye, unless one stood right in front of it. Without any hesitation, Shenlong thrust his finger inside it, and a small popping sound sounded from Xiao Juyan's body at the same time. Although this sound was nearly inaudible, the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect in front of Xiao Juyan had clearly noticed it, as they all turned their heads to look at him. Looking at the unmoving Xiao Juyan, a stern expression appeared in the leading disciple's face. The disciple who was leading the group was named Lu Huan and was Lu Jian's nephew, as well as Lu Changpun and Lu Mei's cousin. Seeing that Xiao Juyan was intentionally stalling their group, Lu Huan looked at him in impatience and asked, "Xiao Juyan, what do you think you are doing? Do you think that everyone here has time to wait for you?" Seeing that Xiao Juyan was still unmoving after his berating, caused the expression on Lu Huan's face to change into one of anger. At the same time, a warm liquid had stained Shenlong's finger when he had thrust it inside the space tier. After all, this space tier was leading directly to Xiao Juyan's heart. After closing the space tier, Shenlong retracted his monarch's domain, and saw Xiao Juyan taking a step forward before he fell on the ground. Incredulous looks had appeared on the faces of the members of the Floating Cloud sect, as they finally understood that something was wrong. Xiao Juyan's mouth was vomiting blood non-stop, as soon as time around him had started to flow normally again. The rest of the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect simply couldn't understand what had happened to him, while his sudden collapse even attracted the attention of other people as well. Shenlong completely ignored the commotion that Xiao Juyan's death would cause as he kept walking towards the palace gates. When he was just 100 m away from the palace, Shenlong could sense that the pressure around him was strong enough to incapacitate a peak rank 6 Earth grade cultivator. In other words, only those disciples whose strength had exceeded the middle stages of the Earth grade were allowed to step inside the palace. However, with his monarch's eternal body that had already reached the peak of the second stage, this pressure felt nothing more than a slightly strong gale. Arriving in front of the half-open gigantic palace gates, Shenlong didn't hesitate as he walked inside. The interior of the palace was decorated with gold, emerald, jade, and other rare materials. Walking deeper inside, Shenlong noticed that these scenes were becoming all the more common, as gold and rare jades could be found everywhere inside this palace. Even the knights' armors that were decorating the halls were made from a mysterious type of gold. However, Shenlong also noticed that none of these decorations could actually be moved from the palace. The moment that his hand tried to touch one of the golden armors, a powerful repelling force erupted from the knight's armor that pushed him backwards. At the same time, Little Black's voice then sounded as it said, "Master, it looks like these armors were most likely created by a gold-grade formation master. Otherwise, the repelling force wouldn't be so powerful that it could effortlessly push Master away." A bright light appeared in Shenlong's eyes when he heard this, as this was the first time that he had seen an item created by a gold-grade formation master. In the Floating Cloud sect, even a rank 1 silver-grade formation master was considered an incredible expert, let alone a gold-grade formation master. Looking at the golden armors around Shenlong, Little Black sighed as he continued. "Unfortunately, the restrictions around these armors are too strong, even for me right now." Since he could only see and not touch, Shenlong didn't waste any more time staring at the armors around him any longer, as he kept walking deeper inside the palace, until he eventually arrived in front of an enormous silver door. The door was more than 50 meters 160 feet tall, while its handles seemed to have been made from some kind of red ruby. Walking through this half-open silver door, Shenlong found himself inside a huge hallway. Looking around him, Shenlong thought that everything in this palace seemed to have been created with the mindset of the bigger it is, the better. The hallway in front of him, however, seemed to lack the usual luxurious decorations that were previously present everywhere in the palace. Aside from 1,000 black doors that were located on the sides of this hall, Shenlong didn't see anything else. For a moment, he even wondered whether this hall was really created by the same person who had also created the rest of the palace. As he looked around, his eyes immediately noticed the difference in some of these doors. More than 300 of them had a character with the word seal that seemed to be enveloping the doors with a layer of white light. Shenlong's curiosity was piqued as he looked at these black doors, when Little Black's voice once again sounded in his head. "Master, I can sense people fighting behind some of these sealed doors. It's very likely that some trial will start after Master enters inside." Shenlong nodded his head as he heard this, while the excitement in his eyes was obvious. If this was the palace of a Dao king, then what sort of trials and what kind of treasures will await inside? After taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, Shenlong circulated his monarch's hourglass and his golden eyes, before he walked towards one of the unsealed black doors. The moment that he entered inside the black door, Shenlong's vision instantly turned dark, before an emotionless voice that seemed to have come from the depths of this darkness sounded in his ears. "Trial taker number 323, I officially welcome you to the King's Palace." Chapter 134, The Rules of the King's Trials. Monarch of Time. Trial taker, number 323, I officially welcome you to the King's Palace. The Great King has set a number of trials for the young people of the desolate East to test themselves. At the end of every trial, there will be a corresponding treasure that will match the trial's difficulty. This is the first of the trials that the Great King has set, and the difficulty is also the lowest. Nod your head once if you wish to participate, or shake it twice and I will teleport you out of the king's palace. Oh ho, interesting. Little Black's voice then sounded inside Shenlong's head, as the black dragon said in a somewhat panicked tone. Master, we are in trouble. That's an early rank 4 nascent soul cultivator and he has already noticed my soul sense. At the same time that Little Black's voice ended, a powerful soul sense from the depths of the darkness had already locked on Shenlong, as it scanned him from head to toe. The voice seemed surprised that it couldn't locate Little Black's soul any longer, but it still chuckled as it said, I am certain that I noticed a soul sense coming from your body just now, but no matter. In front of my watchful eyes, no one can cheat inside the king's trials. If you want to participate you will have to use your own strength, otherwise you will be disqualified and forcefully ejected from the king's realm. Weapons below the silver grade are also allowed during the trials. Now make your decision. Shenlong had felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead, when he had heard that this voice had already sensed Little Black's soul sense earlier. After all, to Shenlong, Little Black wasn't just one of his secrets or a simple magic beast, but also an important companion. Although this voice didn't seem to care about Little Black right now, Shenlong had the feeling that if he shook his head and refused to enter the trial in an attempt to escape the palace, this voice would definitely try to force Little Black out of the Stone of Time. The moment that a weak dragon revealed himself, Shenlong was certain that a bloodbath would follow. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong almost subconsciously nodded his head. The voice's tone seemed to have turned somewhat cheerful at that moment as it then said, Very well. In that case, let me explain the rules. In this trial, you will fight against a magic beast that has reached the middle of rank 2. If you don't manage to defeat this magic beast within 24 hours, the fight will stop and you will be given 4 hours to rest. After these 4 hours are over, you will once again have to fight until you either win, or this process repeats itself. Remember that you cannot quit in the middle of the trial. If you don't win, you cannot leave the king's palace, and will have to keep fighting until you either die, or the king's realm closes. The moment that the voice in the dark faded, light once again illuminated Shenlong's surroundings, as he found himself inside a large cage. The cage was around 300 square meters, 3,000 square feet, wide, while a 2 meters 6.5 feet tall and 5 meters 16 feet long black bull with red horns, was standing on the other end of the cage. Shenlong immediately recognized this magic beast as he mumbled smilingly, a middle rank 2 crimson-horned bull. The bull's eyes were staring at Shenlong the same way a hunter would look at his prey, before its hooves kicked the ground as it rushed towards Shenlong. Watching the magic beast running towards him, Shenlong was still smiling, as he gathered his strength in his left arm, and met the crimson-horned bull's charge head-on. Without any suspense, the bull's charge was immediately halted, and the look in its eyes changed into one of fear as it stared at Shenlong. Raising his right arm, Shenlong punched the bull on the ribs, sending it flying sideways until it lost consciousness. The moment that the bull landed on the ground, 3 shining red fruits appeared out of nowhere in the air in front of Shenlong, before the same emotionless voice once again sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial. Your reward will be 3 blood vermilion fruits. If you wish to take on the second trial then nod your head once. If you wish to leave the king's palace then shake your head twice. Shenlong was stunned for a bit as he observed the 3 shining red fruits in his hands, and recalled that the reward for the outer sect examination was precisely this blood vermilion fruit. It seems that this is where the 4 sects got their blood vermilion fruits from. Smiling, he placed the 3 fruits in the Stone of Time before he nodded his head, accepting the second trial. A black door then materialized in front of him, seemingly out of thin air, as the emotionless voice once again sounded in his ears. Very well. You are the 281st person in this century's batch who is entering the second trial. However, this trial will be completely different than the first. This time, it won't just be your strength that will be tested, but your scheming ability as well as your perceptiveness. Shenlong was curious as to how the second trial was going to differ from the first, when the emotionless voice continued. You will be sent to join the rest of the contestants that are currently undertaking the trial inside the King's Garden. Kill a rank 3 magic beast and take its beast core, and you will have successfully passed the second trial. The voice then paused for a moment as if it had just remembered something, before it continued explaining. You can also team up with other contestants, and you can even kill them if you want to, but only the person who gets his hands on the magic beast's core first will be considered to have passed the trial. Additionally, using any other form of external help, including talismans, weapons at the silver grade and above, or helpers that are not officially participating in the trial, will immediately cause you to get disqualified. If you are ready, step inside the black door. Shenlong felt realization dawning his mind when he heard everything regarding the second test, as he then mumbled to himself. This must probably be the main reason why Lu Changpun wanted Wen Zihao and Kong Sun to become his followers. Then, with a serious look in his eyes, Shenlong circulated the monarch's hourglass as well as his golden eyes, before he pushed the black door open and stepped inside. Chapter 135, Coincidence or Fate? Monarch of Time. The moment that Shenlong's feet passed through the black door, a blinding white light forced him to close his eyes, as a familiar feeling of spatial teleportation passed through his body. The moment that Shenlong opened his eyes again, he noticed that the scene around him had changed, as he found himself inside an unfamiliar forest. The colorful trees around him, as well as the cries of the magic beasts in the distance, made it obvious that Shenlong had arrived in the king's garden. After remembering the restrictions that the emotionless voice had set before he had entered the second trial, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, and looking at the black dragon who was now happily munching on the flesh of the nine-eyed giant worm, he said, "Little Black, make sure to avoid using your soul sense again until we leave this place." Although I didn't sense any hostile intentions from that voice, I'm not sure if things will remain the same if you end up being exposed. So unless it's absolutely necessary, you must not use your soul sense until we leave this vermilion realm. Little Black suddenly stopped eating, as he looked at Shenlong with serious eyes, and nodding his head he said, "Master, I will try to break through to the 5th rank, as soon as I finish with the nine-eyed giant worm's body. After my breakthrough, even a peak rank 5 nascent soul expert won't be my match." Shenlong shook his head as he heard Little Black's words and said seriously, "Don't rush your breakthrough until you are ready. If worse comes to worst, then we can just flee from this place. I'm also not sure how strong a rank 4 nascent soul cultivator really is, but I doubt that he will be that much stronger than the nine-eyed giant worm." The black dragon felt warmth in his heart as he heard this, and nodded his head in response as he continued eating the nine-eyed giant worm. Shenlong's consciousness then returned to his body, and after taking a look around him, he climbed on top of the tallest nearby tree, as he observed the area he was in. A cloud of dust had been raised a few miles away from him, as Shenlong could sense the violent clash of auras all the way to his current location. After deliberating for a bit, he still decided to head over and check what was going on. Although Shenlong's strength had grown exponentially, especially after he had reached the peak of the second stage in his monarch's eternal body, he still didn't know if he could defeat an early rank 3 magic beast. After all, even the weakest rank 3 magic beasts were as strong as peak rank 3 heaven grade cultivators. A few minutes later, Shenlong had already arrived at the scene, only to see 6 disciples in tattered black robes lying on the ground. Shenlong recognized the emblem on these disciples' chests, and understood that they belonged to the Poison Hall. Lu Jian had already warned the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect that there were 3 main powers that they shouldn't offend inside the Vermilion Realm. The Golden Buddha Temple was the first on this list, as they were the strongest power in the desolate East. The second was the Bright Moon Academy. Lu Jian had even mentioned that this academy didn't lose out to the Golden Buddha Temple by much in terms of power, and their roots even extended beyond the desolate East. The third power on Lu Jian's list was precisely the Poison Hall. If a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect was to offend the disciples of the Poison Hall, then the sect wouldn't offer them any protection. All of a sudden, less than a mile away from Shenlong, the sounds of fighting once again resumed. Shenlong followed the sounds until he arrived at the foot of a small mountain. The scene unfolding in front of his eyes had left him tongue-tied. 3 black-robed disciples of the Poison Hall, 2 of them at the early rank 1 heaven grade, and the other one in the middle of rank 1, had surrounded a gorgeous girl in green clothes. The girl was holding a thin but long white sword, and seemed to be at the middle of rank 1 in heaven grade as well. The moment that Shenlong's eyes landed on this girl's face, his mind almost blanked out for a moment. Shenlong didn't even immediately move as a series of questions flashed through his head. Do these coincidences really exist? Or is this what people refer to as fate? Shenlong had never believed that one day he would have to play the hero for a damsel in distress. Although he had believed himself to be a cold person, one who only cared about his close ones, The moment that his eyes saw Lu Mei with blood all over her robes, he felt like someone was tugging the strings in his heart. Is it because she stood up for me when I first entered the sect? Or is it because I felt pity for her after hearing about her life from Fu Li? Shenlong didn't know when or why, but he just found out that at some point, he had already developed a soft spot for this peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him. The young man at the middle of rank 1 in heaven grade finally woke up Shenlong, who had fallen into a stupor with his loud laughter, as he looked at the injured Lu Mei in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha ha, bitch! Did you think that you could escape after injuring so many of my brothers? This young master simply asked you to accompany me for a drink, and yet you dare to not give face to my poison hall." Then, with a lewd smile on his face, the young man from the poison hall looked at Lu Mei, who was still on the ground as she struggled to get up with the help of her sword, and said, "Don't worry, So Hunghui, am known for being benevolent after all. Come here and beg this young master, and I can still forgive you." Chapter 136, Sinister Methods of the Poison Hall. Monarch of Time. Shenlong quickly understood what had happened, while the look in his eyes had turned a bone-chilling cold. Since Lu Mei had refused to accompany So Hunghui for a drink, the situation had probably ended with her injuring the disciples of the Poison Hall and fleeing, until it led to the current scene that Shenlong was watching right now. Seeing the frosty look on Lu Mei's face, So Hunghui snickered angrily as he pointed at the saber in his hands and said, "Bitch, how many poisons do you think my blade has been laced with over? Do you think that you can stay alive without my help? Senior brother So, there is no need to get anxious. Did you forget about junior brother Pei's dagger?" Junior brother Pei also looked at So Hunghui with a lewd smile on his face as he winked at him. After seeing the looks on his junior brothers' faces, So Hunghui's eyes brightened, as he once again burst in a loud laughter. Looking at Lu Mei, he no longer suppressed the lust in his eyes as he said, "It's okay even if you don't want to beg this young master. With my junior brother's special poison, let's see for how long you will be able to even move your own body. Seeing the look on your helpless face, will bring PFFTT." Before he could finish his words, So Hunghui clutched his chest, and fell on his knees, as blood had started spurting from his mouth non-stop. Senior brother! Senior brother! The two other disciples of the Poison Hall quickly rushed to So Hunghui's side as they couldn't understand what had suddenly happened to their senior brother. So Hunghui, who was now clutching his chest, had clearly felt that his heart had suddenly ruptured, as a wave of pain assaulted his body. Trying to suppress the excruciating pain, So Hunghui quickly took out a few pills from his spatial ring and consumed without a second thought. Knowing that these pills could only suppress the pain he was feeling but couldn't actually heal him, So Hunghui took a deep breath, as a sinister dark green color had appeared in his palm. After a moment of hesitation, he placed his palm on the left side of his chest, and using his Dao of poison, he attempted to temporarily mend the hole in his heart. Shenlong retracted his bloodied finger from the space tear that he had just opened, and was actually surprised to see that So Hunghui hadn't died yet. It looks like this guy is using poison to stop the blood loss from his heart. Although he hadn't managed to kill So Hunghui immediately, Shenlong was still satisfied with the result, since at least one of the three disciples from the Poison Hall was practically incapacitated. Lu Mei looked at the kneeling So Hunghui in shock, while a burning feeling had already started to spread through her body. At the same time, the 3 cuts on her arms had started to slowly turn black, as a heavy poison was spreading through her body. "Watch out! There is someone else here." After sealing the hole in his heart, So Hunghui spoke in a low voice to his 2 junior brothers, afraid that if he pushed himself to speak louder, his injury would worsen. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from behind So Hunghui and the other 2 disciples of the Poison Hall, as they turned their heads to see Shenlong slowly walking towards them. So Hunghui and his junior brothers retreated a few steps backwards after seeing Shenlong's unfamiliar face appear behind the trees, while Lu Mei's eyes couldn't conceal the shock she was feeling. Shenlong's face wasn't unfamiliar to her after all, and from his yellow robes, the 2 disciples of the Poison Hall understood that this must be another disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Junior brother Pei wasn't sure if this was the person who had injured his senior brother, but taking a step forward he unleashed his early rank 1 heaven grade aura as he asked threateningly, "Brat, who are you? Are you the one who sneakily attacked my senior brother? Do you even know who we are?" Junior brother Pei was certain that even Lu Changpan would back off after seeing the members of the Poison Hall, let alone a normal disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Lu Mei looked at Shenlong's eyes, as the shock in her heart gradually intensified. She had never expected for him to appear here, especially when she was at the weakest point of her life. The look in her eyes however revealed her struggle, as she knew that Shenlong hadn't even joined the Floating Cloud sect for a year, and it was clearly impossible for him to fight against the disciples of the Poison Hall. Finally, with a determined look in her eyes, she looked at him and said in a determined tone, "Don't meddle in other people's business. Quickly leave." The cold look on Shenlong's face had started to warm, as he looked at Lu Mei who was trying to give him a way out, when he asked with a smile on his face, "Didn't you also choose to meddle in my business in the past? Don't worry, since I have already attacked one of them, I can also take care of the other two as well." The look in Su Honghui's face had turned both cold, as well as somewhat fearful when Shenlong had confirmed that he was indeed the one who had attacked him. After all, the mysterious method that he had used to attack his heart had left Su Honghui completely terrified. Junior brother Pei, however, didn't seem afraid in the least, as he stared at Shenlong and said in a confident tone that left no room for discussion, "Very good, brat. Since you have dared to attack the disciples of our Poison Hall, then don't expect to escape alive today." After taking out a second dagger from his waist, Junior brother Pei turned to look at the other black-robed disciple next to him, and said, "Senior brother Bo, let's take care of this brat together." Senior brother Bo nodded his head, as he and Junior brother Pei both flanked Shenlong from the sides. Chapter 137, Killing a Disciple of the Poison Hall. Monarch of Time. Senior brother Bo nodded his head, as he and his junior brother Pei both flanked Shenlong from the sides. Shenlong first activated his Monarch's hourglass, before his eyes turned golden, and looking at the two disciples of the Poison Hall on his left and right sides, he still decided to activate the Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass extended from Shenlong's body, as it covered both Senior Brother Bo and Junior Brother Pei inside it. Although the Monarch's domain seemed to not be as effective when Shenlong fought with people whose cultivation was far above his, it could still slow down the two early rank 1 heaven grade experts by 20%. Junior brother Pei almost laughed when he noticed Shenlong's cultivation that was at the early rank 7 in earth grade, while he hadn't even realized that his own actions had slowed down considerably. Shenlong didn't wait for the two of them to flank him, as he kicked the ground in front of him and rushed at Senior brother Bo. Looking at Shenlong who was running towards him, Senior brother Bo's eyes narrowed, as a purple glow covered the saber in his hands, before he slashed it horizontally towards Shenlong's neck. Shenlong's right fist met with the glowing saber directly, as the powerful collision created a small shockwave that pushed both Shenlong and Senior brother Bo a few steps back. Now that his monarch's eternal body had reached the peak of the second stage, Shenlong was confident that even a peak bronze grade saber couldn't bring any harm to him. The moment that Shenlong's punch collided with the saber, Senior brother Bo felt a sharp pain in his hand as the skin between his thumb and his index finger was violently torn apart. Feeling the force from Shenlong's punch, Senior brother Bo stared at him in horror as he felt his saber leaving his hand. Shenlong was also surprised as he felt a stinging pain in his fist, but looking at the unprotected Senior brother Bo who was trying to open up the distance between them, Shenlong didn't hesitate as he quickly caught up to him and sent a full-powered punch towards Senior brother Bo's stomach. It was only after seeing the saber that was sent flying in the air that the disciples of the Poison Hall had realized that Shenlong was a dual cultivator of both qi and body refining. "Quickly, fly away." Su Honghui's urgent voice sounded in everyone's ears, as he saw the terrified Senior brother Bo about to get hit by Shenlong once again. Senior brother Bo had just remembered that his opponent couldn't fly, as he was still an earth-grade cultivator, but before his feet could actually leave the ground, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Shenlong's left hand that was now filled with blood had already pierced a hole through Senior brother Bo's body, under everyone's astounded eyes. Senior brother Bo looked at the hole in his abdomen with disbelief, as his internal organs were destroyed, while his blood painted the ground beneath him red. Feeling the strength getting sapped from his body, Senior brother Bo crashed on the ground with his face facing the sky, as he inched closer and closer to death. Lu Mei looked at Shenlong agape, as she couldn't believe that this man who had just defeated a heaven-grade expert in a few breaths of time was the same disciple whom she had met in the Alchemist's Guild a few months ago. "Nuuu!" Junior brother Pei let out an ear-piercing scream, as he threw the dagger in his left hand towards Shenlong without a second thought. Whoosh! The dagger flew through the air with a lot of momentum, but as it neared closer to Shenlong, its speed instantly diminished, until it was finally frozen in midair, 3 m away from Shenlong. The monarch's domain that was still active had easily neutralized the danger of the flying dagger, as Shenlong then turned his head to look at the dumbfounded junior brother Pei. Anger, fear, terror, and disbelief were written all over his and Sohunghui's face as they watched Shenlong walking towards them. Run! This was the first thought that came to junior brother Pei's mind, as he took flight and turned to leave the scene. Wait! Sohunghui shouted at his junior brother in horror, seeing that he had forgotten about him, but to his surprise, he received no response as the black-robed junior brother Pei kept flying away. The look in Shenlong's eyes turned serious as he chased him through the woods. Although heaven-grade cultivators could fly in the air, as an early rank 1 heaven-grade cultivator, junior brother Pei's speed wasn't considered fast, since he had only broken through to the heaven grade very recently. Junior brother Pei watched Shenlong, who had easily caught up with him, but laughed sinisterly after feeling assured of the distance separating them. Ha ha ha, brat, just wait. Once my senior brothers and sisters learn of what you did, your entire floating cloud sect will have to pay the price for your actions. Since he was flying at an altitude of more than 30 meters 100 feet in the air, junior brother Pei was sure that even if Shenlong was a body-refining cultivator who could jump that high, he would still be able to move away in time and avoid him. Shenlong smiled mockingly as he heard this, before he suddenly stopped his chase. Junior brother Pei, who saw this, sighed in relief as he kept flying away, certain that he had managed to properly intimidate Shenlong. However, in his heart he still vowed to take revenge for his senior brother today. Shenlong's eyes were focused on junior brother Pei's back, before he slashed the space in front of him open with his left hand. Without missing a beat, his right hand immediately followed suit, as Shenlong sent a full-powered punch inside the space tier. Crack! Junior brother Pei suddenly felt as if a huge hammer had just connected with his spine, before his body was sent crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust in the process. After the cloud of dust receded, junior brother Pei, who opened his eyes, felt an indescribable terror gripping his heart, as he saw Shenlong standing above his head. Although he wanted to beg for his life, junior brother Pei's mouth only made some indiscernible sounds as he saw Shenlong's foot descending on his chest. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones getting crushed reverberated throughout the surroundings, before the black-robed disciple of the poison hall finally stopped breathing. Without the slightest shred of guilt, Shenlong took the spatial ring from his hand, before he returned back to the foot of the mountain where Lu Mei and Sohunghui were. Shenlong wasn't afraid that Sohunghui, or even senior brother Bo, would manage to run away in the short time that he had chased junior brother Pei. Let alone that Sohunghui couldn't even stand up. It was also unknown whether senior brother Bo was still alive or not. Chapter 138, Resolving the Poison. Monarch of Time. Shenlong's conjecture was right, as after arriving at the foot of the mountain he saw senior brother Bo, who was unmoving on the ground, the earth beneath him painted red with his blood, while Sohunghui was struggling to crawl away. When they saw Shenlong returning, Lu Mei's face was painted with joy, while Sohunghui felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even ask anything about his junior brother who had abandoned him earlier, while deep inside him, Sohunghui even hoped that Shenlong had managed to kill that traitor who had dared to abandon him and run away alone. Looking at Shenlong, who was walking towards him, Sohunghui didn't even know what he should say to beg for his life. Shenlong didn't plan to let Sohunghui live in the first place, as he effortlessly crushed his neck without another word, and took his spatial ring before he threw his body to the side. After making sure that senior brother Bo was also dead, Shenlong took his spatial ring as well, and after putting it inside the Stone of Time, he walked up to Lu Mei. Lu Mei looked at the bloodied Shenlong, who had just killed 3 disciples of the Poison Hall to save her, and gave him a dazzling smile that took his breath away for a moment. Shenlong felt his surroundings dimming after seeing this peerlessly beautiful girl's smile, before his eyes suddenly fell on her injured arms that had started to turn a blackish-green color. It looked like the poison had already started to seep into Lu Mei's body, as Shenlong looked at her and said with a serious look, "The poison is quickly spreading throughout your body. If you don't expel it soon, then once it enters your meridians, it will be a miracle if you are still alive." Lu Mei looked at her slender, jade-like arms, and saw that there were indeed 3 dark green spots that were slowly expanding in her body. Using her long white sword, she tried to stand up, but her body simply didn't listen to her. Shenlong's eyes widened as he remembered So Honghui's words, and understood that there must have been some kind of paralyzing poison in junior brother Pei's dagger. Roar! At the same time, both Lu Mei and Shenlong were startled as magic beast roars sounded from the forest behind them. Lu Mei lowered her head embarrassed, while a tinge of red had painted her face, as she said, Ju junior brother, can you help me? Shenlong was stunned when he heard Lu Mei's request, but after noticing that she couldn't move her own body, while magic beasts seemed to be quickly approaching them from behind, he nodded his head as he said, all right, make sure to hang tight. Lu Mei seemed a bit confused after hearing Shenlong's words, until she saw him placing one hand on her back and the other one on her feet. Lifting her up in a princess hug, Shenlong completely ignored Lu Mei's tomato-red face as he ran towards the mountain in front of him. Although he tried not to think about the peerlessly beautiful girl in his arms, after feeling the supple body in his hands, Shenlong couldn't stop his heart rate from speeding up, especially since Lu Mei was the first girl that he was in such a close contact with. Similar thoughts were also flooding Lu Mei's head as she turned her head to look at this man who was carrying her in his arms. A warm feeling filled her heart when she felt Shenlong's loud heartbeat that betrayed his nervousness, despite his calm facade. A few minutes later, Shenlong had already climbed halfway up the mountain, until he finally found a natural-made cave nearby. After making sure that there was no magic beast inside the cave, he exhaled a sigh of relief before he gently placed Lu Mei on the ground. A feeling of loss suddenly filled Lu Mei's heart after she was separated from Shenlong's warm embrace. Shenlong also felt a similar feeling, but he quickly suppressed it as he looked at Lu Mei's wounds and said, Senior sister, it looks like the poison is still expanding on your arm. You should circulate your qi around it to stop it from seeping deeper inside your body. I will look at their spatial rings and see if they have the antidotes on them. Lu Mei nodded her head and smiled lightly, before she closed her eyes and circulated her qi around her wounds. Shards of ice appeared on top of her skin, as the dark green spots seemed to have stopped expanding any further. Then, opening her eyes to look at Shenlong, who was now searching through the spatial rings in search of an antidote, her eyes formed two crescent moons as a smile that could dazzle anyone who could see her at this moment had unknowingly appeared on her face. Searching through all three of the Poison Hall disciples' spatial rings, Shenlong found more than 70,000 spirit stones in total, along with various poisonous herbs, as well as 2 small boxes. The boxes were filled with black and green ointment respectively, but the scent they emitted was anything but pleasant. Usually, poison masters would always carry the antidote for their poisons with them, in case they accidentally affected themselves while fighting, so Shenlong didn't found this unexpected. Opening his eyes, Shenlong was captivated by Lu Mei's bewitching smile. A moment later, he recomposed himself, and taking out the 2 black boxes with the antidotes, he said, Senior sister, these ointments need to be applied externally on your injuries. Lu Mei looked at the black boxes in front of her and embarrassedly nodded her head once again. She was surprised to find out that her heart was actually looking forward to Shenlong's hands touching hers once again. Chapter 139, Leave the Sect? Monarch of Time. Nodding his head, Shenlong smiled as he first dipped his fingers inside the black ointment. His hand then stroked Lu Mei's slender hand, like a brush painting on a canvas. The feeling of his hand touching Lu Mei's milky smooth skin as he applied the ointment was something unique to Shenlong, while the atmosphere around the two of them was slowly changing. It felt like the distance between them was shortening with each stroke of his hand. After Shenlong finished applying the black ointment on Lu Mei's hand, he looked at her and said, Senior sister, you should be able to move your body very soon. The paralyzing poison will quickly go away and you should be able to apply the green ointment on yourself. Looking at Lu Mei's face, who seemed somewhat sad when she heard this, Shenlong smiled as he continued. However, if you happen to feel any discomfort and don't want to move just yet, I can certainly help you apply the rest of it. Feeling that her thoughts had been seen through, Lu Mei felt embarrassment, but she still happily nodded her head with an enchanting smile on her face, as she then whispered, You don't have to call me senior sister anymore, just call me Lu Mei. Shenlong nodded his head, and with the same smile as before, he said, Then, you should also call me Shenlong. Feeling her cheeks heating up, Lu Mei lowered her head, but she still felt happy in her heart. After Shenlong had finished applying the green ointment on her hands, he said, You should start feeling the effects of the green ointment in less than 10 minutes. Lu Mei then stared at Shenlong's eyes intently, and after taking a deep breath she said in a serious voice, "Shenlong, you should leave the floating cloud sect." The moment that he heard Lu Mei's words, Shenlong was dumbfounded, as he stared at her with eyes full of surprise. He hadn't expected to hear something like that, especially from the sect master's daughter. Lu Mei, however, didn't seem to mind Shenlong's reaction as she continued. "Unless you plan to stay an outer disciple forever, you should leave the sect while you still can, because once you become an inner disciple, you may no longer have that chance. After all, the inner city isn't as simple as it actually seems. Don't you find it weird that I'm all alone inside this second trial, since Lu Changpun had ordered all the inner disciples and elders to rush to the central region 5 days after entering the Vermilion Realm?" Indeed, this thought had passed through Shenlong's mind, but he had simply assumed that Lu Mei hadn't managed to meet with anyone else up until now. However, Lu Mei had also called Lu Changpun by his actual name instead of calling him elder brother, and based on the hatred and disgust that she displayed, it seemed that there was more to this than what meets the eye. Seeing that Shenlong was pondering over what she had said, Lu Mei then continued, "The reason I am not together with the rest of them is because I don't plan to ever return back to the floating cloud sect." It seemed that after she had finally said these words that she had been keeping in her heart, all of Lu Mei's suppressed emotions burst out along with them, as she then continued explaining everything, without any intent to actually conceal the inner matters of the sect. "Do you know why none of the disciples or elders of the inner city protested when Lu Changpun said that everyone must gather in the central region 5 days later no matter what? It's because once you become an inner disciple, you will be forced to choose one of the 5 families that you want to follow. The family that you choose to follow will then offer you enticing rewards depending on your strength and potential, but once you join them you will have to follow their every order. Everyone that entered the Vermilion Realm from the inner city has to listen to the words of the future sect master. While as for the top 100 in the arena rankings, it is because they are all the strongest outer disciples as well as the future of the sect. As long as they don't die in here, everyone in the top 100 will enter the inner city sooner or later, and become inner disciples. Therefore, allowing them to enter the Vermilion Realm is still in the best benefits of the sect in the end." Shenlong had trouble believing what he had just heard, but deep in his heart, he felt that what Lu Mei had told him was the truth. Unknowingly, Shenlong couldn't help but blurt out a question that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, did Fu Li know about all of this? If Fatty Fu really knew about this and didn't tell him, then things would be completely different. Lu Mei shook her head as she said, "I don't know. As the heir of the Fu family, Fu Li should have known, but, because of his character it is quite possible that his family hasn't told him anything yet." Lu Mei's answer, however, didn't reassure Shenlong, as many different scenarios had now formed in his mind. "Did Fu Li and Lu Wen approach me because they wanted to draw me in their families? It's actually possible for Lu Wen, who claimed that he was forced to return back to the sect, but Fu Li didn't know anything about me when he had met me in the Alchemist's Guild." Coming to this conclusion, Shenlong's furrowed brows slightly relaxed, but he had still decided to obtain a clear answer from Fatty Fu in the future. "So, will you still stay in the floating cloud sect?" As Lu Mei voiced her question, she hadn't realized that she was eagerly staring at Shenlong with sparkling eyes, as she waited to hear his answer. Chapter 140, A Pair of Fishermen. Monarch of Time. Shenlong fell in contemplation for a while, after hearing Lu Mei's question, before he finally answered. "I wasn't planning to stay in the floating cloud sect forever, so, leaving the sect after exiting the Vermilion Realm isn't such a bad choice then." What Shenlong had said was the truth. After all, he was still planning to find out more things about the Stone of Time, visit the ruins of the universe, and become strong enough to protect himself and his parents. He also had to learn more about Little Black's origins, so he wasn't planning to stay in the floating cloud sect for the rest of his life. Lu Mei felt happy when she heard Shenlong's answer, as she then continued, "Then, why don't you also come to the Silver Sword City?" Shenlong's eyes betrayed his puzzlement as he looked at Lu Mei, since he had never heard of the name Silver Sword City before. Lu Mei understood that Shenlong must not know about the internal secrets of the king's realm, as she then said, "Let me explain what I know first. There are actually 2 ways to leave the Vermilion Realm. The first is the normal way, where you just have to wait for 3 months to pass. 3 months after everyone has entered the Vermilion Realm, a teleportation array will force us to return back to the lightning wasteland. The second way, however, requires one to have passed the second trial. After we pass the second trial, the overseer of the king's palace will allow us to choose if we want to stay in the desolate east, or if we wish to go to the Silver Sword City of the Night Star continent. Both the Golden Buddha Temple, as well as the Snow Cloud country where Yinggongsun is from, are actually located in the Night Star continent as well, while the Golden Buddha Temple here is said to be just a branch of the actual temple. The Night Star continent is actually located very close to our desolate east, and even experts at the nascent soul realm are not rare there. But as for why the overseer would choose to send us in the Silver Sword City, I don't know that. After listing everything that she knew about the king's palace, Lu Mei looked at Shenlong, who was still digesting all this information. A few breaths of time later, Shenlong smiled at Lu Mei while his eyes were staring at her deep black eyes, before he said, "Thank you. I still have to consider the matter about that Silver Sword City for some more, but before that, we still need to kill 2 rank 3 magic beasts to pass the second trial." Lu Mei felt her cheeks reddening after seeing Shenlong's smile when she nodded her head. Indeed, Shenlong couldn't just decide to leave the desolate east on the spot. Then, with a serious look on her face, she said, "That's why Lu Changpun had ordered everyone to gather in the central region. I believe that he has already passed the second trial long ago. After all, his aim is to get the legacy inside the king's palace, so passing the second trial earlier gives him more time to fully focus on the third trial." Just as Lu Mei finished her words, tremors sounded from the top of the mountain, while the cave that the two of them were in seemed as if it was on the verge of collapse. Shenlong and Lu Mei quickly rushed out of the cave, as they turned their heads to look at the top of the mountain. 2 magic beasts seemed to be fighting, and based on the destructive power that they were exhibiting, it was clear that they weren't simple early rank 3 magic beasts. Shenlong and Lu Mei turned to look at each other before they slowly ascended the mountain. After they reached closer to the mountain's peak, Shenlong immediately understood what was happening. In the world of magic beasts, there were certain beasts that were natural enemies, one example of which was the iron-winged eagle and the earth bear that Shenlong had seen in the demonic mountain region. Once they started fighting, these magic beasts usually wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. The scene in front of him now was another such example, as a middle rank 3 ice hawk was fighting with a middle rank 3 demonic spider. Looking at the 2 magic beasts that were fighting with reckless abandon, unwilling to rest until the other one was down, Shenlong's eyes shone as he gestured at Lu Mei to be silent. Lu Mei's eyes widened as she understood what Shenlong wanted to do and whispered, "Is it really possible to act as the fisherman on 2 middle rank 3 magic beasts?" It wasn't that Lu Mei didn't believe in Shenlong, as she had already seen his strength when he had killed the 3 disciples of the Poison Hall. But even an early rank 3 magic beast could also kill Su Honghui and his 2 brothers, let alone a middle stage one. Shenlong smiled as he heard Lu Mei's question and said, "Before entering the second trial, that ethereal voice had said that this trial wouldn't only test one's power, but also their scheming ability as well as their perceptiveness. If there was no other way to pass the second trial aside from banding together, then wouldn't those like Lu Changpun who got help from their sect members be the only ones who passed through it?" Lu Mei looked as if she had just understood a critical point that she had previously missed regarding this trial. Right? The second trial also tests one's perceptiveness. After all, it was common knowledge that average magic beasts could usually dominate cultivators who were at the same level as them, so how could those disciples who were still at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade or lower kill magic beasts at the early rank 3 or even higher? Chapter 141, Passing the Second Trial. Monarch of Time. Looking at Lu Mei, who was staring at him with bright eyes as she waited to hear his explanation, Shenlong turned his head to observe the fight of the 2 magic beasts at the mountain peak, as he said, "Actually, one of the ways to pass the second trial is to band together and hunt for early rank 3 magic beasts, but the question is, how many early rank 3 magic beasts are inside this king's garden in the first place?" Seeing that Lu Mei seemed to have just come to another realization once again, Shenlong continued, "However, aside from teaming up, there is another way to pass this test. That is to ambush and kill a magic beast. This method, however, is far more dangerous than the first one, since you need to have perfect grasp of what's happening around you before you actually attack the beast. Normally, I may not have chosen to attack 2 strong middle stage rank 3 magic beasts, like the ice hawk and the demonic spider. The current situation, however, is different. The reason that these two beasts are enemies lies with the ice hawk after all. Both the demonic spider, as well as the ice hawk, are magic beasts who cultivate yin qi inside them, and although their attribute isn't the same, as one of them focuses on ice while the other one focuses more on poison, the yin qi inside the ice hawk isn't that much different than the yin qi of the demonic spider in the end. Usually, since their strength is about the same, the ice hawk wouldn't attack the demonic spider's lair for no reason. However, once a demonic spider has given birth to its eggs, then, just before the eggs hatch, at the end of their incubation period, the yin qi inside them is at their purest and most dense form. The ice hawk can sense the rich yin qi from far away, and will then start a life and death battle with the spider. Lu Mei's mouth was agape after hearing Shenlong's explanation. She finally understood that Shenlong didn't decide to attack these two magic beasts out of recklessness, but because he had prior knowledge about their characteristics and their nature. Looking at the young man beside her, who didn't seem to be any older than herself, Lu Mei felt an inexplicable attraction to the mysterious aura that he was emitting. As time passed, more and more wounds had appeared on the ice hawk's and the demonic spider's body. After flapping its wings, the 5 meters 16 feet large ice hawk summoned a small hailstorm that pierced the black spider's body. Green blood was flowing from its wounds, but the spider didn't seem to feel any pain, as it opened its mouth and spat many small balls of purple liquid. The liquid let out a sizzling sound as it touched the hawk's body, almost as if it was burning through its blue and white skin. Finally, 3 hours later, the ice hawk had fallen on the ground, while more than half of its body had been corroded by the spider's poison. But the demonic spider was also filled with terrible wounds. More than half of its back had been pierced with ice shards, while 3 of its 8 legs had already been severed from its body. Looking at the terribly injured spider, as well as the ice hawk that had finally stopped breathing, Lu Mei couldn't help turning her gaze at Shenlong as she asked, "Should we attack now?" Shenlong shook his head as he said, "Wait until the spider has confirmed that the hawk is dead. Once it has let down its guard, use your strongest move and aim at its back. You only need to attack once, and then quickly retreat. Even if you don't hit it, you can leave the rest to me." Lu Mei nodded her head as her eyes stared at the black spider, who was unsteadily walking towards the dead ice hawk. Only after stabbing one of its feet on the hawk's head and confirming that it was dead, did it finally relax slightly. At that moment, Lu Mei circulated her cultivation technique, before numerous shards of ice appeared in the air around her. More than 1,000 ice shards instantly merged together, as they formed a huge ice pillar more than 20 meters 65 feet long. Shenlong was amazed as he saw the huge ice pillar flying towards the demonic spider, as he also activated his monarch's domain along with his golden eyes. Although the spider was a middle-rank 3 magic beast, its body had already weakened so much by its battle with the ice hawk, that the huge ice pillar would pose a lethal threat to it. The moment that it sensed the gigantic ice pillar flying towards it, the demonic spider hastily dodged to the side, when out of nowhere, one of its eyes suddenly exploded. The pain from having its eye exploding immediately sent the spider into a frenzy, as it thrashed around madly while it screeched in pain. And yet, thanks to its erratic movements, it still managed to luckily dodge Lu Mei's ice pillar. Without missing a beat, Shenlong's body quickly slid under the spider that was still flailing around, and gathering the strength of his monarch's eternal body, he used his full strength as he punched repeatedly on the same spot. Skreek! A terrifying cry escaped the spider's mouth, as Shenlong's punches had finally pierced a hole through its body. A few breaths of time later, the spider seemed to have finally lost its strength, as its body crashed on the ground. When Shenlong and Lu Mei had both dug out the beast cores of the demonic spider and the ice hawk, they suddenly felt their vision turning black at the same time. Shenlong's surroundings instantly darkened, as a powerful spatial force surrounded his body. Shenlong once again felt the familiar sensation of spatial teleportation, when a deep voice sounded in his ears that said, "Congratulations for passing the second of the King's Trials." Chapter 142, The Final Trial. Monarch of Time. Congratulations for passing the second of the King's Trials. You are the 14th person in this century's batch who has successfully managed to pass through the King's Garden. As this voice sounded in his ears, Shenlong's surroundings brightened, before he found himself inside a jade-white room. This room was completely empty, without any decorations, except for what seemed to be a red meditative pillow that was placed on the floor, right in the center of the room. A black door seemed to have materialized in front of Shenlong, seemingly out of thin air, as a black-haired, middle-aged man then appeared in front of him. Although this man seemed to be smiling, the look in his eyes gave off a dangerous feeling, akin to that of a viper that was staring at a helpless lamb. After sizing Shenlong up, the man had that same smile on his face as he said, "Very good, kid. I didn't expect you to actually have the guts to scheme against the demonic spider. That was really impressive. Congratulations." The reward for passing the second trial, however, is not something tangible, but rather an opportunity that the king himself had personally set. You can choose whether you want to stay in the desolate east, or go to the Silver Sword City of the Night Star continent. There are still 2 months of time until the king's realm closes, so you have until then before you give me your answer. You can also decide whether or not you want to challenge the last of the king's trials, but I suggest that you don't. Although you are not weak, for an Earth-grade cultivator at least, I can guarantee you that you have 0% chance of passing the last trial. The middle-aged man listed everything in one go, before he turned to look at Shenlong as he waited for his answer. Shenlong in turn, had been thinking about the Night Star continent ever since he had heard about it from Lume. If the strongest sect in the desolate east is only a branch from the actual Golden Buddha temple, then going to the Night Star continent might really be the best choice for me to advance faster. I still need to expand my field of vision and learn more about the outside world after all. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him before he asked, "Senior, can you tell me anything else about the Night Star continent?" The middle-aged man looked at Shenlong in amusement, as he shook his head and replied, "In the world of cultivation, knowledge is never given away for free. The king has decreed that only the person who passes through the final trial can ask the overseers any questions. All I can tell you is, the Night Star continent is a heaven-sent opportunity if your aim is to become stronger and leave the desolate east." Shenlong nodded his head as he clearly understood this fact. Knowledge was indeed priceless in the cultivation world, and one such example was precisely the knowledge that he had received from the Golden Book. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Shenlong then asked, "In that case, senior, can you tell me how do I enter the third trial?" The middle-aged man smiled when he heard this, before his hand pointed at a golden door on the right side of the room as he said, "If you wish to challenge the final trial, all you have to do is step through that door and you will understand." Shenlong turned his head to look at the golden door that had just appeared at the side of the wall, and noticed a white-colored seal character on top of it. The black-haired man's eyes were also staring at the seal character as he said, "It seems that someone is already challenging the final trial, so you will have to wait for your turn. Remember, you can only challenge the third trial only once every day. As for whether you live or die, that will be up to you." Without another word, the black-haired man waved his hand, as he then entered inside the black door behind him and disappeared from the room. After the middle-aged man disappeared, Shenlong turned his head to look at the golden door with the white seal character on it, before he sat on the red cushion at the center of the room. After sending his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time and noticing that Little Black was sleeping, he started feeding the spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine, before starting another cultivation session. After breaking through to the early rank 7 in Earth grade, Shenlong noticed that his refining speed had increased dramatically. Looking at the 55 balls of qi above him inside the monarch's hourglass, Shenlong began absorbing the qi from the heaven-swallowing vine, as he started condensing the 56th ball of qi. A day later, there were already 58 balls of qi hovering above his head, as he had now reached the middle rank 7 in Earth grade. Opening his eyes, Shenlong then noticed that the seal character had disappeared from the golden door. Standing up from the red cushion, he first stretched his body a few times before he walked towards the golden door. After taking a deep breath and activating his golden eyes, Shenlong pushed the door open with his right hand as he entered inside. Surprisingly, after entering the golden door, Shenlong found himself inside a majestic hall. Rows of golden knight armor seemed to be greeting the guests that were entering the hall for the first time, while luxurious chandeliers made from silver and emerald jade decorated the ceiling. Shenlong's eyes traveled at the end of the hall, where he saw a golden throne, adorned with countless rare jades. A handsome, golden-haired young man in his late 20s, could be seen sitting on the throne, and while his deep green eyes were staring at Shenlong, a single word came from his mouth. "Welcome." Chapter 143, Dao King. Monarch of Time, welcome, the golden-haired young man said, as he slowly stood up from the throne. Although this man was dressed in plain white robes that were in sharp contrast with the rest of the luxurious hall around him, his plain robes didn't make him feel out of place. Instead, they seemed to have accentuated his presence even more, giving off the feeling of a king who didn't care about material wealth. Shenlong was stunned after seeing the golden-haired man's face. His face was the same as the statue in front of the king's palace. All of a sudden, the sleeping little black opened his eyes inside the stone of time, as he said in a warning tone. Master, be careful. This is a soul incantation. A soul incantation. Shenlong had never heard of this term before, as little black started explaining. A soul incantation is created when an expert at the late stages of the nascent soul or above splits a small part of their soul and injects it into another body. However, the body that houses the split soul has to be specially created from a formation master who has reached at least the gold grade, while every single detail of it must be identical to the original bodies. Staring at the white-robed young man in front of Shenlong, Little Black then continued. Master, after seeing this soul incantation, one thing is now clear. If the person in front of Master is actually the Dao King who created this realm, then he certainly hasn't reached the end of his lifespan yet. Otherwise, his incantation would have also died along with his original soul. He is either still alive somewhere, or his original body was killed, but his soul incantation remains intact in here. The golden-haired young man's eyes were staring at Shenlong with an impassive look, as he then said in a resounding voice, Welcome, to the third and final trial of my palace. I, Kui Kuliang, officially welcome you to my world. The golden-haired man's voice resonated throughout the entire hall, making Shenlong's ears buzz in the process. Waving his sleeve, Kui Kuliang immediately unleashed his aura at the pinnacle of rank 3 in heaven grade, as he continued. The test for the last trial is simple. I will limit my strength to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade. All you have to do is simply defeat me. Of course, weapons above the silver grade or special talismans are not allowed. Prepare yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed Kui Kuliang spread open his left palm, as a small ball of water appeared in his hand. The water ball quickly enlarged, while its shape also started to change. Half a breath later, a 2 meters 6.6 feet long crystal blue, lifelike water python, had appeared around the golden-haired young man. Waving his hand, Kui Kuliang immediately sent the water python flying towards Shenlong's head. Shenlong's golden eyes flashed with a faint blue light, as he immediately activated his monarch's domain. The python, however, was barely slowed down after entering the monarch's domain, as it quickly arrived in front of Shenlong. Opening its giant mouth, the python showed his lifelike water teeth that were aiming to devour Shenlong's head. Shenlong had no time to dodge the python's attack, as he gathered his strength in his right hand before it collided with the python's face. Boom! The impact of the collision had surprisingly sent Shenlong flying backwards, until he crashed on the wall behind him. The python was actually much stronger than Shenlong had estimated. Although its power wasn't enough to match a middle rank 3 magic beast, it was still strong enough to dominate most early rank 3 beasts. Although Shenlong was sent flying from the impact, the python seemed to be barely affected from it, as its slightly deformed face quickly returned back to its original shape. Staring at Shenlong with emotionless eyes, Kui Kuliang immediately ordered the python to attack him again, before he conjured another ball of water on his left palm. The second ball of water quickly enlarged itself, and half a breath of time later, another water python had coiled itself around the golden-haired man. This python, however, didn't attack Shenlong, as it continued to hover in the air around Kui Kuliang instead. Fighting against the first water python, Shenlong seemed to have already found himself in a tough spot. Although he knew exactly when and where the python was going to attack him from, the difference in their speed was too great. Even when Shenlong managed to dodge the first attack, he was unable to dodge the one that followed right after, as he was sent crashing on the walls of the hall again and again. Although his monarch's eternal body was sturdy, numerous wounds had already appeared on his body. Looking at the white-robed Kui Kuliang who was leisurely looking at him from the distance, Shenlong felt extremely frustrated. The power of the Dao is much stronger than I had originally estimated. Although Fu Piazi had already comprehended a fragment of the Dao of wind, in front of this man's Dao of water he would have died from a single attack. Master, this is only natural. Although this is probably just a fragment of the Dao of water that this man has comprehended, in the end, you are still fighting against a Dao king who has suppressed his power. Seeing that Shenlong was still hanging on against the first python, Kui Kuliang turned his head to look at the newly created python that was hovering in the air around him. The second python immediately followed the first, as they relentlessly attacked Shenlong. Half an incense stick of time later, the two water pythons dispersed themselves, as Shenlong's badly damaged body appeared on the ground. Kui Kuliang was about to return to his throne, when his eyes twitched, as he saw Shenlong's half-destroyed body slowly standing up. Chapter 144, Comprehending the Dao. Monarch of Time. Interesting. Kui Kuliang's voice sounded as he slowly walked back to his throne. With his back still turned at Shenlong, he said, "Among the 6 of you that are participating in the third trial, you are probably the weakest. The strongest is that brat with the red armor, along with the little bald monk. The little poison brat as well the beggar kid are next, followed by the monkey man and then you. Nevertheless, I have to admit that you are only weak because you haven't entered the third stage in body refinement yet. Otherwise, you would probably be as strong as that poison brat. You can go back and rest. Remember, you are only allowed to come here once per day." As he finished speaking, Kui Kuliang waved his sleeve, before he sat back on his throne. Shenlong then cupped his hands, before he entered inside the golden door, and returned to the jade-white room. After returning back to the room, Shenlong sat on the red cushion, and took out a few profound earth fruits from the stone of time to replenish the energy of his monarch's eternal body. The wounds that he had suffered weren't just deep, but they were also too many to count. After all, the power of Kui Kuliang's water pythons was far above that of average early rank 3 magic beasts. After eating the profound earth fruits, Shenlong noticed that the wounds on his body had started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and half an hour later, there were only a few scars left. An hour after that, even the scars were completely gone, as Shenlong finally opened his eyes. After taking a look at the now sealed golden door in front of him, he mumbled to himself, "What does it mean to comprehend a Dao? Kui Kuliang has comprehended the Dao of water and can summon powerful water pythons, while Fu Piazi seemed to have comprehended the Dao of wind and could amplify his dagger's flying speed, or even manipulate in the air. Then, what about the Dao of time and the Dao of space? Is the Dao of time just used to freeze my enemies like the monarch's domain?" Just as Shenlong was pondering over the meaning of the Dao of time, inside the final trial, in front of the throne, Kui Kuliang was leisurely watching a young man in blue robes fighting against his water pythons. If Shenlong was here, he would probably recognize this man as the arrogant 6th prince of the Snowcloud country. A crimson battle armor was protecting Yang Gongsun's upper body, as he was fighting against more than 50 water pythons. The pythons constantly attacked Yang Gongsun, but his red armor seemed to be sturdy enough to receive their attacks without fail. It seemed that the entrapment of the 50 pythons, however, was impossible to escape her. As Yang Gongsun was slowly pushed towards the end of the hall, the moment that his back touched the wall, an endless barrage of attacks followed from the water pythons, as his crimson battle armor started to dim. An incense stick of time later, his red armor had completely disappeared, as the blue-robed prince's body was filled with numerous wounds. The moment that the water pythons disappeared, Yang Gongsun's condition wasn't any better than Shenlong's when he had left the hall. The blue-robed prince stared at Kui Kuliang with eyes filled with determination, before he finally lost consciousness. Kui Kuliang laughed after seeing Yang Gongsun falling unconscious, as he then grabbed his body and unceremoniously threw it inside the golden door. Half an hour passed by, when a golden-robed, bald young man entered inside the throne room. Anyone in the desolate east could guess from his sect robes and his shaved head, that this young man was a member of the Golden Buddha Temple. The moment that he saw Kui Kuliang, the young monk bowed his head, as he clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, benefactor Kui. I hope that you can teach this young monk once again today." Kui Kuliang laughed as he heard this and said, "Little bald monk, not bad, not bad. Out of everyone else participating in this trial, you are the only one who pays his respects every time you see me." The young monk bowed his head once again, before he took a defensive stance, as he then stared at Kui Kuliang expectantly. Kui Kuliang smiled lightly, as he raised his left hand and once again created a water python. The moment that the python appeared, he rushed at the young monk at lightning speed. The monk's hands, however, shone with a golden light, as he sent a palm strike at the python. The palm strike instantly connected with the python's head, as it tore it in half. After getting hit by this golden palm, the python immediately collapsed, as it turned into a ball of water that crashed on the floor. Kui Kuliang was stunned when he saw this, when a big smile covered his face as he said, "Little bald monk, well done. It seems that your Dao of the Buddha has advanced another step forward. However, it's far too early for you to celebrate." Waving his hand, Kui Kuliang created more than 100 water pythons, who immediately drowned the young monk in their attacks. This time, the monk had turned on the defensive as he endured the python's violent assault, but he barely managed to last for a few minutes, before he was sent flying on the wall of the hall. Looking at the still smiling Kui Kuliang, the young monk stood up from the ground, and cupping his hands, he said, "Thank you, benefactor Kui. This monk hopes to learn from you again tomorrow." After giving another bow, the golden-robed young monk then entered the door and disappeared from the hall. As the rest of the contestants were fighting in the final trial one after the other, Shenlong had spent the next few days meditating in his room. Finally 7 days later, he opened his eyes, and looking at his right hand that was glowing with a faint blue light, he couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Is this the Dao of Time?" Chapter 145, The Dao of Time. Monarch of Time. Is this the Dao of Time? Looking at the bright glow in his right hand, Shenlong had fallen into deep contemplation. The look in Little Black's eyes, however, was unable to hide his shock and excitement. With his experience, how could the dragon not understand that Shenlong had already touched upon the Dao of Time? It only took Master, as a mere rank 7 Earth grade cultivator, a week to start comprehending the Dao? This. Even with Shenlong's extraordinary affinity with the element of space, he still hadn't managed to touch upon the Space Dao, despite having already reached the pinnacle of the second stage in the monarch's eternal body. And yet, comprehension in the Dao of Time seemed to have come extremely naturally. As the black dragon was absorbed in his thoughts, Shenlong released his monarch's domain as the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body. At the same time, looking at the blue glow in his hand, his golden eyes shone as if he had just come to a realization. That's right. If my monarch's domain can be used to halt, or slow down the flow of time inside it, then why can't it also amplify it? The blue glow around his hand then expanded in the air, as it merged with the invisible figure of the hourglass around him. Shenlong could feel an imperceptible change happening in the monarch's domain, while his control over it had suddenly increased. With a simple thought, the flow of time around Shenlong then started to change. The time inside the monarch's domain was now flowing twice as fast, compared to the outside world. This is not yet my limit. After injecting even more of his chi in the monarch's domain, the flow of time around him was now 6 times faster than normal, when Shenlong finally realized a problem. Sitting cross-legged on the red cushion, his eyes fell on the blue glow in his hand as he said, "Using the monarch's domain this way would not only cause it to lose its original properties, but it would also amplify the speed of anyone else who enters inside it as well." More than an hour passed while Shenlong was pondering over this problem, when his eyes suddenly lit up, as another thought came on his mind. What if? Activating the monarch's domain once again, Shenlong didn't change anything in it this time. Instead, the bright blue glow in his hand changed. At the same time as Shenlong was still experimenting with his monarch's domain and the Dao of Time, inside the third trial, Lu Changpun was fighting with more than 20 water pythons. The pythons seemed to have surrounded him, as they attacked relentlessly from all fronts. Countless ice shards floated around Lu Changpun, forming a huge ice shield that covered him from the attacks of the pythons. Kui Kuliang looked at him, as he clapped his hands and said, "Come on, little beggar kid. If you don't even try to attack the pythons, then how do you expect to beat them?" Crack! Crack! Under the unceasing attacks of the pythons, Lu Changpun's ice shield barely managed to last for a few minutes, before it finally broke into pieces. Lu Changpun fell back, as he waved his hands, creating a huge ice wall in a desperate attempt to stall the pythons, as he tried to open up the distance between them. Kui Kuliang, however, just smiled, as the pythons crashed on the wall head-on, destroying it in an instant as their attacks then continued on Lu Changpun's body. Less than 10 breaths of time later, Lu Changpun's body was covered in injuries, while he even lacked the strength to stand up on his own. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Kui Kuliang looking at him, before he shouted, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Kui Kuliang slowly walked up to Lu Changpun's body, and looking at him he said, Little beggar kid, you are not fit to become my disciple. How many times are you still going to ask? You should know that I am not looking for a disciple to begin with. I know what you really want, but if you think that you can get your hands on the Dragon Lord's medallion by begging, then you must really be an idiot. Lu Changpun's face immediately turned red when he heard this, but he actually didn't refute any of Kui Kuliang's words. Instead, he shouted loudly once again, Senior, just give me a chance. Finally, the look in Kui Kuliang's face changed, as his left foot angrily kicked Lu Changpun's body, sending him flying to the golden door behind him. Then, without another word, he returned back to his throne, as he stared at the golden door with eyes full of anger. Back in his room, Shenlong noticed that the seal character had just disappeared from the golden door, but he didn't pay any attention to it, as he started walking around the room. At first glance, there was nothing odd about his movement, aside from a blue layer of light that was coming from his body. However, barely 5 minutes later, Shenlong's breathing had turned uneven as he sat back on the red cushion, and started recovering his qi. 3 hours later he stood up, as he slowly walked towards the golden door. Once again, the scene in his eyes changed, as he found himself inside the throne room, with the same golden-haired young man sitting on the throne. Kui Kuliang's eyes lit up, as he saw Shenlong entering the hall. Annoyed from Lu Changpun's earlier behavior, he decided to punish Shenlong a bit and vent his residual anger. Waving his hand, 5 water pythons appeared in front of him, as they instantly flew towards Shenlong. Shenlong was shocked to see 5 pythons this time instead of 2, but with a slight smile on his face, he activated his golden eyes as well as the monarch's domain. This time, a faint blue light was also coming from Shenlong's body, as he watched the 5 pythons that were flying at him. Kui Kuliang waited expectantly for the pythons to hit Shenlong's body, but the moment that they arrived in front of him, Shenlong suddenly vanished. Kui Kuliang immediately stood up from his throne, as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide-open eyes. Chapter 146, Dao of Light? Monarch of Time. Kui Kuliang immediately stood up from his throne, as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide-open eyes. The 5 pythons hadn't even touched Shenlong's body. He had actually moved so fast, that he had left behind an afterimage at the place he was standing on. The golden-haired young man looked at Shenlong with an incredulous look in his eyes, before his body started trembling with excitement as he asked, Kid, what was that move just now? Was that a martial skill? No, it didn't feel like a martial skill. I actually felt the power of the Dao coming from you. But, you are just a brat at the peak of the 2nd stage in body refinement. How could you possibly have started comprehending a high-level Dao? In addition, there are very few Daos that can actually give you such an enhancement in speed. The Dao of Wind can also enhance your speed but not at this level. It's also obvious that you have not comprehended the Dao of Thunder. Don't tell me, kid, you actually managed to get enlightened in the Dao of Light? Judging by the faint light coming off from your body, this old man must be right, huh? Ha ha ha. Kui Kuliang laughed excitedly, as he could barely contain his elation. He looked so certain about the conclusion that he had arrived in, that he didn't even need to hear Shenlong's answer. Shenlong instead looked at the excited Kui Kuliang in front of him, as he answered with a sly smile on his face. Senior, you overpraise me. I have only just started my Dao comprehension after all. Of course, Shenlong would never admit that he had comprehended the Dao of Time instead of the Dao of Light, as he clearly understood how many follow-up questions that could bring him. In a sense, he considered himself very lucky that Kui Kuliang had come to the wrong conclusion by himself, so all he had to do was play along with him. Kui Kuliang shook his head as he stared at Shenlong with shining eyes and said, Brat, you don't know how rare the Dao of Light actually is. Even in the Night Star continent, only some incredible geniuses can comprehend this Dao. For a brat of the desolate East to have such good fortune, even this old man envies you. As he finished speaking, Kui Kuliang waved his hand, as he created more than 20 water pythons in an instant. Shenlong's eyes bulged when he saw this, but Kui Kuliang smiled as he said, Even if you have comprehended a rare Dao like the Dao of Light, your cultivation base is still insufficient to win against me. The 20 water pythons quickly surrounded Shenlong, as they attacked him one by one. Shenlong, however, wasn't going to stick in the same passive position as he did the last time. After taking one step forward, he immediately disappeared from where he stood, as he avoided all the water pythons and rushed at the golden-haired young man in front of the throne. Shenlong's speed was extremely fast, as he quickly covered half of the distance between himself and Kui Kuliang. Kui Kuliang then raised his right hand, as he created a whip made of water. Crack! 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 The sounds of the water whip cracking through the air resounded in the throne room as Kui Kuliang attacked Shenlong again and again. Shenlong's golden eyes, however, flashed repeatedly, as he easily avoided the water whip's attacks. A few breaths of time later, he had already closed the distance, and clenching his right fist, he sent a full-powered punch towards Kui Kuliang's chest. A water python appeared from Kui Kuliang's body, as it met Shenlong's punch head-on. Shenlong smirked as he saw the python, meeting his full-powered punch with its face as he continued forward without stopping. If it was me from a week ago, I would probably be unable to defeat this python. But now, with my new Monarch's domain, it's impossible to lose again. Boom! The result of the clash was completely different than the first time. Amplified by his speed, Shenlong's fist immediately pierced through the water python's head, as it completely destroyed it before colliding with Kui Kuliang's body. The golden-haired Dao King stumbled back a few steps, before he stared at Shenlong in shock. It only took him a moment to understand how Shenlong had managed to defeat the water python so easily. Amplified by his Dao of Light, it was natural for Shenlong's punch to be this strong. Although he was hit by Shenlong's punch, Kui Kuliang shrugged as he stared at the young man in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha, I told you, kid, you are still too weak. Do you think that you are the only one who cultivates in both qi and body refinement?" Shenlong noticed that the place that he had punched in Kui Kuliang's chest had turned in a bright gray color. Kui Kuliang smirked as he said, "Of course, aside from the Dao of water, I have also comprehended the Dao of metal. Unless you manage to break through to the third stage in body refining, you won't be able to have a chance against me." It was obvious that Kui Kuliang was thinking that Shenlong had started comprehending the Dao thanks to his peak second stage body refinement level. After all, whether it was breaking through from the earth grade to the heaven grade, or from the second stage of body refinement to the third, every cultivator needed to comprehend at least one Dao that they would use for their breakthrough. But since Shenlong was planning to use the Dao of Time as his basis for his breakthrough in Qi cultivation, he couldn't use it to break through to the third stage of body refinement. After a brief moment of silence, the golden-haired young man stared thoughtfully at Shenlong as he then continued. "If you manage to break through to the third stage of body refinement and pass the final trial, I can tell you that, not only will you get the Dragon Lord's medallion, but all of my secret arts, martial skills, and secret techniques will be yours to browse. Now go. The next time we fight, it will be a real fight. I will not hold back at all." Shenlong didn't understand what the Dragon Lord's medallion was, but he still nodded his head as he cupped his hands and entered the golden door. He clearly understood that since he hadn't managed to break Kui Kuliang's defenses with his full-powered punch, then it was impossible to win this time. Unless, of course, he used a lethal move, but even then, thanks to Kui Kuliang's high perception, even that wasn't certain to defeat him. After all, this was still a Dao King who had suppressed his cultivation. Looking at Shenlong who was leaving the hall, Kui Kuliang's eyes were fixed on his back, as he then mumbled inaudibly, "I will be waiting for you, kid, don't let me down." Shenlong was completely oblivious to Kui Kuliang's mutterings, as he returned back to the jade-white room, and sat cross-legged on top of the red cushion as he thought to himself, "It looks like having two different monarch's domains active at the same time is really hard." Chapter 147, Fighting Kui Kuliang. Monarch of Time. It looks like having two different monarch's domains active at the same time is really hard. Indeed, since Shenlong couldn't change the flow of time in the monarch's domain without having it lose its original effects, he had used the Dao of Time to create a second monarch's domain, using the original as a guideline. The second domain was actually much smaller than the first, as it barely encompassed his body, which was where that blue glow was coming from when the domain was active around him. Thanks to the second domain that was created by the Dao of Time, Shenlong's speed was more than 5 times faster than normal. However, the qi inside his qi balls was also being used at an alarming rate when both of his monarch's domains were active at the same time. Thinking back to his fight with Kui Kuliang, Shenlong understood that the difference between their qi cultivation, as well as their Dao comprehension, was too big. After all, even if he had restrained himself to the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade, Kui Kuliang was still a Dao king, while Shenlong was just a rank 7 earth grade cultivator. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, and after feeding the heaven-swallowing vine with spirit stones, he looked at the black dragon who seemed to be eating the nine-eyed giant worm's body, as he asked, "Little Black, do you know anything about the Dragon Lord's medallion?" Little Black thought seriously for a moment, but in the end he shook his head and replied, "Master, if this was regarding the Dragon King's medallion of the Dragon Dimension, then that would be a different story, but I have never heard anything regarding a Dragon Lord." Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black's words, and as the black dragon started gorging himself in the giant worm's body, Shenlong also started to absorb the energy of the heaven-swallowing vine. Kui Kuliang's words had really managed to spark his interest, as Shenlong clearly understood that the one thing he lacked the most right now was martial skills or other similar techniques. Time passed by quickly when Shenlong was in seclusion, and while the black dragon seemed to have fallen into slumber, Shenlong's cultivation was rising at an incredible rate. Peak of rank 7 in earth grade, early rank 8, middle rank 8, peak of rank 8. A month later, Shenlong's cultivation had stabilized at the early rank 9 in earth grade, while his body was actually brimming with energy. Above his head, there were 75 balls of qi, some of which seemed much brighter than the rest. While Shenlong was in seclusion, Lu Changpun and the rest of the contestants were constantly fighting with Kui Kuliang. Although Kui Kuliang had high hopes for Shenlong, in reality, during their fight a month ago, he hadn't even released a third of his true strength against him. Although he hoped that a genius who had comprehended an extraordinary Dao would be able to pass his trial, he also understood that the young monk from the Golden Buddha Temple, as well as the 6th prince from the Snow Cloud country, weren't really inferior to Shenlong. Especially the young monk, Maya, whose comprehension in the Dao of the Buddha seemed to be growing day by day after sparring with Kui Kuliang. Half a month more passed like this, as Shenlong's cultivation took another step forward, reaching the middle of rank 9 in earth grade. However, at the same time, his spirit stones had been sorely depleted, as he had less than 30.000 of them left by now. If he hadn't received the kind donation of 70.000 spirit stones from Suhongui and his junior brothers, Shenlong would have long since ran out of them by now. As for the blood vermilion fruits that he had gotten from the first trial, he was planning to refine them into pills before he attempted his breakthrough to heaven grade. Finally, a week before the Vermilion Realm was about to close, Shenlong opened his eyes as he stared at the sealed golden door in front of him. A few hours later, the character seal disappeared from the door, as he then stood up and walked inside it. In front of the throne, Kui Kuliang seemed to be fiddling with a brown small badge in his hands, but his eyes immediately lit up as he saw Shenlong entering the hall. With an excited voice he said, "Kid, it's about time you showed yourself." However, disbelief quickly colored his face, as he then asked with an incredulous look in his eyes, "Brat, you have already broken through to the middle of rank 9 in earth grade." Since Shenlong wasn't hiding his cultivation, it was child's play for Kui Kuliang to ascertain his level. Without waiting for an answer, the golden-haired Dao King immediately waved his hands, as more than 50 water pythons appeared around him. Looking at Shenlong who was staring at him speechlessly, he then said without any shame, "Brat, don't look at me like that. This king has already warned you that, the next time we met, there would be no holding back. Whoever strikes first is always the winner." The moment that he finished his words, the water pythons charged at Shenlong like a flock of hungry beasts. Activating his golden eyes, as well as the two monarchs' domains, a blue light appeared around Shenlong's body, as he walked around the attacking pythons looking like he was taking a stroll in his own garden. This time, the pythons' speed had noticeably dropped as they entered the monarch's domain, and in merely a few breaths of time, Shenlong had already left them far behind him. Kui Kuliang in turn, had already expected the scene in front of him, as he smiled, while his body turned into a shiny metal hue. Looking at the golden-haired young man in front of him, Shenlong didn't hold back in the slightest, as he gathered all of his strength in his right hand and sent a full-powered blow at Kui Kuliang's chest. Kui Kuliang didn't shy away from this challenge, as his own fist met with Shenlong's. Boom! A powerful collision resounded throughout the hall and a burst of blood spurted in the air, as both Shenlong and Kui Kuliang were sent flying backwards. Chapter 148, Facing Death. Monarch of Time. Both Shenlong and Kui Kuliang were sent flying backwards from the impact of their collision. Shenlong felt a sharp pain in his hand, as blood had already covered his entire fist. This was the first time that Shenlong had bled after fighting someone, ever since he had started his body cultivation. Turning his head to look at Kui Kuliang, he saw him staring at his own fist in disbelief. A crack had appeared on his metal-like fist, as his blood was slowly dripping on the floor of the hall. Looking at Shenlong, Kui Kuliang smiled, as he actually took the initiative to attack this time. The crack in his left hand had quickly reformed itself, while a large halberd made of water had appeared in his hands. Raising the 2 meters 6.6 feet long halberd in the air, the golden-haired Dao King swung it down aiming at Shenlong's head. Shenlong's golden eyes flashed, as he clearly saw the trajectory of the halberd, and stepped to the side, easily dodging the attack. Kui Kuliang smirked as he saw this, while the bright blue halberd's attack met with the floor. Boom! It was almost as if a powerful earthquake had just shaken the entire hall, as Shenlong's feet lost their contact with the ground. Kui Kuliang's eyes flashed as he immediately swept the halberd sideways, towards the airborne Shenlong. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the halberd, Shenlong crossed both of his arms in an X shape in front of his chest as he attempted to block Kui Kuliang's strike. The moment that the ice blue halberd connected with his arms, Shenlong felt an overpowering force that sent him flying backwards, as his back finally crashed on the wall behind him. Shenlong felt pain coursing all over his body, while even the ribs on his left side were actually fractured. Withstanding the pain, he slowly stood up as he once again faced the golden-haired young man opposite to him. Kui Kuliang was stunned when he saw Shenlong standing up. He was certain that his last strike was powerful enough to even kill some peak rank 3 heaven-grade cultivators. And yet Shenlong could somehow still stand up after taking a hit by his halberd head-on. Laughing, he then said, "Brat, not bad. You can actually still stand after taking a direct hit from my water halberd. Let's see how many more hits you can take then." Holding his halberd with his right hand, Kui Kuliang kicked the ground as he rushed at Shenlong. Shenlong's golden eyes once again lit up, as he immediately understood what Kui Kuliang wanted to do. Once again, swinging his halberd down the same way as before, Kui Kuliang seemed as if he was going to hit the ground next to Shenlong once again. Shenlong quickly dodged to the side, making the golden-haired Dao King smirk, as he mumbled to himself, "Really a newbie." Just as the halberd was about to hit the ground, Kui Kuliang changed its trajectory, as he sent a strike towards Shenlong's right ribs. However, Shenlong smiled as he took advantage of the moment that the halberd changed its trajectory, to immediately move behind Kui Kuliang. Clenching his right hand, Shenlong sent a powerful punch at Kui Kuliang's ribs. Kui Kuliang's eyes widened as he saw this, but since he didn't have enough time to dodge, he could only cover his left ribs with the Dao of metal as he took Shenlong's blow directly. Crack! The moment that Shenlong's fist connected with his ribs, cracking sounds resounded throughout the hall, as a contorted expression appeared on the golden-haired Dao King's face. The force from Shenlong's punch had sent him flying sideways, causing his body to tumble on the ground for a few dozen meters until it came to a stop. Kui Kuliang grimaced in pain as he struggled to stand up before he allowed his halberd to fall on the ground, as it then turned into a small puddle of water. The look on Kui Kuliang's face had now turned completely serious, as he faced Shenlong with a grim look in his eyes. Suddenly, his feet started moving erratically, while his body left behind many after-images. Shenlong swiftly tilted his head to the side, as Kui Kuliang's fist grazed his cheek. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, the golden-haired young man was about to retreat when Shenlong sent a sweeping kick at his feet. A small shield of water blocked Shenlong's kick, when Kui Kuliang once again vanished. Shenlong's golden eyes scanned the area around him, as countless water droplets appeared in front of him. Slowly, they converged together, creating a gigantic water python, more than 10 meters 33 feet tall and 50 meters 160 feet long. At the heart of the python, Kui Kuliang was staring at Shenlong with a solemn look on his face. This was the strongest move he could use while his chi cultivation was restricted at the peak of rank 3 in the heaven grade. The python opened his gigantic jaws as he quickly moved to bite Shenlong's waist. Shenlong, however, didn't retreat, but instead, he dove head-on inside the python's mouth, completely avoiding the terrifying bite. Shenlong had thought that once he had entered inside, he would be able to get to Kui Kuliang without any hindrance. However, once he was actually inside the python's mouth, he understood how wrong he was. The water that the python was created from was Kui Kuliang's dao of water. The pressure inside the python was so intense that Shenlong could feel the water around him trying to crush him to death. Kui Kuliang's eyes were glued on Shenlong's body, as he used his qi to make the water pressure even stronger. Shenlong could feel the water around him churning, as his body had finally started to break down. Blood had started flowing from the previous wound in his hand, while his already fractured ribs on his left side actually broke, as one question flashed through his mind. Am I going to die here? His rapidly beating heart then started to slow down, as more and more wounds appeared on his body. Crack, crack. His bones had started to crack under the immense water pressure, as death approached closer and closer, while the look in his eyes had started to turn somewhat lethargic, looking as if they were about to close at any moment. The expression in Kui Kuliang's face, however, was extremely serious, without any intention to hold back or stop. Just as Shenlong felt his thoughts getting muddled, he abruptly widened his eyes as he shouted inwardly, "No, I will not die here. I can still stop this. Stop. Stop. I said stop." Chapter 149, Kui Kuliang's Request. Monarch of Time. I said stop. Shenlong's golden eyes were now emitting a bright blue light from their corners, while the angry water inside the monarch's domain had suddenly turned into a docile child. Kui Kuliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, since he couldn't believe what he had just felt. A powerful dao fluctuation was coming from Shenlong's body, as the water around him was being suppressed by an even stronger power than his own dao of water. Kui Kuliang stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief, as he then mumbled, "Is this dao suppression? But I have never heard of the dao of light being able to suppress my dao of water like this. Could it actually be that this kid has comprehended another dao as well?" Of course, this didn't mean that Shenlong's comprehension in the dao of time was at the same level as Kui Kuliang's dao of water, but rather, since Kui Kuliang had suppressed his cultivation, his insights to the dao of water are currently equivalent to his own, when he was still at the peak of rank 3 in heaven grade. Kui Kuliang's breathing had started getting rugged, while at the same time, countless thoughts were running through Shenlong's mind, as he seemed to have entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Time. Is it really just an untouchable, ethereal feeling? No, I can feel that it is more than that. Time exists everywhere, so how can one not be affected by time? Shenlong felt as if he had suddenly come a step closer to the dao of time, as he then opened his eyes. Kui Kuliang's fervent eyes stared at Shenlong as if he was looking at a treasure, while his body quickly floated towards the mouth of the python. Clenching his metal-colored fists, he shouted, "Come, kid. Show me your true strength." Shenlong saw the golden-haired man in front of him gathering his strength in his two arms, as he sent a violent flurry of punches at him. Shenlong's body didn't have the same agility inside the water as he had in the land, but as his gaze landed on Kui Kuliang, Shenlong felt a sudden headache, as more than half of his remaining qi was sapped in an instant. At the same time, unknowingly to Kui Kuliang, his own movements had turned extremely slow. Seeing that the white-robed man in front of him had suddenly slowed down, Shenlong gathered the power of his monarch's eternal body in his right hand, and amplified by the speed of the second monarch's domain, he sent a full-powered blow at Kui Kuliang's left ribs. Boom! The sound of Shenlong's punch hitting Kui Kuliang's body exploded in the throne room, as the golden-haired Dao King was immediately sent flying through the air like a cannonball. His body crashed on the ground but didn't stop at all, as he left a long chasm on the luxurious floor of the throne room for a few hundred meters. As the dust started to settle down, Kui Kuliang's tattered robes and injured body came into view. Staring at Shenlong, the last scene replayed through the golden-haired young man's eyes again, as he simply mumbled, "So fast." His lips then curved upwards into a smile, as he said, "Congratulations, kid. You win." As Kui Kuliang's words sounded in Shenlong's ears, the water python dispersed on the floor, while Shenlong secretly heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He only had less than 10% of his qi left after the fight, and aside from the space tears, He had used every other move he had. Surprisingly, his golden eyes had sapped more than half of his chi in an instant, at the final moment that Kui Kuliang was slowed down. Kui Kuliang slowly stood up, and despite his tattered robes and injured body, his eyes were shining brightly as he started laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I can see hope. Walking up to Shenlong, the Dao King then patted his shoulders as he continued with a huge smile on his face. Kid, you have no idea how long I have been waiting for this. Then, with a wave of his hand, Kui Kuliang produced a small table along with 2 chairs and a big jar of wine, as he gestured for Shenlong to sit. Shenlong didn't understand why Kui Kuliang was so excited, if this was really just a trial to help the disciples of the Desolate East like the overseer had said, but in the end, he still sat down on the chair as he faced the white-robed man in front of him. Kui Kuliang looked at Shenlong who was sitting opposite to him, and taking a deep breath he said, "First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Kui Kuliang, an elder of the Kui clan in the Night Star continent. Since you have passed the final trial of my palace, I will of course give you everything that I have promised, and even more." As he finished speaking, Kui Kuliang waved his hand, as the floor around them was filled with countless different scrolls. Some of the scrolls were golden while others seemed old and on the verge of destruction, but in the end, Shenlong counted more than 200 scrolls around him. Gui Qiuliang looked at the young man in front of him who was staring at the scrolls on the floor and continued. These are almost all of the cultivation techniques, martial skills, and secret techniques that I have accumulated in the past 10,000 years. As promised, these can all become yours, but I also need you to help me with something. When Shenlong heard Kui Kuliang's last sentence, he immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct, as he thought. Certainly, there is no such thing as a free meal. Everything requires a corresponding price to pay. However, knowing that he needed martial skills above everything else right now, Shenlong turned to look at the man in front of him as he said, "Senior, please speak." Kui Kuliang shook his head, as he opened the big jar of wine in front of him, and taking out 2 big jade-green bowls from his spatial ring, he personally filled them up. When the wine touched the green bowls, its aromatic fragrance slowly diffused in the air around them. Kui Kuliang was the first who took a sip from his wine, as Shenlong followed right after him. As the crimson-red wine's taste spread in his mouth, Shenlong understood that this wasn't an ordinary wine. If he were to compare this wine with the mystifying fragrance pavilions, that would be like comparing sea water with a 200-year-old nectar. Although the taste wasn't as good as his own wine, the medicinal essence in this wine was actually superior to his own. After he emptied his own bowl, Kui Kuliang looked at Shenlong as he then continued with a solemn tone. "I need you to go to the Dragon Lord Villa of the Night Star continent." Chapter 150, The Scheme Behind the Vermilion Realm. Monarch of Time. "I need you to go to the Dragon Lord Villa of the Night Star continent. I will give you the Dragon Lord's medallion, as well as anything else you need. So, what do you think, kid?" Shenlong had a look of confusion on his face, as he looked at the expectant Kui Kuliang who was staring at him and asked, "Senior, can you tell me more about this Dragon Lord's villa?" Kui Kuliang was stunned for a second, before he nodded his head and said, "Right, I almost forgot that you must be a native of the Desolate East. Let me explain everything first before you give me your answer. It was approximately 15,000 years ago, when I sent my soul incantation from the Night Star continent, all the way to the Desolate East, and created this secret realm, in hopes of finding a genius that had the potential to enter the Dao King realm." Kui Kuliang had a solemn look on his face, as he stared at Shenlong and continued. "Entering the Dao King realm, however, is more difficult than you can imagine. 30,000 years ago, I almost died during my breakthrough. I can still feel the shivers as I remember the pain I went through, only to barely survive in the end. So I decided to set 3 main trials to test the young people of the Desolate East. After all, if someone can't even defeat my soul incantation, then how can I believe that they will have any chance to become a Dao King in the future? However, even managing to defeat my soul incantation doesn't necessarily mean that you will become a Dao King. It just shows that you have more potential than the rest. After all, there are countless geniuses in the Night Star continent who could pass this final trial that I have set, while in the Desolate East, you are actually the only one after so many years." Kui Kuliang sighed with disappointment, but at the same time with a hint of relief. In that case, Senior, wouldn't it make more sense for you to create this secret realm in the Night Star continent instead of the desolate East? Kui Kuliang nodded his head at Shenlong's words as he said, "Of course, do you think I would come to this backward place if I had a choice? The Night Star continent is more than 40 times larger than your desolate East after all, while the geniuses there are even more than the stars in the sky. Finding people who have the same level of talent as you, and probably even higher, wouldn't have been impossible within 1,000 years. And yet, more than 15,000 years have passed here, but alas." After taking a deep breath, the look in Kui Kuliang's eyes suddenly turned serious as he then said, "There is a reason for everything, and it all started the day that I sent my soul incantation here. Since I need your help, there is no point in hiding things from you. 15,000 years ago, the day that I sent my soul incantation in the desolate East, both my original body along with my wife entered inside the Dragon Lord's villa. Although it is called a villa, it is actually an extremely dangerous place, filled with both danger and fortune. However, even Dao King realm experts can't resist the allure of the treasures inside. Since I knew that we would be heading into danger, I decided to create this secret realm beforehand. The reason, of course, wasn't to help the poor people of Desolate East, but to help myself and my wife, in case we ended up trapped and unable to escape on our own. And in the end, that seemed to be case. As Shenlong heard Kui Kuliang's explanation, the pieces of the puzzle had started to naturally fall into place. So, Kui Kuliang created this secret realm, to find someone who could help him and his wife, who are trapped inside the Dragon Lord's villa. Since he ask someone else, like the overseers who are at the middle stages of the nascent soul, means that he needs someone with strength close to the Dao King realm, if not an actual Dao King. However, this still doesn't answer why he has created this vermilion realm in the desolate East instead of the Night Star continent. Kui Kuliang seemed to have understood what Shenlong was thinking, and continued with the final part of his explanation. As for why I didn't create this secret realm in the Night Star continent but chose the desolate East instead, it's because of one simple reason: your desolate East simply has no Dao Kings. In the Night Star continent, there is more than 90% chance that any genius strong enough to pass the last trial would be connected to a Dao King in one way or another. Can you guess what would happen to me in that case? Shenlong immediately understood what Kui Kuliang was hinting at. Indeed, if a Dao King with malicious intentions were to find out that Kui Kuliang was trapped and probably without any means to resist, in the cultivation world that would mean almost certain death. Kui Kuliang nodded his head, seeing that Shenlong had understood, and taking out a small bronze medallion from his spatial ring he continued. However, although I originally intended to keep everything regarding my secret realm hidden from the Night Star continent, I had forgotten that certain powers had already created branches of their own sects in the desolate East. Thus, to cover the real reason behind my realm's existence, I intentionally spread the rumor in these top sects that I am looking to take on as a personal disciple anyone who manages to pass the final trial, while this small medallion will also be given as a reward. After all, even Dao Kings cannot enter the Dragon Lord's villa without a Dragon Lord's medallion. Of course, there are many more medallions aside from the one that I have, but each one of them is closely guarded by other Dao Kings, or at the very least by peak nascent soul cultivators. This was the first time that Kui Kuliang had spoken so much to anyone in the last 15,000 years. Looking expectantly at the young man in front of him, he took a deep breath before he finally decided to ask the question that he had been keeping at the tip of his tongue all this time. "So, kid, will you help me